Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a Prodigy Uzumaki. The playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 40. You smell like Minato, was Kushina's response. I'm not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Kushina pulled me over to take a seat on the mattress, which seemed to be the only semi-comfortable spot to sit in the entire warehouse-style room. Can I ask you a question? She plopped down across from me. You can ask me anything. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. And you'll answer? I'll answer as honestly as I can. Can I tell you anything? Anything you want. Promise? Promise. Is there something wrong with me? Not that I'm aware of. She grabbed my hand and slapped it onto her forehead. Make sure. I sighed and performed a basic diagnostic jutsu. You haven't been eating enough vegetables and you're a little banged up from a fight of some kind I assume you had this morning, but otherwise, you're perfectly fine. Are you sure? Yes. Are you absolutely sure nothing inside of me is broken? Do you think something's wrong? I don't know. Can't you just use your magic fingers to make sure? It's not magic, Kushina. Well, then is there a way for you to be absolutely sure? Nothing is 100%, Kushina, but there is a jutsu. No, there's no reason to. Do it. No. Nisan, please. She begged. No, there's no need. Please? Absolutely not. Why? Because there's no reason to. I'm asking you. Isn't that reason enough? My answer is still no. She opened her mouth to argue, but I interrupted her before she could say anything. And no other medic will even consider it without a damn good reason. Why? When I left Konoha, only a handful of medics were able to safely perform the technique. Hell, if it wasn't for the combination of Sakumo's training and the QB, I wouldn't be able to handle the chakra cost in the first place. Please! Tell me why and I'll consider it. She pulled her knees up to her chest. You're going to think I'm silly. You're being silly right now trying to dodge the subject. Please, Nisan? Kushina, I just woke up to find I've been gone for a year and a half. For the year before that, I barely saw you. I can't read you like I used to and I don't have any context to make a guess on whatever the hell you want to know or share. This dodging the subject until Kichiro figures it out thing is not going to work because I'm not going to be able to figure it out. I don't have the patience to play this game with you. Kushina scrubbed at her eyes and I inexplicably felt horribly guilty. Why don't you start from the beginning? What made you feel the need to barge in while I was showering? Your hair is sticking up in the back. Kushina. I ran my fingers through my hair to smooth the cowlick. After a minute, I mimicked her position and tapped her hand to get her attention. Hey, what do you want to talk to me about? It's silly. Maybe, but it's important to you. You're going to think I'm silly. I promise I'll take you seriously, okay? Pinky promise? Pinky promise. It took a few false starts and indecipherable stammering, but she eventually managed to form a coherent sentence. Jiraiya-sensei said I should train with other girls sometimes, but everyone my age is still a genin and they all hate me. She fidgeted with her toes. I don't know why, and every time I try and talk to them, they're all mean. Well, it wasn't hard to see why. She was more talented and driven than most of the other kunoichi, wartime or not. She also had the attention of the up-and-coming star of Konoha. At least, I assume Minato was on a direct path to the Hokage's seat. Kushina also had one of the Sannin as her mentor and a famous medic for a brother. In the eyes of her peers, she was propped up on a pedestal and they hated her for having luck they did not. I thought it was just because they were intimidated because I outranked them, so I went to talk to Makoto-senpai. She's a chunin too and people from the academy still like her. She shook her head. But Makoto-senpai was just mean. She said I was a sick little know-it-all brat and she said I wasn't a real woman and I was just a messed up kid playing dress up. Then, the hospital wouldn't let me access my medical records. No one would believe me when I said I was sick and didn't know how or what I was sick with. Tell me, do you know the last mission Makoto-san was sent on? Village guard duty. What about you? I'm suspended. What mission before you were suspended? She shifted uncomfortably. Combat rotation in river. How long has she been a shinobi? A year longer than us. Of the two of you, who has more missions, experience, and skill? Kushina shifted uncomfortably. My stats are higher than hers, but I always work tag team with Minato, so they're kind of skewed. She's just jealous, Kushina. Is she? Most likely. Tell me, who's her best friend? She's an Uchiha, they don't have friends. Kushina sneered haughtily. And your best friend is Minato. Imagine if you were in her position and had to act like a perfect member of your clan, always upstanding and just better than everyone else, then a pair of nobodies, who always seem to think the world is sunshine and flowers, surpass you with what seems to be minimal effort, score the best sensei the village, and never get told off for acting out. Fuso sure ripped us a new one for that prank on the academy. Yes, but it's already forgotten. A stunt like yours, whatever it was, would have gotten Makoto-san shunned from her family and clan for what could possibly have been years. But we both want to be super strong kunoichi, and we can be even better if we're friends and can work together. She's really good with jinjutsu and I'm really good with taijutsu. We could totally get twice as good if we trained together and shared the ninjutsu that we know because we're both really good at ninjutsu too. As a female of the Uchiha clan, it will be a long time before Makoto-san sees true combat, if she ever does. That's a good thing. I don't want anyone else to have to fight on the front lines, that's why Minato and I take the assignments, even though Jiraiya-sensei doesn't like it, because the other kids shouldn't have to, including Makoto-senpai. To most other people, it makes you seem like a patronizing glory hog. I don't mean it like that. No, but it comes off like that, intentional or not. There's nothing wrong with you. As for why your records are sealed, you need clearance to see any medical files, even your own. Why? Because the medical records of a shinobi are an extremely powerful tool that can be used against them. Very few medics are capable of healing an injury as if it never happened, and that can be a liability in many situations. But I haven't. Your files were classified the moment you made Jinin. Injured or not, it's protocol. Only medics and team leaders have access. Still, why did she say I wasn't a real woman? I felt myself going red at the awkward topic. If she meant what I think she meant, this is not a conversation you should be having with me. In fact, Fuso would probably be a better person to ask. Why? You're just as smart as her. It's not a question of intelligence. Kushina didn't understand as I started to shift awkwardly. You said you would answer my questions. She accused. My face burned. Why are you all red? I'll answer it if you really want me to, but I think Fuso should be the one to answer your questions, it's not my place. Why? That's also why you should talk to her. But you know the answer. If she meant what I think she meant, yes. Then why won't you answer? Because if I answer, you're going to slap me. No, I won't. Yes, you will. No, I won't. Yes, you will. Fuso is giving Nagato a fuinjutsu lesson right now. She'll answer your question anyway. I don't want to talk to Fuso, I want to talk to you. What do you think Makoto-senpai meant? She kept saying I was sick, but you said I'm not, so what's going on? I had no idea how to respond to that and shifted uncomfortably. He's right, Ise said without warning, leaning against the rail of the staircase. Kushina whipped around, startled, flinging 2 kunai towards him without even looking. I barely managed to grab one of the kunai scattered across the floor and throw it fast enough to intercept Kushina's. Thank goodness that she threw the kunai so they were less than an inch apart, otherwise Ise would have gotten hit by at least one of them. My heart pounded as one of the kunai barely nicked Ise's neck and all 3 hit the wall behind him with a dull thud. Ise didn't even see the kunai, he only flinched at the scratch and turned to see the kunai in the wall at awkward angles. The second I was sure Kushina actually recognized him and wasn't responding as if he was a threat, I fell backwards on the mattress with a groan. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, leaping up to dash over to Ise and hugging him tightly. It's fine, Kushina-chan, no harm done. I should have known better than to announce myself like that. I'll make it up to you, I promise. It's fine, Kushina-chan, he assured her, patting her head. Kichiro, you look like hell, again. Well, I feel like hell. Who needs me now? No one. Your medical history was destroyed last night. I'm assuming that means you're headed into Anbu, correct? I scowled. Tonight or tomorrow? Wait a minute. Anbu? Kushina shrieked, albeit quiet enough not to let her voice accidentally carry out of the room. As in Black Ops? My scowl deepened. It's supposed to be an honor to be chosen. Anbu isn't something you can apply for. I leave tomorrow. At that, ISE started to scowl. Is there any way to delay that? Not that I know of. He sighed. What do you want for dinner then? Ramen! Kushina piped up immediately. We've had ramen 3 times in the past week, you've had it 8. No. 11, Kushina answered absently, her gaze intensely focused on me. It doesn't matter to me, I just need food, I answered, smirking at Kushina until she realized what she just said. How the hell could you possibly know I had ramen without you? She exclaimed. I was being sneaky and everything. That is for me to know and you to figure out, ISE responded. You're a civilian. That's not fair. You fight faster than you can see, I think it's perfectly fair, I inserted. Kushina let go of ISE and raced across the room to belly flop across me. I groaned and poked at her side. She used to be ticklish, but apparently not anymore. You shouldn't have to go, Kushina murmured into my shoulder. I don't want to. Suddenly, I could feel her thinking. And I don't want any part in. Minato! I got it, I got it. She screeched in ecstasy and pushed herself off me. I winced as her elbow went into my gut before she dashed out of the room. Don't try anything before someone checks your work, brats. ISE bellowed after her. What are they trying to figure out? I asked, curious. The night aim's Haration. If I had anything in my mouth, it would have been spat out at that. I sat up instead. Okay, who exactly put them up to that? I have no idea, I don't even have clearance to see the formula they're working with. ISE walked across the room to sit down in the spot Kushina had just vacated. So, Anbu, he began awkwardly. Medic? Yes. Are you staying in Konoha or traveling with teams? Sakumo said I would be staying here. You know, Anbu is probably for the best. A few weeks ago, you were updated from a C-rank shinobi to an A rank in most bingo books. In Iwas you're listed as an S-rank threat. From what I hear, that puts you in a class of heavy hitters you're not ready for. I'd rather just work a boring job at the hospital. Yeah, kiddo, I know. You're safe though. Anbu headquarters has to be the safest place in the village, except, perhaps, the Hokage Tower. I hate this. I know, kiddo. Have you eaten lunch yet? No. Alright, how about you come and get something with me? There's a new ramen bar opening today and I only told Kushina no to ramen. Is the entire family obsessed with the stuff? Minato started it, ISE petulantly said. But otherwise, yes. Aren't you? You've still technically lived with the 2 of them for longer. I prefer spaghetti. That sounds disgusting. It's not as good as pizza, but it's a good enough substitute. I've never heard of any of those. I'll figure out how to make pizza eventually and then I'll make a killing selling it. ISE snorted. You mean to say this pizza thing is something you made up? No, I'm not taking credit from the person who invented pizza, whoever they were. Okay, so what is this thing? What? How does no one know the joy that is pizza? Enlighten me. Fine. It's round and normally it's about this size. I held my hands out to demonstrate. The bottom part is bread and then on top of the bread is tomato sauce and then on top of that is mozzarella cheese and then on top of that is pretty much anything you want. I like all kinds of meat on it like bacon, sausage, ham, and pineapple. I only understood about half of that. You are deprived. I think you mean depraved. No, just deprived for never knowing the joys of a good pizza. If you say so. Now you're just teasing. I've been teasing you. I stuck my tongue out at him. You are surprisingly immature. I have to cope somehow. At least it's somewhat healthy. ISE grimaced. Chapter 41, Part 7. The next morning, Sakumo knocked on the front door the second I finished the last bite of my breakfast. Kushina's idea for the oration hadn't panned out and the two of them were still sulking from it. "I'll see you three sooner than you know it," I assured them, standing up from my place. "Wait!" Nagato cried and dashed out of the dining room. He returned a few seconds later with a piece of paper in his hand and barreled towards me. I barely managed to avoid getting stuck with a seal. "What's this?" I asked Nagato as Sakumo impatiently his own way inside through the window. "A seal," he responded and tried to stick a second one on me, but I caught his wrist before he could. "What seal?" "One I spent all day yesterday working on." I waited for him to elaborate. Instead he twisted and tried to kick me in the ribs, earning himself a faceful of the floor and paralyzed from the shoulders down. "Now tell me why I should let another person put a damn seal on me." "It's so you can't get caught in another jinjutsu as long as the seal is active." "It works, I swear." "Fuso doesn't like it when you swear," Kushina snickered as she plucked the seal out of Nagato's limp hand. "Hey! Give that back. It's for Nissan, not you." I kept my knee in Nagato's back as I snatched the seal out of Kushina's hand and took Nagato's other seal. Kushina started to protest, but when I sat down on Nagato's back and released the paralysis, she knew better than to argue. I tested it. Not even my Uchiha friend could get around it. I raised an eyebrow. "This will come off the second I start sweating. I can put a permanent one on." "You're crushing me." I lifted my feet off the ground so all my weight was on him. "Hey! You're being mean." He wheezed. "You're the one who supposedly wants to be a ninja." Nagato shut up after that and with a twist I didn't catch, slammed me onto my back. Or at least tried to. Instead, he slammed a pillow into the ground while I examined the seal on the other side of the room. I caught the problem almost immediately and walked back over to him. "You're on the right track with this, but it'll only work until it runs out of chakra, and each jinjutsu makes it use up a certain amount depending on how powerful the jinjutsu is to begin with." I pressed them into Nagato's hand. "Two more things. First, never stick a seal on a ninja without their explicit permission, for obvious reasons and with obvious exceptions. Unless you're a medic, then you can stick anything you want on anyone you want and they just have to deal with it. Second, I appreciate the thought, Nagato, and if you manage to perfect it, I'd be happy to be your test dummy." Nagato hugged me tightly. "I'll also be looking forward to your challenge, got it?" Nagato nodded, making Minato scowl. "What's with the sour faces, you two?" I asked the resident duo. "I should have thought of that," Kushina gritted out. "You're still my favorite little sister." I pulled her into a headlock and messed up her hair. I turned to Minato. "Good luck with figuring out the oration," I said sincerely. "Hey!" Kushina protested. "I'm working on it too." I messed up her hair some more. "Yeah, but my money is on Minato figuring it out and mastering it first." The blonde smiled brightly at me. "I bet you he won't." Kushina snapped hotly. "If I'm wrong, you have to jump in the lake in the middle of winter and touch the bottom." Kushina scowled. "If I win, you gotta run through the village in a pink dress." "You better get a move on it, Minato's already upstairs." Kushina stuck her tongue out at me before racing after Minato, Nagato following in their wake. "Now if only everyone else is as easily motivated as them," Sakumo said quietly as I turned to him. "If everyone was as easily motivated and powerfully driven, then the average person would be incomprehensibly powerful." Wise words. "We're late, are you ready to go?" "Ready as I'll ever be." Sakumo's hand tightened around my arm and he pulled me into a shunshin. Straight face. ANBU headquarters were almost immediately a disappointment. It was nothing like a secret base like I was expecting. It looked almost identical to a rundown college dorm. Most of the doors were open as Sakumo pulled me through the halls. I peered inside one room and noticed that it could have been a nice dorm hall, because each individual had a room to themselves, as well as a sink and toilet. Down the hall were communal showers, and just past those was a common area. "Yo! Everyone! It's the Uzumaki!" someone announced as Sakumo pulled me inside. I waved nervously. No one was wearing a mask and no one was armed, even though they were all in black uniforms, but that only made me more uneasy. Only the best of shinobi, like the Hokage, generally walked around unarmed. What unnerved me the most was the teenager dangling upside down from a rope around his ankle in the middle of the room. Don't worry about him. Someone a year or two older than me draped his arm around my shoulders, accidentally flipping his overlong, dull brown hair in my face. He's an arrogant prick who thought he could pick on us younger ones even though he's the rookie. Warning, I'll do the same to you if you get smart with me, little Kohai. I'll keep that in mind? I responded uncertainly. Then we'll get along just fine. I'm Roach, like a cockroach. I gave him an odd look. It's a nickname. I got it after I messed up the same suicide jutsu twice, hobbled back after being crushed in 3 rock falls, and survived getting on the general's bad side in a training exercise. I'm quite proud of it. Come on! You're rooming with me since General Kachan doesn't like us kids living by ourselves, and I'm finally getting out of the room with the bastard. Bring him downstairs by 9, Roach, Sakumo called as I was dragged off by the overexcited kid. So, we got our own bathroom, since apparently we're both too young to use the co-ed ones. Guess what? Guess what? He continued to chatter as he dragged me down the hall and into a room that resembled the very first apartment I ever owned. In other words, it was tiny. There was a bunk bed in the middle of the opposite wall, 2 desks facing each other in the center of the room, one of them with a box overflowing with paperwork, a wardrobe on either side of the door, and chest of drawers on either end of the bed. The top bunk had what looked to be roach-patterned white sheets. I didn't want to know how he managed to get a hold of that particular pattern. What I assumed to be my bed was covered with plain, white sheets and a heavier white blanket. The same heavy blanket was folded at the foot of Roach's bed. As I stopped beside my desk, I noticed a locker tucked on the other side of each wardrobe, almost completely hidden. Yeah, we're too young to be allowed in the locker rooms too, but that means we're allowed to have weapons in our rooms. Your armor and mask is in there. I took a peek at it. It's Fox, in case you're wondering. Totally unoriginal, but I didn't get a say in it. Roach took 2 steps and jumped up on his bed. So, I gotta ask, did you really smack down the Anbu? How'd you do it? How long ago? Think you could do it again? Can you teach me? Is Hatake a cool sensei? Have you really never done a D rank? Are you really the only person Tsunade lets mouth off to her? Did you really have an argument with the Hokage? All the questions spilled out in less than 10 seconds. He waited eagerly for my answer. In the order you asked. No, I didn't, never, no, I guess, I haven't, I don't know, and yes, I've had several arguments with the Hokage. We don't like each other very much. I studied him carefully and he just smirked under my gaze. He seemed slightly familiar. To answer your unasked question, yes, you've met me as an ANBU. In fact, I've impersonated you several times and probably know almost as much about you as your sister does. That was all I needed to put the pieces together. You look a lot taller as Bird. It's just a hinge. I've been an ANBU for half my life, which is technically more than most can claim. As ANBU my size isn't intimidating enough, so I compensate. It's really cool, but I'll only teach it to you if you trade me something for it. All magic, he held one finger up. Comes with a price. He held the other finger up in a very familiar impression, accent and all. If I hear you say that nonsense one more time, Roach, I assure you, I'll crush you worse than any bug you're named after. Someone who was passing by snarled in the door before continuing. Not you too. I snarled back once I got over the surprise and shut the door. He flinched, but recovered in an instant. Nah, I didn't come from wherever you did. Toussaint taught me English and told me tons of stories, said it might save my life someday. From the look you're giving me, it might just end it. Don't worry, he swore me to secrecy. I crossed my arms. Hatake scared the shit out of me when he figured it out. No, seriously, I shat my pants when he confronted me. The man's an ANBU legend. There's rumors that the general himself trained him, but that was long before the time of anyone here who's willing to talk, so there's no way for anyone to confirm anything. You are far too excitable. Probably. There's only 2 others here who are our age-ish. They're both girls, twins, the second set in ANBU and scary as hell, even if they're younger than you. They just finished initiation. Broke my record in marksmanship and contortions, which is impressive, though it'll be a long time before anyone beats my record in the active corps. Come on! Let's go meet them. I found myself dragged out of the room and across the hall. Of course, I tripped on the threshold and landed on my face. Hey, twins number 2. Look who Hatake just dragged in. Be nice, Roach. The 2 snapped. But it's just Uzumaki. He protested. You! The girl shrieked as I climbed to my feet. Me, I scowled as I looked up. The 2 girls were identical in every way. Their blonde hair framed their faces with ringlets and they wore the standard ANBU uniform. They even stood in the exact same way and spoke together. You're the one who stuck us with a former jonin as a sensei in the academy and you're the reason our ruse was caught. What? I had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. They traded places every few days at the academy. When you passed out students to the retirees, one of them grabbed her file, Roach pointed to the girl on the right, and the man figured out their switches within the week, trained them up, and offered them a place in ANBU, since they were prodigies in information gathering and infiltration. It took them 3 tries each to pass the stamina portion of the ANBU initiation. Roach barely avoided a punch to the head. Anyways, it's 2 minutes before 9, barely enough time to get downstairs. Come on, Uzumaki. Roach grabbed my wrist and dragged me out before I could say anything more. I may have tripped entering the girl's room, but this time I was careful and saw Roach's toe catch my ankle and responded accordingly. With a bit of chakra to prevent him from letting go of my sleeve, I twisted so that he was falling underneath me and just barely managed to keep myself on my feet. Everyone probably knew what happened, but the fact I pulled one over on someone who'd been an ANBU agent longer than I'd been training to be a shinobi was enough for me. That was one of the pros of being passive most of the time. Revenge was that much sweeter. He might not have actually tripped me earlier, but I wasn't going to be played the fool in front of what I guessed to be the ANBU general, if the way a masked Sakumo was kneeling in front of the masked man's desk alongside 2 others was any indication. I dropped Roach on the ground and straightened. I certainly did not miss the weasel mask studying me intently, and I absolutely did not forget to verify the chakra signature of the man behind it. I was beginning to seriously dislike the humor of whomever assigned the masks in ANBU. First, Sakumo wearing the mask Kakashi would one day wear, and secondly, Kagami, who was apparently the ANBU general and wearing the mask Itachi would one day wear. I had a new mission to find and ruin the day of whomever chose the masks in ANBU. Several times. I suppose this could be a lot worse, I commented as Sakumo glared at me. Roach picked himself up, not even looking at the rest of the room, and shoved me backwards. My back hit the doorframe and I held up my hands in surrender before pointing at Kagami. Roach glanced at him and immediately dropped to one knee. General Sama, he murmured. His black bangs obscured his face from the rest of the room while he shot a reproachful glare at me. You're dismissed, Roach. The boy left without a word. When the door closed, Kagami took off his mask. You are getting your ass kicked the second I'm able to do it, I promised Kagami. I'll be looking forward to it. Uzumaki, me dog, rat, and panda. All 3 have expressed an interest in becoming your mentor for the next few years. I believe you are already familiar with dog and rat. Panda was the individual responsible for guarding you and your sister during the nights before you made Jinin, like how I was responsible during the day. I nodded. You were saying, rat? While Dog has done an impressive job training the boy thus far, you have released his file and his abilities are sorely lacking in certain areas necessary for ANBU life. Also, by Dog's own admission, he lacks the discipline necessary to become a successful shinobi, much less successful in ANBU. I opened my mouth to defend Sakumo. Kagami held up a hand to stop me. The holes in his training were an effort to make sure he never got into this life, Sakumo retorted. And it is because of his temperament that he is on the short list for the Hokage seat. He doesn't know how to take orders. I'm right here, you know. They ignored me. Panda, do you have anything to add? Kagami asked. While Uzumaki-kun has worked alongside a number of individuals, he has little experience working under someone other than Hatake-san. At the very least, considering the nature of his assignment here, this is a valuable opportunity for him to learn to work under others and to take orders. The boy takes orders just fine when it is necessary or urgent, and you can see that he gets along just fine with most people. Unlike what most seem to assume, he doesn't go against orders unless he is certainly correct, and even then addresses the problem before breaking protocol. He's not an idiot who needs to be trained and corralled to keep him from causing problems. Sakumo defended. He's defied the Hokage more than once, all of us have seen it firsthand. If he doesn't respect our leader. I'm right here and I don't appreciate the conversation. Everyone ignored me and Sakumo spoke over me. I think everyone here has at least one person they just can't get along with. In our cases, we can avoid those people, but Kichiro and the Hokage cannot avoid each other for long, simply because they are jinchuriki and kage. Since Kichiro has not faced a court-martial for his insubordination, we can be sure that the Hokage does not see it as such. Yes, his actions were disrespectful and inappropriate, and he has admitted to it. You are all forgetting that he has more than made up for his flaws with his actions as a medic, his single-handed revival of his clan, resiliency against torture no one here, other than the general himself, has endured, as well as his capture of the 7 swordsmen and sealing of the Hachibi. That is far more than any known kid has managed, and it nearly killed him on several occasions. I didn't remember being tortured, which was slightly unnerving, so I ignored it. He's impulsive and immature. He is a child. If you want to blame me for that, then you have to blame the sensei of Roach and the twins. Hell, I'm pretty sure we all remember what the Hokage's genin team was like before they grew up. They almost destroyed the Hokage Tower on 3 different occasions because of their immature squabbling, and they were 3 years older than Kichiro at the last incident. Kichiro has had more responsibility piled on his shoulders than the 3 of us combined, yet Prodigy stronger and smarter than him have self-destructed from less. Rat, 8 years ago you had to put down your own student to prevent a massacre of the Hyuga clan. Panda, your previous student died because they followed the wrong orders. Let me remind you that both students were the epitome of a perfect shinobi. So far, Kichiro is younger, yet has managed to do more and survive more as a supposedly imperfect shinobi. Even I knew Sakumo had crossed a line in bringing up former students, but he barreled on. I'm not pretending to be solely responsible, but you cannot deny that I've played a significant part in this boy's life since he arrived in Konoha. The Yamanaka medic who examined him upon his return from IWA stated that beyond the effects of the events in IWA, Kichiro is the healthiest, both mentally and physically, prodigy on record. I have made a conscious effort in that regard, and I'll be damned if I let anyone ruin it again. A long silence followed Sakumo's speech. Unless there are any other points to be made, I think I have come to my conclusion. We all waited for Kagami's verdict. Uzumaki Kichiro will remain Dog's student. Rat, Panda, you are dismissed. Rat and Panda reluctantly left. As the door closed behind them, Sakumo faced Kagami. First order of business is the 3 other jinchuriki in Konoha. One is too young to be considered as part of the fighting force and is in the care of Sarutobi Biwako. Sometime in the near future, you and your clan will be called upon to strengthen the seal if necessary. As for the jinchuriki from IWA, they have declared that they will only answer to you. Your orders are to convince them to submit to a Yamanaka's techniques to ensure they mean no harm to Konoha. Dog will show you the way. Sakumo laid a hand on my shoulder to guide me out. I followed a step behind him as he led me down several flights of stairs. Can't you shut up for 10 seconds, please? Someone complained faintly from below us. What else can I do other than talk? If I recall correctly, there is a deck of cards by the door. So? We've had this conversation dozens of times, Michi, I don't like card games. Just shut up before I make you. Our dear Anbu guard said no fighting. Sakumo gestured for me to lead the way around what I assumed to be the last corner. I took a deep breath and turned the corner, striding towards the cell, Sakumo shadowing my steps. Uzumaki-sama! One of the people inside the cell exclaimed and stood in front of the bars. It was the Yanbi Jinchuriki. I flinched at the address. Thank you for bringing me back to Konoha. I said sincerely and stood as close to the bars of the cell as I could, searching inside for Michi. He sat in a corner shrouded with shadow. I was never actually introduced. I addressed the teen awkwardly. Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Anbu. Thanks to you, I'm proud of it now. It's nice to actually meet you, Rashi-san. I'm Kichiro. Michi-san, it's nice to see you again as well. Michi stood up and approached the bars of the cell. I'm surprised your Hokage is allowing you into the same building as us. Why? I was asked to persuade you to willingly submit to a Yamanaka's mind scan. The Yamanaka run your interrogation division, am I correct? More or less. Get rid of the Anbu and we'll talk. I glanced at Sakumo, who shook his head minutely. Dog will stay, but the rest will leave. I answered firmly. Michi hesitated but agreed. Rashi followed his lead. I pulled on a tiny bit of the Kyuubi's chakra to verify there were no other chakra signatures in the room. There was no Anbu, but I could feel the Hokage leaning against the wall, just out of sight. They did specify no Anbu. I'm gonna get hell for that, so you better have a damn good reason. I wanted to see how much influence you actually have. Look, I was told you wanted to talk to me. Konoha wants to know if you're trustworthy. I'm stuck in the middle here, so Konoha knows better than to cross me. Do you trust your Hokage? I crossed my arms. None of your business. Next question. We were given the option to join Konoha's ranks. What is your opinion on what we should do? Do you want my opinion, or the facts? Is there a difference? Yes. The facts then. If you're looking at the net benefit for yourselves, then you should do everything you can to get into Konoha's good graces. Of the hidden villages, they are the kindest to Jinchuriki and you will most likely be happiest here, even if it takes you a decade or two to earn your freedom. You will be treated fairly here, but if you remain here, it will cause significant problems with the other nations, who will be convinced Konoha is hoarding the power of the tailed beasts and will respond accordingly. In other words, if you throw your lot in with Konoha, you will be responsible for the village's perpetual state of war. They studied me. That's a surprising analysis from someone your age, Rashi commented. The fact that I'm here talking with you now shows that Konoha is willing to negotiate with you. Personally, I could care less considering I'm only here on orders, and if you so much as cough, sniffle, or even twitch wrong, you threaten my family. They are the ones in line to be the next Jinchuriki in the event of your death inside of Konoha. My advice is that you give Konoha what they want and leave as if you were never here. If you want to ally yourselves with a village, go to Kumo. That was not something the two of them wanted to hear. Before you get all offended and claim you saved my life, let me remind you that I could have escaped IWA at any time with the help of the Kyuubi. The surge of chakra required for such a feat would have wiped away any active jinjutsu, and the consequences would have been mitigated once I arrived home. An escape would have required me to release the Kyuubi, but no one needed to know that. You threaten my life, and your angry expressions right now threaten the people I care about. I am in no way the person you should be talking to. There are older, more experienced people in this village for a reason. If you want my goodwill, don't threaten me. I turned on my heel and marched out. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at me as I passed, but said nothing. Chapter 42. Sakumo caught up to me when I was halfway back to Kageme's office. I think everyone can honestly say they were not expecting that little display. Good for them. The second breakfast is in a few minutes. Are you hungry? Yes, but I don't have any appetite right now. That's good enough for me. Did you just say second breakfast? Yes, I believe so. Exactly how many meals does Anbu serve each day? I'm not sure, but there's something to eat every few hours. So you're saying you eat like hobbits? I'm not exactly sure what a hobbit is. A peaceful creature about 120 centimeters tall, with big hairy feet, and lives in the Shire. They eat as often as they can. They're sometimes called halflings. Sakumo took off his mask and looked down at me and compared our heights. I came up to about his ribs, to my annoyance. Basically, you. I opened my mouth to shoot back a smart retort, but nothing came to mind. I guess I walked into that one. Yes, you did. Either way, Anbu missions aren't issued in the mornings or evenings like the rest of the Shinobi Corps. Anyone can get a mission at any time while they're on duty, so everyone has to be well fed. Besides, Anbu training takes a lot out of you. Good to know. Yes, and while you eat, I'll be picking your first victims for tomorrow. You are too happy about this. Trust me, once the hazing starts, you'll be enjoying it just as much. They're not going to try hazing someone who has the power to kick them off the active duty roster. Kichiro, about 80% of ANBU could probably be kicked off active duty for latent medical problems as is. The last 20% have medical friends who take care of them. They're not going to care, especially since you're not anywhere near as vindictive as the rest of the Tsunade-trained medics. Medical treatment is not torture. Probably not, but the paperwork is. Wait here for a second. I turned to ask why, but Sakumo was already gone. 30 seconds later, he appeared at the end of the hall with a folder of papers. He stopped in front of me and handed me the stack. ANBU medical files are generally pulled from the hospital when someone joins. Until now, they've been destroyed, which means you'll have to rebuild all their files from scratch. Don't give me that look, you'll have a template and they'll be filling out the majority of it. If you catch or even suspect anyone of lying, give their name to Kagami and he'll take care of it. In your hands is what they'll be filling out. If you have anything to add, there's a few pages in the back. I don't think I need to say this, but while they're filling this out, you'll have the Hokage's copy of their shinobi file to read, which includes mission reports. Medical history will be inserted into that file only. They are the most highly classified files in the village. You are expected to bring each ANBU to full health by whatever means necessary, Hokage's orders. Whatever procedure you deem necessary is what they have to agree to. I know the hospital allows shinobi to refuse medical treatment, but as ANBU, they don't have that option. If something is beyond your abilities, the Hokage will have them sent elsewhere for treatment. Try not to permanently kick anyone out. The mess hall is through that door there. Turn in your edits of the medical file to the general when you're finished. I have things to do. Have fun! With that, Sakumo was gone. I rolled my eyes as I strode into the mess hall. Uzumaki! Someone shouted over the buzz of conversation. I glanced around and saw a teenager waving at me. Roach is looking for you. Thanks. I responded as I piled food onto my tray from the buffet-style servery. The group of 4 teenage guys around him waved me over. I was no stranger to lunchroom drama, however I certainly did not appreciate the attempted trips, 2 people trying to flip my lunch tray in my face and several other shenanigans on my way, all of them from the adults. I had never actually been the target of teasing in school, but I still managed to avoid embarrassment well enough. I noticed that they were careful not to put the file in my hand into the line of fire. Soiling paperwork was apparently a not cool move, however, I wasn't above stepping on ankles. Dude, can you actually eat all that? Someone asked as I sat down in the spot they had cleared for me. You try living on less than a meal a day for over a year and see how much you can eat afterwards, I grumbled back. They laughed good-naturedly. But seriously, kid, that plate looks like it weighs more than you. If you say so. I started to shovel the food into my mouth. So, we heard you're the medic. Is that true? Yup, I answered between bites. Hatake said no interrogations, the person directly to my right reprimanded. That started a round of smartass retorts that had everyone laughing. You're all idiots, I laughed. When it degenerated to name-calling. Takes one to know one, the person across from me commented. Right you are. Do you always do that? Do what? Mix up the order of your words. I do. Yes. I shrugged. I never noticed. By the way, normally people introduce themselves before initiating conversation. I suppose I'm not the only person who has problems with the correct order. A chorus of oohs followed that statement. The person who called me over to begin with spoke first. I'm Ginger. He was not a redhead, which confused me. On his first day here, someone swapped all his food for a bunch of ginger. The general caught him with it and gave him a lecture on moderation and made him eat it all. Of course, he didn't find out until later that the general had pranked him in the first place. The person to my right explained. I'm Cat. Most people here have nicknames or go by their mask. Only the really old folk bother with real names. The person to my left stole the last piece of broccoli off my plate, narrowly avoiding my attempt to stab him with my chopsticks, which were metal for some reason, just like the tray. I'm midget. I raised an eyebrow at that. He was actually rather tall. Tallest ANBU recruit in living memory, he explained, then pointed at the last 3 people who raised their hands when their name was called. That's Iwazaru, Mizaru, and Kikazaru, the evil trio. Iwazaru decided to annoy Hatake a year and a half ago, which was really bad timing. Can't speak anymore. Mizaru is blind and always has been. Kikazaru has been deaf for almost 3 years now and never said how or why. They're one of our best units, of the younger generation, but our least versatile, considering it's difficult for them to work with anyone else, for obvious reasons. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, I concluded. Of course. I suppose you rectified the perceptions of more than a few bigoted enemies with a justified humiliation. The 3 snorted, then all out howled in laughter. That wasn't supposed to be funny, but if you say so. I suppose you understand everyone just fine then, correct? They nodded. Well, I'm Kichiro, in case you didn't know already. Why'd you join ANBU? Ginger asked, running his fingers through his hair. He reminded me of how I imagined James Potter, but with red hair instead of black. I shoveled the last bite of food in my mouth. I'm pretty sure it's classified to hell and back, I answered after I swallowed. You idiot! Cat snapped. Hatake said no interrogations. It's just a friendly question, besides, you're curious too. Does it have something to do with living on less than a meal a day for over a year? Yes. So that means you were probably a prisoner somewhere, Ginger concluded. And I think that's all the information we need on the matter. I nodded once, silently daring anyone to refute it. Okay, fine, Midget snapped. There's a notice on the bulletin board that everyone has a physical coming up. I'm assuming you're responsible for it. Yup. So what's on said physical? Assume everything, because I haven't decided yet and basically have free reign. They all grimaced. To quote Sakumo-sensei, I am expected to bring each ANBU to full health by whatever means necessary, Hokage's orders. Sucks for everyone because I'm the one who has to do the majority of the paperwork. ANBU rarely has any paperwork, you know that, right? Well, I'm under the impression that there's a change in policy since this lot keeps dying. They all grimaced and the conversation stilled. I took the opportunity to open the medical file and start skimming. I recognized Tsunade's handwriting, any combat medic knew it since she was the leading expert for battle medics. While she was reasonably capable, she had little presence in pediatrics, geriatrics, veterinary, general care, or anything else. That was almost completely taken over by a trio of women, Sarutobi Biwako, the wife of the Hyuga patriarch, and the current Inazuka matriarch. One of the things that made me even more of an anomaly was that I could fill in practically anywhere. While all ninja medics were trained in combat medicine, they generally only took up one other specialty during peacetime. The fact that I had a working knowledge, at the very least, of every branch was probably one of the many reasons I was stuck in ANBU instead of reassigning a squad of medics with diverse talents. Halfway through, I looked up. The so-called evil trio had left, but the others were peering curiously at my assigned reading. You guys have been here long enough you can answer some questions, right? Probably, Midget responded. It depends on how classified the information you want is. Can everyone in ANBU administer emergency first aid to a teammate? Of course, Ginger responded. Civilian-level first aid is part of initiation training. I noticed they all winced at that, but I was much more interested in what he had to say next. Most of the older agents can close skin and dull pain as well. Wait, are you telling me that some of the older ANBU can substitute as an emergency medic? Of course. Everyone knows that the more medical treatment accessible in the field, the more likely the mission is to succeed. Okay, so how often does an injury not receive immediate basic treatment? Well, it depends on the severity of the injury, Kat explained. If you can still get back home at a reasonable speed, you're on your own with treatment. I scowled. And how often does everyone get injured? They exchanged glances. Well, obviously, every mission has its bumps and bruises, Kat volunteered. No one advertises it when they get injured. Midget shifted uncomfortably. Fine. When was each of your last missions? Got back yesterday. Ginger was the first to answer. I looked at Cat next. 5 days ago, and I'm leading on another tonight, he answered. Midget scowled, but answered without prompting. 3 days ago, and I'm leading tomorrow. So you're saying the rest time between missions is usually only a few days? No, it's normally a week, but since we're younger and can bounce back faster, we have more frequent missions. I see. Have any of you been injured in the past 6 weeks? All 3 of them scowled at the question. We're not exactly encouraged to tell anyone about injuries, Ginger admonished. I scowled. Fine. I turned back to the folder. Not even a minute later, the door to the cafeteria burst open. Uzumaki! Get your ass to the general's office yesterday. A masked Anbu barked into the room. Why? I asked, as I closed the file and tucked it under my arm. Cat took my tray. We don't question orders here, runt, now get on it. He vanished from the doorway. I rolled my eyes, but hurried anyways. Less than a minute later, I arrived and knocked on the door. It opened automatically and Kagami, with the weasel mask in place, jabbed his finger towards one of the Anbu kneeling in front of him, who was covertly trying to hide the blood dripping onto the wood floor. Uzumaki, fix her. He turned to the others. He's Anbu's new medic. Rabbit, go sit over there so he can stop you from making a mess of my office. Donkey, continue with your report. Uzumaki has clearance. Kagami pointed at a low, metal table shoved against the wall. There was a stack of files with a 4 Kichiro note on top in Sakumo's handwriting. I tossed the file under my arm on top of the note as Rabbit took a seat on the empty end of the table. I barely managed to keep my expression neutral as I noticed the basic treatment kit behind the files. Where's the injury? I asked in an undertone so I didn't disturb the report. The Anbu, which I was certain was female, indicated towards her side. I crouched, untied the armor and lifted it up so I could see the extent of the gash. It looked as if someone had managed to slide 2 blades underneath her armor and slice into both the front and back of her torso. I motioned for her to remove the armor, not paying the slightest attention to the debriefing. The woman had wrapped the wounds with bandages, which were soaked with blood. I was 90% sure she had wrapped it herself, because anyone should have been able to do better for a comrade, and she had 4 teammates. She pulled off her uniform shirt so she was wearing nothing more than a ratty undershirt and the stiff cloth most kunoichi used to bind their chests. I unwound the bandages while she tried not to wince as it tugged at the poorly treated wound. The second I could see what I was working with, I started healing. Her ribs had done their job and stopped the blade from hitting any organs, even though they earned a number of gouges in the process. It took me a while to heal the bone. Partway through, Kagami barked my name. Uzumaki. I ignored it, concentrating on my job until Kagami grabbed my shoulder without warning and spun me around. I moved to defend myself in alarm before I recognized him. Obviously, you weren't listening. Did you have anything to add to the file you were given? I didn't finish it, but Tsunade wrote it and she's twice as anal as I could ever be about shinobi health. If I have anything to add, I'll figure something out. Kagami stood up and shoved 4 files towards the Anbu reporting, then dropping the last one beside the woman I was treating. Fill these out and report back to me. Uzumaki, stay, the rest of you, out. They certainly didn't have to be told twice. When they were gone, Kagami took off his mask and returned to behind his desk to retrieve a towel and throw it at my face. I used it to wipe the woman's blood off my hands. When I finished, repacked the kit and folded the towel beside it, Kagami looked up from the seat behind his desk. While I appreciate your dedication to your job, you are an Anbu now and I am the general. That means I am your general. And my word is law in this building. I don't mind a little disrespect or smart comments when no one is around, but I will not tolerate insubordination on any level, and from now on, you will be punished accordingly if it happens in front of anyone again. I tell you to jump, you ask how high. Am I clear? I gritted my teeth, glaring at his desk. As long as you are a part of Anbu, voluntary or not, you will abide by that maxim. Am I clear? Crystal, I forced out. Thank you. He pointed towards the stack of files on the low table. Those are the first few files of the people you will be treating. You don't have to read the entire file, but I would prefer it if you do. Take a left out of my office and the 8th door on your right will be your office. Tsunade made a list of everything you might need. If you need special medicine or other fancy doctor things, I'll arrange for you to get them. There's 2 rooms, one for patients to wait, and one for you to give treatment and keep sensitive files in. It's almost 11 now, and when you finish with everyone, the rest of the night is yours. Someone will take you to training tomorrow and the day after. On the 3rd day, you will report here at 8, take the next stack of files, and give checkups and treatments. For now, your schedule will continue as such, 2 days of training, 1 day of medic duty until you've completed initiation. Dismissed. I scowled, snatched the stack of files off the table and left without a word. When I jerked open the door, several people almost fell inside. I stared at them for a long time, confused, and they stared back in what I think was either awe or disbelief, which only confused me more. I am absolutely sure all of you maggots have a job to be doing right now. Kagami snapped from his desk. They all fled and the hallway emptied faster than I could say what. I still made sure to slam the door behind me. By the time I reached the room I would be setting up shop in, my anger had cooled. The waiting room was painted a pale, pleasant green with the Konoha insignia on the right wall, drawn with bold, black paint. On the left wall was the Anbu insignia. A few chairs were scattered around the room and a small table with a deck of cards was set up in the center. As far as waiting rooms went, it was all right. I walked straight through the room into the next one. There was a metal examination table in the center of the room, a sink in the far right corner, and a desk in the far left, facing the door. The rest of the walls were covered with metal cupboards, all meticulously labeled in alphabetical order. I familiarized myself with where everything was, eventually finding my Haori folded in one of the otherwise empty desk drawers. I shrugged and put it on, figuring I might as well be recognizable. It would look a little weird with the Anbu uniform if the time came, but I went with it. I had just sat down on top of the desk, leaving the doors wide open, when someone knocked on the door frame. I looked up at the annoyed man in front of me. The hair around his temples was beginning to turn from dull black to gray. He wore the standard Anbu uniform, like everyone else in the place, and from the file in his hand, I guessed he was here on Kagami's orders. Anbu Panther reporting to initiate Uzumaki for routine medical treatment. That confirmed my guess. I flipped open the cover of the first file and, sure enough, saw a sketch of him, albeit about a decade younger, glaring back at me. Of the 5 files I had been given, his was definitely the thickest and I didn't exactly want to read it. Nice to meet you, Senju-san, I'm Uzumaki Kichiro. He flinched at his name and stepped forward to hand me the file in his hand, closing the door behind him. Thank you. Have you been injured in the past year? He hesitated before answering with an affirmative. He stood stiffly beside my desk while I read. You can sit down if you want, I pointed towards the chair behind the desk, wheeling it out from behind it. He didn't sit. According to his file, he had never been seen by a medic mean. From his age, it was somewhat believable. Do you have any current injuries? Nothing beyond standard scrapes and bruises. Do you have any pain or difficulty associated with movement? I do not. Any abnormal fatigue, loss of memory, or delayed reactions? I do not. Have you had any decline in sensory perception? I have not. Have you ever had a diagnostics jutsu performed on you? I have not. I jumped off the desk. Please sit down wherever, Senju-san. I bounced over to the sink to wash my hands. There wasn't any soap, so I heated the water flowing across my hands with chakra until it nearly boiled on contact, a unique application for a basic fire manipulation exercise. The hot water didn't burn me since it was heated by my chakra. He slid the chair over against the wall and sat down with his back to it. The diagnostic jutsu feels similar to a jinjutsu, but the chakra itself feels much different, at least that's what I'm told. To me, they have nothing in common. He eyed me skeptically. Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable? Just do your job. I am. Only Tsunade and her disciples are mean or frightening when administering treatment. No one should fear their doctors. Besides, I prefer to keep my head where it is, thank you very much. Medical ninjutsu takes time to accustom yourself to, and the first time is nerve-wracking, which means I'm the one in the line of fire when dealing with high-level ninja. You don't seem to approve of Tsunade Hime's methods. No, I do not, and I'm perfectly aware of the fact you are stalling. But you still have the same blunt nature as her. It's one thing to be blunt and another to be cruel. Would you like to lie down, or may I begin? You're extremely young to be a full-fledged doctor, even by shinobi standards. Yeah, well, age is a hallmark of experience, not skill, I scowled. Experience has a lot to do with skill, he retorted. If you wanted to know if I'm qualified, you could have just asked. I try to avoid arguing with patients. I am not naive enough to think you didn't look up my stats before you came. The last time I checked, which was just after my first mission, my patients had a 97% survival rate and I have a 96% success rate. Less than 1% of my failures have occurred within the village where I have had adequate supplies. I won't make a mistake here, Shinji-san. You have my word. I haven't been addressed by my personal name in over a decade. I do have a job to do. While it is much more flexible than standard assignments, it is still a job. He nodded once and closed his eyes. Go ahead. When I touched his forehead, he flinched and stiffened when I began the diagnostics, but in a few seconds, I finished and returned to my desk to write down the results. And? He prompted. I responded while writing. There's a lot of impressive scarring to your soft tissues. There is scar tissue impairing the movement of most of your joints. The fact that it's not causing you any pain is odd, but I assume you're just accustomed to it. I can dissolve the majority of it if you would like. It's simple, but time-consuming. On another note, you have broken several bones and they didn't heal properly. I would like to fix that. Finally, I'm not entirely sure how you can walk, much less be a shinobi. Several ligaments in your lower leg have been severed and that really needs to be fixed. I see. Are you ready to begin? Is it urgent? Well, obviously you're fine right now, but how long do you think you can last on the field when you're not at your top speed? From what I can tell, the original injury to your leg only damaged one ligament, but continued use snapped it and several others as well. You should not be able to walk right now, or at least not without a severe limp. Besides, it would save us all a bunch of time if you got treatment now instead of later. He eyed me carefully. Do I have a choice? I'm under the impression that you do not, but it's not like I'm capable of forcing you to stay. I will be letting Kaga, the general, know if you refuse treatment. It'll be between you and him then. I was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Very well. I will remain and let you do your job. Okay, then I'll start by fixing the damaged ligaments. I turned around, walking over to the opposite wall and pulled down a set of hospital clothes to toss on the table without looking. Put those on, working through clothing is more trouble than it's worth. Dump your stuff in the chair. While I waited for him to do that, I climbed the cabinets to reach the very top shelf where the scalpels were kept. While it was possible for me to perform surgery without any supplies, I preferred to see what I was doing and I had plenty of chakra to fix the patient up like new afterwards. You're going to fall, he warned me. Just because I'm not a super powerful veteran like you doesn't mean I can't climb a few shelves, I retorted as I tried to decide which blade to use. Besides, you still need to change. I glanced over my shoulder and the motion dislodged the shelf my feet were on. Shit! I yelped and jumped backwards, landing with my scalpel in hand. Thankfully, nothing fell out after me. Who the hell doesn't nail down the stupid shelves? I warned you. You did, thanks. You still haven't changed yet. I mustered my dignity and stalked back to my desk to scribble down the procedure. By the time I finished, there was a pile of weapons on the chair just inside my peripheral and the man was standing behind me, reading over my shoulder. It was a bit unnerving, but I tolerated it. Finally, I turned to face him. I would prefer to work with you unconscious. If you aren't comfortable with that, it's not necessary. However, there is a condition. The condition? No interrupting my work. Questions are fine, but no stopping me or attacking me or running away or I knock you unconscious. It'll take longer that way because I'll have to deaden the nerves then reawaken them, otherwise you'll be in pain the whole time and that's wholly unnecessary. What'll it be? I always gave Shinobi a choice when it came to minor surgery since it never took long. Even so, I always felt awkward. I was asking them if they wanted to watch me cut them open. I found it ironic that of the 4 shinobi who chose to watch their own surgery, all 4 of them ended up puking. I had a good laugh about it afterwards, since all of them had received worse injuries in the field and it hadn't fazed them at all. The Senju thought about it for a few minutes before he chose to allow me to knock him unconscious. Fixing the ligaments in his leg took me 20 minutes. Not for the first time, I praised medical ninjutsu. It made it 10 times easier to find the damaged tendons and ligaments and I didn't have to sew them together. A minute of healing chakra repaired what could only be several years of damage. I spent another 10 minutes healing the damage to the muscles and bones before closing the incision. Given most of the man's injuries were over a decade old, he was very obviously good at his job. Unfortunately, that made my job harder. The scar tissue affecting his movement was that much harder to remove from his joints. Repeated sprains and dislocations were, in my opinion, more annoying for a medic than the person injured. A fresh sprain literally took seconds to heal. It only took a minute to fix the scarring from sprain that just finished healing naturally. Year-old sprains weren't much worse. The problems with fixing the damage started when the scar tissue set into the injured joint and the patient started compensating for the change. Dissolving scar tissue was just plain annoying and time-consuming. I spent the next 30 minutes on that project. Bone was a hell of a lot simpler. I didn't actually need to re-break and fix the healing of 9 ribs, 8 fingers, 2 toes, and a left ulna that had broken in 4 places, but I sincerely doubted I would ever see the man again and I didn't need to be a medic to see that his broken fingers hindered his movement. I finished in 20 minutes. I woke the man up, ready to leap back if he reacted violently. Fortunately, he didn't do anything but grab my wrist before he recognized me. "Stand up and walk around a little," I ordered, pulling out of his grip. He nodded and stood up, shaking out his limbs. "Any pain?" "None at all." "What did you do?" I snorted. "I suppose you never realized how much pain you were in the first place. You might be a little stiff for a while. Take it easy for about 5 or 6 hours so the healing has a chance to make sure it will stay healed. When I say take it easy, I mean sit and read a book or take a nap, and if you absolutely feel the need to go somewhere, take it at lazy civilian speed. After dinner, start training, and don't forget. You're going to move slightly differently now and you need to get used to it before your next mission. If you have any questions or find yourself injured again, come find me. You're free to go." He was already gone, already ignoring my order to walk. Chapter 43. I wasn't overly surprised when the next person in line was Roach. I was surprised to discover his real name was Yumano Ikaku. I couldn't be absolutely sure, but I was almost certain he would end up being Irika's father. "I suppose I can't just call you Uzumaki here, right?" He shrugged as he put his elbows down on the desk in front of me. I leaned back in my chair behind the desk so he couldn't read the Hokage's file on him that I was skimming. "That's fine, but I prefer Kichiro, since you're asking. Or, you can call me Kairo-sensei like the kids in the hospital do." I snapped the file closed and switched to the file he handed to me. "Close the door. I gotta call you that now, don't I?" "Yup." I glanced up from speed reading his file to smirk. "Do you have any current injuries?" Roach scowled. "IWA bastard stabbed me in the arm last week, but nothing serious." "Do you have any pain or difficulty associated with movement?" "I'm 13, not 31. Just answer the question." "Nothing worth mentioning." "That means there's something. What is it?" Roach shrugged. "Broke my wrist last month, hasn't been the same since, but it works just fine. If you were 6, that would be worth noting, but unless you've seen a medic need, which in your file it says you haven't done in over a year, the bone isn't even healed yet and the movement is stopping it from doing so. I'll fix it later." "How was I supposed to know about that?" He muttered sarcastically under his breath. "By seeing a medic like you're supposed to," I retorted. "Any abnormal fatigue, loss of memory, or delayed reactions?" "What is up with these questions? You're making this take longer than it should, just answer." They're standard questions for shinobi who haven't had access to proper medical care for an extended period of time. Fine, there's nothing abnormal. Happy? Have you had any decline in sensory perception? No. Thank you. Go sit down on the table. I closed the file and went to wash my hands in the sink. Roach just scowled and muttered all the way on to the examination table. Do you remember the last time you've had a diagnostics jutsu performed on you? Yeah, what about it? I'm going to make sure you didn't lie in your medical file. If you did, now's your last chance to come clean. He just scowled and I pressed my hand against his forehead. Paranoid bastard, he grumbled at me. I rolled my eyes and finished the jutsu. Rightly so. You have 3 cracked ribs, someone stuck 5 kunai in your right thigh, your collarbone is broken, and you stubbed your toe sometime in the last hour, and I know you can feel it throbbing still, on top of the stab wound in your arm and the broken wrist. Those are just the injuries from the past 2 months. Now tell me, did you honestly think you could get away with lying to my face? The diagnostics jutsu only picks up what you're looking for. Roach protested. That's just the version that's taught to non-medics. Actual medics can perform the full jutsu and process all the information at once. Bastard. No, I'm just good at what I do. I walked past him and pulled out the smallest hospital shorts from the cupboard and tossed them on the table beside Roach, then stuffed the files on my desk inside of the drawers. Put the shorts on and put your stuff on the desk. What's wrong with my clothes? First, they're armored and I never figured out how to heal efficiently through clothing. Second, I know your arm past your teeth, and unless you plan on killing me by accident, your weapons can stay out of your reach for the time being. It's those shorts or your underwear, take your pick. He chose the shorts while I pulled out what I needed to clean the wounds and set them on the table. Among ninja, split personalities were not uncommon, especially in young ninja. No matter where they're from, a kid or teenager couldn't handle the stress of multiple high-level shinobi missions. It was one of the reasons kids under 15 were rare in the Anbu and Jonin ranks. They tended to snap under the pressure if they couldn't figure out how to handle it. In the entire village, there were 5 kids under 15 who held a Jonin rank. 4 of them were 14 and the 5th was 12. All 5 of them reported to me for medical treatment up until the point I made Jinin, and while I was on my first mission, 3 of them refused to see any other medic. The other 2 died in battle. All 5 of them had split personalities. I wasn't sure why, but I was sure of it. I wished I had put a bit more effort into high school psychology class, but one of the tidbits I remembered was that split personalities sometimes formed to handle stressful situations, and when the stressor was taken away, the original personality returned. The 5 child Jonin created their split personality to handle shinobi life. When I isolated them for treatment, the original personality returned and they turned back into the kids they actually were. I didn't think it was possible to have so many identical cases and didn't like to think about it. Considering Roach lived and breathed Anbu, I assumed he had found some healthy way to cope. When I tossed a sheet over his Anbu gear and uniform, I found myself proved wrong. Just like the other 5, his personality had split as well. Before, he had obviously been functioning through quite a bit of pain. After I removed the Anbu stimulus, the cocky arrogance and easy confidence evaporated, and he curled in on himself. It hurts, he whined in English as I laid him on his back. I'm going to heal you, okay, but you need to cooperate with me, can you do that? I responded in English. He nodded. Who are you? I'm Dr. Cairo, how about you tell me your name? Ikaku Yumano. Well, apparently his split operated in English, while Roach operated in Japanese. You're really young to be a doctor. I am. Where am I? You're in my office. What's the last thing you remember? Daddy is dead, isn't he? According to the file, his father died over a year before. Yes, your father's dead. Can you tell me what today's date is? Ikaku rattled off the date of his father's death. Do you know what a dissociative identity disorder is? I asked as I finished cleaning the topmost stab wound on his thigh. It had begun to fester, causing even more problems. Most combat medics could heal without supplies, cleaning the wound with chakra only, but healing like that was chakra intensive and I never bothered unless I had no other choice. Ikaku shook his head. It's more commonly known as multiple personality disorder. Ikaku nodded. I know what that is. I healed over the first of the stab wounds before continuing. You have it. Your split goes by the name of Roach and he's an ANBU agent. Ikaku's bottom lip trembled, but it might have been because I had started cleaning the next wound. It's alright, from what I've seen, your situation is normal. I gave him today's date. That's why you're missing so much time. You know English. How do you know English? That's a story for another time. I finished cleaning the wounds on his thigh during the pause and moved on to the one on his arm, which was clearly infected. Who knows? Who knows what? About the split. I don't know, I just found out. How old is the split? I don't know, Ikaku-san. I just figured it out because your personality just flipped on me and I've seen it several times before on other people. I don't know anything more. Are you going to tell anyone? I'm going to make note of it in your file, but only the Hokage and ANBU General will have access to it. You're free to tell anyone you wish. The Hokage will most likely inform those who need to be aware of it, but no one will hear anything from me. I shifted to healing the cracked ribs. A half hour later, I finished healing the menagerie of old injuries and broken bones. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how to help. But if you ever want to talk, come find me, okay? He nodded and sat up. You're free to go, but as soon as I uncover your ANBU things, it might trigger Roach's return. I'm pretty sure ANBU is his trigger. I'm in ANBU headquarters right now, aren't I? Yes, you are. That makes sense. Thank you, Dr. Cairo. You're welcome. I pulled the sheet off Roach's uniform, and sure enough, the cocky boy returned. Yo! What's with the long face? He asked, hopping off the examination table. That was the fastest trip to a medic I've ever had. That's because you weren't here for most of it. Your other personality was. Ikaku? He's an idiot. No, he's not. Next time you're injured, even if you think it's minor, see me or another medic mean and tell them I sent you. Now get out, I have a job to do. Hey, when you're done, I want to show you something. Whatever. Roach pulled on his shoe and skipped out, only to be replaced by the woman I had been treating earlier in Kagami's office, her mask attached to her hip. You can sit down anywhere, I have a bunch of stuff to write down for Roach before I can help you. Sorry. I fell heavily into my desk chair and started scribbling the edit into Roach's file for the Hokage and the medical file. She stood patiently in the doorway, chatting with someone outside while I finished and pulled out her file to skim through. You really ought to read the entire file, Uzumaki-san. She smirked, closing the door behind her. Well, I wasn't ordered to and most of the information is useless to me anyways. She rolled her eyes and dropped her file in front of me. I spent several weeks in Tsunadeheim's medic program, under an alias of course. If I remember correctly, you were the upstart who asked why I was wearing a henge inside of the village. I shrugged. You were the only one with higher grades than me, so I paid attention. You didn't have to leave after that, you know, I wasn't going to push the point. I only stayed for as long as I did because I was interested in you. Frankly, I find that creepy, I was barely 8 at the time. I opened the file she filled out. Do I still need to be worried about my virginity? Hell no, not like that, you arrogant little pervert. I glanced up with a smirk. You walked into that one. She scowled. Anyways, what I meant was that you could have done anything, especially with Hatake as your sensei. Why a medic? That's the big question, what everyone wants to know, isn't it? I rolled my eyes. Rumor says you're a pacifist, but rumor also says you're the ultimate mercenary spy and here because the Hokage hired you because he suspects a nest of traitors somewhere in the shinobi ranks and medics have the most access. Both are wrong. So what's the real reason? I leaned back and tapped the QB seal on my stomach. Jinchuriki are much more powerful than you think. In fact, no one actually knows how powerful a jinchuriki is, because no one has been able to push a reasonably well-trained one far enough to find their limit yet. Everyone knows that. They know the biju inside of them aren't the kindest or most stable of individuals. I suppose I could become the most powerful shinobi in the village and earn respect and acknowledgement that way, but I don't care enough about whether or not anyone respects me, and I don't need anyone's acknowledgement. I just don't want to be feared. Someone who makes it their life's work to fix people instead of break them isn't very scary, right? That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard come out of your mouth, and I was there when you convinced most of the medic class that the stars were actually suns that are a very long way away. Come on! That is true! And no one believes my real reason, so I'm trying to find one someone will actually believe. You were a medic long before the QB was sealed inside of you. I knew I was going to become a jinchuriki the moment I stepped foot in Konoha. It was only a matter of time. So what's the real reason? I don't want to kill. She snorted. That's even less believable. But look at me, am I lying? She studied me for a long time. No, you're not. Being a medic is as far as I can get from killing. That's why I'm here instead of on the front lines tearing a hole in the enemy. How is making other people better able to kill more any better? It's not. If I could, I would walk out of this village and hide myself in a cave somewhere and never have to be a part of this society again, but I can't, so I'm here saving the lives I can and mourning for those I can't. That's a lot more mature and coherent than someone your age should be capable of. I spent most of my time in pediatrics while I was working in the hospital. I could have switched to a different ward if I wanted to, but I didn't. I think you can see why. It doesn't really matter now, but I have a job to do here, Gecko-san. I go by Rabbit while in ANBU. I don't treat masks, I treat people. In here, you're Gecko Arisu. She nodded and I started with the standard questions. After I finished the diagnostics jutsu and healed her sprained wrist at her request, she left. Of the stat Kagami gave me, there were 8 people left. The next 3 people who came through had injuries similar to Roach. The next 2 had been jonin before joining ANBU, so they were in the habit of routine medical care and only had minor injuries, which didn't take long to heal. The next person was in a similar situation as the Senju I saw first, but was obviously not as good at his job, considering he had a few fresh injuries and considerably more scars. The last person surprised me. It was Rat. His real name was Uchiha Yori, the identical twin brother of the Uchiha clan head. I would never have guessed you were an Uchiha, I said as I finished up the file from the patient before him and stuffed it inside of his official file, which went into the completed patient's drawer. I scanned the Uchiha's file before switching to the medical file he handed me. I decided on ignoring the fact he had tried to usurp Sakumo as sensei and just treat him like I did all the others who came through. Do you have any current injuries? None. Do you have any pain or difficulty associated with movement? I do not. Any abnormal fatigue, loss of memory, or delayed reactions? I'm not that old. Why does everyone think that question is a poke at age? It's meant to determine if you got hit on the head too hard. I haven't been hit on the head in years. Good to know. Have you had any decline in sensory perception? I assume that question is meant to accomplish the same thing, correct? No, that question is meant to identify any specific problems that develop from things like breathing in smoke bombs or having a flash tag explode in your face. There's been no change in my senses. I'll just do a quick diagnostics jutsu and if it's all good, you'll be free to go. Thankfully, he sat down without protest and I pressed my hand against his forehead, immediately noting that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. I made a mental note to add that to his file. I was about to pull away and tell him he was free to go when something strange caught my attention. There was something odd with his blood. Is everything all right? He asked when I stepped back with a frown. I don't know. I think so. Do you bleed abnormally heavily or slowly? What does that have to do with anything? I'm not sure. Do you find yourself lightheaded occasionally, or feel like you have a hard time catching your breath? Why are you asking? I flipped open his file from the Hokage and skimmed it more carefully. There's an anomaly in your blood. From what I can tell, it's genetic. Do you have any children? No. It's strange. You're 39, correct? Yes. I can only assume it's meaningless, but can I try a more intensive diagnostics jutsu to be sure? That's fine. I sped through the hand seals of an advanced diagnostics jutsu and laid the palm of my hand over his heart and closed my eyes. I'm fairly certain it's just a genetic anomaly. If it does something, I can't figure it out. You've gone this long with it, so I assume it's fine, but if you have any children, bring them to me to figure out whether it was passed on. I have an identical twin. Does that mean he has this anomaly as well? I don't know. It depends on whether the condition was prenatal, perinatal, or postnatal. Either way, I can't do jack shit about it and there's no adverse symptoms. Just make sure you tell me if you start bleeding funny or weird things happen with your breathing. I'm going to finish my work then get some sleep because damn, you people have so many latent problems I'm exhausted just thinking about it. Get out. Boy, he snapped his jaw closed as I raised an eyebrow at him. I hope Hatake beats you to dust. Don't worry, he will. He turned on his heel and marched out, only to run into the Hokage. Sandame-sama, Rat automatically dropped to one knee. You're dismissed. As soon as Rat left, the Hokage closed the door behind him. I pretended he wasn't there as I finished the paperwork and pulled out the files with the medical editions, dropping them heavily on the desk and pushing them towards him. How was your first day? He asked neutrally. You're not here for a social visit, so cut the nonsense, I retorted sharply. The Sandame nodded and sat down on the empty corner of my desk. Paper crinkled in his pocket. I want to ask you some things. Chapter 44. I stared at the Hokage for a long time in disbelief. I want to see what your head looks like with an axe in it. I guess neither one of us gets what we want, I retorted belatedly. The Hokage was not amused, for obvious reasons. I stood and stripped off my haori, tossing it over the chair. I started to leave, but the Hokage grabbed my arm. I jerked myself free, or at least tried to. His grip was stronger than anything I could break out of without any elaborate maneuvers. Leave me alone, I snapped. Hear me out. When he was certain I wasn't going to bolt, he slowly released me. I crossed my arms and faced the door. Is that an order? I probably didn't need to load that statement with snark, but it was too late to take it back. No, it's a request, he replied, his voice surprisingly even. You have absolutely no reason whatsoever to be here, aside from micromanaging the shit out of my life. Is Sakumo not a good enough watchdog for you? You got a few thousand others willing and able to do the job. I'm certain you would prefer to deal with the middleman, and I certainly would as well. Get out. Your life is mine, boy, you would do well to remember that. I spun towards him, kunai in hand, and pressed the tip over his heart an instant before he caught my wrist and scratched my eyeball with his own kunai. I made a point not to blink until he pulled the blade away. The seals on my hands and forehead burned in warning as I leaned forward. A drop of blood slowly stained the front of his white Hokage robes. You're wrong, you're so very wrong. Faster than I could see, the Hokage disarmed me and slammed my back into the ground, one hand around my neck. I could barely pull in minuscule gulps of air. He also managed to drag me into a different room lit by security seals. Do it, I dared him, wasting what little breath I had. He dug his knee into my solar plexus as I grabbed his wrist with both hands. I want to, he snarled back, loosening his grip so I could wheeze in enough air to speak. Then why don't you? You're scared, he observed. Oh, really? What a surprise, considering I have a Kage out to get me. I had to get the sarcasm under control. No, you're scared of something else. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. You said a Kage not Hokage. You've always been willing to talk, why not now? I snapped my teeth together. You shut down when I showed you those pictures, why? He was reinforcing his arm with chakra so I couldn't break it, but I never planned to. I tightened my grip and twisted the skin of his arm in opposite directions. The Indian burn was petty and childish, but I didn't care, the satisfaction of seeing him flinch back was worth it. Getting crucified for it was much less satisfying. He literally put a kunai through the heels of both my hands and pinned them to the ground on either side of my head. There's something you know that you desperately want to hide from me. I got close to it when you brought back the Renegade boy, and it has something to do with the images the Yamanaka found in your head. He was much, much closer than I was comfortable with. Right on the mark, in fact. So what are you going to do? Torture me for it? No. I cannot afford to waste a potential resource such as yourself. I could do nothing but wait for the other shoe to drop. Slowly, the Sandaime pulled the kunai out of my hands, then stood beside me as I sat up to heal them. Only then I realized exactly how much I relied on my hands. Sure, I made an effort to avoid relying on them too much, but it was still a problem. I could barely heal with both hands injured. Frustrated, I clenched my fists and pressed them against my knees, sitting cross-legged. There isn't a threat I can make to you that you will heed. No, I can't threaten you. I snorted. So you expect me to tell you because I want to? You should have asked before you put the shitago on me. I might have considered it then. I can't threaten you, he corrected, but I can threaten your sister. I can threaten the little Nagato-chan. They haven't done anything. No, they haven't, but you have. You rat-faced, traitorous asshole. I shot to my feet and continued on that thread for a while, and he just stared at me impassively. I barely noticed or cared when the insult switched to English. All I wanted was to be back in my old body where I could tower over him, or at least have the skill to thrash him within an inch of his life. When the rant got a bit ridiculous in length, he interrupted. You've given everything, you nearly gave your life, to make sure your sister remained happy and reasonably safe. You extended that protection to Nagato-chan as well. I've been monitoring both of them very carefully. Both show tremendous potential, but unlike Minato-kun, neither of them are especially driven. Both of them train because they want their beloved Nai-san to be proud of them. That resolve stands on shaky ground when you're never there to visit, when you never really care how much they've grown as shinobi, if you're nothing more than a disgraced traitor. I flinched as the implications of the Hokage's threat began to sink in. Kushina would never believe I was a traitor. For all her impulsive, devil-may-care attitude, she was a follower, not a leader, and Nagato was too young and impressionable. He would follow her lead in attempting to defend me. Minato was as loyal as they came, but his loyalty wasn't blind. He didn't approve of my antagonistic attitude towards the Hokage and had said as much. If the Hokage declared me a traitor, Kushina would lose her best friend. The rest of the clan would lose the power of their name, most likely the goodwill of the village as well. Everything I had done for them would be for naught, the foundation of their security would be ruined. I don't need your loyalty anymore. I just need your obedience. I pressed my back to the nearest wall, trying to find a way I could mitigate the implications and deny the Hokage what he wanted. Why now? You could have made this threat at any time since I made Jinin. Why now? You've yielded to me several times before. You said you trusted Sakumo when he never squealed on me. Why now? There's no way any of it could possibly be relevant yet. Yet? You're no seer, boy. I scrambled for a way to change the subject. When I was in IWA, I had a lot of time to myself. I may not be all that great at Fuinjutsu, but that gave me plenty of time to look at the Kyuubi seal. I could break it without much effort and you wouldn't be able to stop me. The Kyuubi can be stopped. At the cost of your life, or your students'. I sincerely doubt anyone else has enough mastery of the Shiki Fujin, and none of my seals are strong enough to contain the Kyuubi. The one I used on the Hachibi is barely strong enough for the 8 tails. Do it then. Remember, you'll still be labeled a traitor. No, I won't. You would have nothing to gain from it and you would only ruin your ninja in the process. With me out of the picture, they're safe. Without warning, I jerked my shirt up to reveal the seal on my stomach while smearing the blood from the wounds on my hand over my thumb. Too late, the Hokage realized I wasn't bluffing. The shocked and terrified expression on his face was completely worth it. Before I could finish, someone's hand struck the center of my back and an overcharged version of Sakumo's lightning paralysis jutsu tore through my body. If it wasn't for the fact that the Kyuubi was straining as hard as he could against the seal, the initial electrocution would have killed me. Luckily, it wasn't fatal, but the second effect of the jutsu would last a while. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I told you we should have foregone this stupid traditional test, Sakumo growled when I collapsed to the ground, every single muscle in my body, excepting those absolutely vital to my continued existence, forcibly relaxed, completely paralyzed. Yes, you reserved the right to say so, but his loyalty needed to be determined. We all knew he would fail. He didn't even figure out it was a test. Hatake-san, I think our time would be better spent determining what to do now that he actually failed. You can't kill him. I have very good reason to. I checked, he never signed any legally binding agreement that pledged his allegiance to you or this village. Hell, the only physical connection he has to this village is through his clan, who is only a part of this village because of an agreement the Shodai made almost 50 years ago, which states that Konoha and the Uzumaki clan would never take up arms against each other and promised assistance in times of distress. If you kill him, it's murder and breaks that treaty. He is a shinobi of Konoha. Did you ever look at the agreement he signed when he became a genin? He's a shinobi of Uzushiogakure, and I believe his sister is as well. While Konoha was scrambling at the destruction of its closest ally, he was hiding in the background making sure Yuzu never died. He played the system perfectly. He somehow dug up a transfer of services agreement, which he signed in place of their shinobi contract with Konoha. I believe his sister signed a similar document. Both of them answer to you in practice, but on paper, they're ultimately loyal to Yuzu. At best, you could charge him with operating under false pretenses, and that's not something he can be executed for. When did you find this out? How did he manage it? Why did he never say anything? I discovered this when you let me read through his official file an hour ago. Uzushiogakure used the exact same documents as Konoha, the only differences are the names. From the dates on the documents, they all happened while the village was in various states of emergency. What about his sister? Damn it all. I want that whole clan in my office immediately so I can figure out how far this goes. Wake him up and bring him as well. A door slammed closed. Kagami, who I didn't even realize was in the room, started laughing. What have you been teaching your kid, Sakumo? No one has beaten him at the paperwork game since the night aim, but he helped create the system to begin with. I would never have allowed this, Sakumo snapped, beyond angry with me. He zapped me with lightning to cancel the jutsu and I could somewhat move again. Get up, you ass, he snarled at me, kicking my side just hard enough to be painful. Damn that jutsu to Tartarus. That was the wrong thing to say. Sakumo grabbed the front of my vest and slammed me against the wall so my feet dangled at least a foot off the ground, probably more, his face less than an inch away from my own. If you ever attempt, or even threaten, to release the QB again or put me in a position where I am forced to defend your life against a comrade because you screwed up, this apprenticeship is over. Am I clear? I swallowed. Yes, sir. He turned on his heel and marched out without another word. You just scared him, Kichiro, Kagami tried to reassure me, but I knocked his hand away from my shoulder before turning my back to him and pulling out the bandages that normally covered the palms of my hands to stem the bleeding. My hands were always bare when healing. No, I screwed up. I followed Sakumo out, struggling to keep up as he practically flew through the village. The second I landed in front of the Hokage tower, he vanished. I was about to step inside when a white-faced Kushina arrived, Nagato clinging tightly to her hand. I paused, waiting for them. As soon as Nagato caught sight of me, he dashed forward. I picked him up when he reached me. I got to him first, Kushina mumbled. You said no one would figure it out. I'm sorry, Kushina. I messed up. It's okay. We're going to be okay, right? You said we could get into trouble, but it was my idea, not yours. That ought to count for something, right? Ji-chan made everything official, so they can't change any of it, right? I don't know, but no matter what happens we're still gonna be a family, they can't take that away. I should have listened when you said it was a bad idea. No, I think you were right, okay? Bad idea or not, we owe it to the people who died to keep the clan alive, alright? Kushina nodded, but not quite convinced. I slipped into the bathroom on the way there and rushed to change out of my Konoha uniform. Unlike Konoha, which operated on a merit and skill-based promotion system, Yuzu's promotions were based on minimum requirements, and since Yuzu was such a small village, the bar was low. While I was in IWA, I met Yuzu's requirements for Jonin. Both of us had met Yuzu's requirements for Chunin before we made Jinin for Konoha. Nagato was already dressed in my old Jinin clothes, which were actually Yuzu's Jinin uniform. An ANBU opened the door for us. Everyone else was already there, apprehensive under the gaze of the Hokage. Fuso had pulled the children into the corner to keep them quiet. They all clung tightly to the collars of their dogs. It had only been 4 years since the destruction of Yuzu, not nearly long enough for the Hokage to forget Yuzu's uniforms. The three elders stood off his right shoulder and the entire group looked as if they were kicking themselves for not noticing. I didn't blame them. Yuzu's genin uniform, a tunic-length, sleeveless, dull green kimono and baggy, capri-length black pants, were meant to be able to pass as civilian clothing at first glance. I had worn the uniform all the time. Kushina only wore it on genin missions, but more often wore the bright yellow kimono of a similar style, which was the Chunin uniform. On the back of all uniforms, the Uzumaki symbol was sewn in black thread. Yuzu's jonin uniform, the same kimono, just a bright white, was unmistakable. Uzumaki Mito may have been a retired kunoichi, but she had still worn a full white kimono with the same pattern to remind everyone that she had been a jonin. Kushina and I took off our hitayatesh and I placed them both on the Hokage's desk. The two of you have been playing this village as a fool since the day you arrived, haven't you? The Hokage asked, his voice stiff with anger. We all knew better than to respond to that. Kichiro-kun, could you please explain how you have been in two places at once this entire day? That threw me for a loop. I glanced at Kushina in confusion. She stuffed her hand in her pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. It was the notification that one of the orphans had gone missing. I thought I found him, Kushina murmured. She then turned to the rest of the room. I believe I can explain that. Almost 2 years ago, one of the orphans Kichiro rescued from Yuzu went missing. While not operating as a kunoichi in the service of Konoha, I have been attempting to track down the missing orphan. I requested several missions from Konoha to try and find the missing Uzumaki when I discovered several other orphans had gone missing under similar circumstances from around Konoha. Nothing came of the requests, so I continued the investigation as a kunoichi of Yuzu. With a bit of dumb luck, and skills from the horrible logic puzzles Kichiro made me do every other day for a year, I deduced who was behind the kidnappings. Since Kichiro's name and reputation carries more weight than my own, I transformed into him in order to gather the solid evidence I needed to prove the individual responsible guilty. Shimura-sama caught me and proceeded to assist after I shared my findings. I had completely forgotten about the lost kid and felt horribly guilty about it. A little voice in the back of my mind told me that there was nothing I could have done, but I tamped it down alongside the guilt. I couldn't afford the distraction, not now. We will address the issue later. The child has been found. Is everyone aware of the fact that the Uzumaki clan and all of its present members are not a part of Konoha, instead they have retained their status as allies of the village? Takeshi stepped forward. Everyone is aware, Hokage-sama, including the children. Then tell me, why did you place the entire village under the impression that you were a part of Konoha? Because we saw it as the only way to ensure Konoha kept their end of the treaty. Whose idea was this? Before Kushina could open her mouth, I stepped forward. As clan head, it's my responsibility. You've come a long way for someone who tried to run off and hide under a rock because you didn't want to take care of anyone. I couldn't help but flinch at that. Kushina slid in front of me. That comment was inappropriate and cruel. The terms between our clan and Konoha are laid out in the treaty written by the Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Ashina. Kichiro and myself are currently employed by Konoha as the Uzumaki's promised wartime contribution in exchange for Konoha's protection. I barely managed to stop my mouth from hanging open. I was supposed to be the cleverer one when it came to legal stuff, but Kushina held herself and spoke like a professional. Was Uzumaki Mito aware of this? Yes, Kushina answered with certainty. She hated and feared Mito for reasons I wasn't quite sure of and too scared to ask about. I could barely imagine her voluntarily interacting with the woman, much less sharing a top-secret plan with her or even forming a plan with her. The things I needed to Kushina to tell me about was growing steadily longer. What about the Shitago? Kichiro can't knowingly lie to you, nor can he turn against this village. Your orders are a gray area. I haven't finished trying to decipher the seal. You can't force him to hand over clan or personal information. Well, that explained a number of things. I glanced down at my hands and noted that the holes the Hokage put through them went through the heel of my hand, not through the actual seal. Now that the main issue has come to light, what do you intend to do? The Sandaime addressed me. I just shrugged. The whole point of this, for me at least, was to prevent myself and Kushina from being manipulated. Once the clan is strong enough, we plan to return to Uzushiogakure and rebuild. Kushina stated. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu is extremely powerful, and once we gain enough in number, we'll be able to reactivate and sustain the defensive barriers, returning to the way things were before, with Konoha giving the Uzumaki the protection of its name and the Uzumaki supporting Konoha with Fuinjutsu and Biju hosts. No one in this village would have objected to that goal. Why keep it secret? Why didn't you authorize the use of lethal seals around our house? I wasn't entirely sure how those two things connected. I see. And how long do you expect this to take? A generation if we manage to find several more Uzumaki willing to join us who survived the massacre. Most likely, it will take 2 or 3 generations. Kichiro-kun, did you know about this? I shrugged. I stick my nose in most things Kushina gets into. No, I didn't know that any of it had gone as far as it did. I had dismissed most of it as Kushina playing at being an adult when I was still involved in her scheming, but her plans went further than I imagined. The two of you have had an Anbu guard for the majority of your time in the village. How did you slip this past them? Honestly, I have no idea how they missed it. I rolled my eyes. We didn't exactly try and keep it quiet until after we passed Konoha's Jinin test. After that, it was just a matter of not talking about it. Considering we've barely seen each other since, it wasn't exactly difficult. For the record, we never lied, we just didn't advertise the fact. All of the paperwork is in order and we left it in the public domain. The statement had the perfect balance of truth and lie. Even I had a difficult time distinguishing them. A shinobi never assumes anything, Kagami said from the door. I spun around in alarm, having completely missed his entrance, though that fact didn't exactly surprise me. All of the Uzumaki were handed their citizenship papers and told to turn them in. They never did and no one followed up. Honestly, whose idea was it to hand a bunch of orphans, never mind the assumption that they could all apparently read papers and expect them to understand them well enough to fill out? The oldest of them, Kichiro, was 7. There were assumptions made all around. Have we all learned our lesson? No one actually answered that. Hatake-san included intelligence as part of your training, Kichiro-kun. You of all people ought to have known better. The only reason Kiri made it into Uzushiogakure to destroy it was because of an information leak that came from Konoha. Everyone turned towards Nagato in alarm. He clutched at my uniform, nervous, one hand clamped over his mouth. Nagato, why do you think that? I asked tightly. A man came and told me when I trained late last night. He had papers and everything to prove it. He showed me his Sharingan to prove he was from Konoha. Was he, by any chance, wearing a mask, an orange one with a black design? How did you? Shit! 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 I freaking knew it! I slammed my hands on the Hokage's desk and spoke as quickly as I could in English, not even trying to tamp down the rising panic. Madara Uchiha is freaking alive. It's his eyes in Nagato's head and he's trying to divide Konoha and the Uzumaki, specifically Nagato. I held eye contact until I was certain he got the gist of the message, even if he didn't understand the actual message, just the names. So he is alive, the Sandaime pinched the bridge of his nose. Did he have anything to do with what we discussed earlier? How the hell am I supposed to know? Victim, remember? Nissan, what are you talking about? This is so far above your clearance level, Kushina, it's not even funny. Nagato, if the information leak actually existed, it was a tragic mistake that a ton of people could be blamed for, but assigning blame solves absolutely nothing because there's nothing that can be done to change the past. The man you met is trying to turn you against the entire world. The Sharingan can be transplanted, in fact, it is a rather simple procedure, so there's no way to tell if the man you met is actually an Uchiha, it just means that they're good at scavenging a battlefield or jinjutsu or both. Don't trust anything he says, that goes for everyone. He is probably the most dangerous person you'll ever meet. The Hokage finished for me. The matter of the Uzumaki clan status will be left alone and the documents classified. Kushina-chan, you will remain as acting Konoha Chunin. Everything will continue as it has. Nagato-chan, Kichiro-kun, and my advisors remain. The rest of you are dismissed, the Sandaime concluded. Kushina sent me a worried glance as ISE put a hand around her shoulders and pulled her out after everyone else. The second they were gone, I turned to the Hokage. Don't freak out, it'll only be for a second. I took a step away from Nagato and drew on the Kyuubi's chakra to heal my hands and identify everyone in the room. Before the chakra faded, the Hokage activated the security seals, the extremely powerful Uzumaki-made seals, and the entire room lit up with chakra, brighter than the sun, blinding my chakra sense. Ow! I protested, rubbing my eyes as the chakra overload made me actually see spots. Okay, I know you did that on purpose, while tactically sound, give me some warning next time. Ow! I didn't know sensing could be overloaded like that. This isn't a joke, boy. Danzo snapped at me. I ignored him and sat Nagato down in the nearest chair, pressing my hand to his forehead with a jutsu meant to identify the presence of a jinjutsu. Luckily, everyone present knew better than to disturb a medic. If it wasn't for the fact that I knew there had to be a jinjutsu on Nagato and spent 5 times as long on the jutsu quadruple checking his entire chakra system for it, I would have missed it. It was extremely subtle. Alright, Nagato, I need you to answer as truthfully as possible. Ignore everyone else in the room and just focus on me. I waited for his full attention to focus on me. Do you trust me? He opened his mouth to respond automatically. Why? No, I want you to think about it first and decide if you really trust me. He stopped to consider it, closing his eyes. Yes, I trust you completely. Okay. There's a jinjutsu that's affecting a specific part of your brain that processes emotions. You don't have enough chakra control to remove it yourself, so that means I'm going to have to do it. It's not pleasant, okay? Are you ready? I pressed my hand against either side of his head. When he nodded, I tossed a knot of chakra through his head. His face twisted with pain, so I hurried to check for any more jinjutsus. The Hokage had started to explain the situation to the rest of those present and was nearly done by the time I finished. I think the most pressing question is how the boy knows for certain that it is Uchiha Madara and was able to identify him. I read a book before I came to Konoha. It was reliable, so don't even go Kichiro is nuts. That's all I'm willing to share on the matter. To my surprise, the Hokage stopped Danzo from attacking the fact. I'm certain this book is what would have happened if I didn't survive the destruction of Yuzu. When no one stopped me, I sat down and pulled Nagato into my lap. I needed something solid to hold on to. I'll tell this chronologically, it'll make more sense. I'm not exactly sure how many years ago, but a very long time ago, the Sage of Six Paths defeated and became the jinchuriki of the Jubi, which was enslaving the world in something called the Infinite Tsukuyami. When he realized that Jubi would be released upon his death, he split it up into the 9 Biju we know today. He sealed the body of the Jubi into the moon. I'm pretty sure there's more to that part of the story, but that's all I remember. Either way, the sage had the Rinnegan, which is related to the Sharingan. He had 2 sons. Nisan, Kushina already told me this story, Nagato interrupted. Yes, but not everyone has heard the story and it's all relevant. Be patient. I took a deep breath and continued. The sage had 2 sons, Indra and Ashura, the forerunners of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. In short, Indra inherited the Sharingan from his father, and as the older, more powerful of the 2 brothers, he was practically a shoo-in to be the sage's successor. Ashura was instead appointed the successor, because, you know, friendship and all that stuff. Indra wasn't happy and their disagreements carried on to the subsequent generations. The Uchiha and Senju have been fighting ever since while the Uzumaki just went off and did their own thing, avoiding becoming a part of the clan wars. No wars meant less shinobi. Less shinobi and less fighting meant less dying, and the Uzumaki clan got big enough to set up its own village long before the Shodai was born. Ironic that the clan with the most volatile emotions was the most peaceful, Kagami snorted. Ironic, maybe, but not unreasonable. The Uzumaki are much more open and honest, so with less deception, their disagreements were much shorter and fewer grudges were held. Fuinjutsu takes a lot of time and energy. Why should the clan put any of that time and energy towards a war when they could put it towards making things make big entertaining booms and scaring everyone else away from their apparently contagious insanity? Nagato quickly stifled his giggle. Back on topic. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were basically the Indra and Ashura of their generation. Everything started out happy-ish, they made peace, had a falling out, made peace again, you know, the usual brother thing, which led up to the "Why are we listening to a stupid history lesson from this pipsqueak?" one of the elders, Hamura, snapped. I rolled my eyes. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. If you want the explanation, you listen to the whole thing or I walk out that door right now. There's no need for that, the Hokage quickly intervened. Miyokado-san, if you are unwilling to listen, you may leave knowing that everything discussed here is of more secrecy than the incident. If not, keep your opinions to yourself until they are asked for. From the way their shoulders drooped, I found myself curious about said incident. I began. I don't care who you are, I swear you will not survive the conclusion of that question, Danzo snapped at me. Anyways, everything led up to the final battle between Madara and the Shodai at the Valley of the End. Somehow, Madara survived the battle and has hated Konoha ever since, but never gave up his ideals for peace, perverted as they are. Remember how I mentioned the infinite Tsukuyomi before? Well, Madara wishes to enslave the world with it again in order to force peace. In order to do that, he needs to recreate the Jubi. Apparently, the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, which I thought was unrelated until now, had something to do with it. Chapter 45. I let them think on that for a little bit. That thinking quickly turned into a battle of wills between the Hokage and Danzo. If that was all there was to it, you would have no objection to sharing how you came across this information, the Hokage said once Danzo backed down from the silent argument. There are currently equally pressing matters that I need to attend to. This meeting has already taken far longer than intended. We will continue this tomorrow evening. Until then, Kagami will take you back to Anbu. Nagato-chan will accompany you. Considering the situation, he will join you in Anbu. I glared at the Hokage. Unless you have an alternate way to both protect and train the child, my decision is final. Kagami grabbed both of us by the arm, and after a quick shunshin, dropped us in front of the new room I shared with Roach and disappeared without another word. Roach may only have been 13, but he was an established ANBU agent, so I respectfully knocked on the door. After a few seconds, it opened to reveal Roach looking exceedingly bored. He opened his mouth to ask about Nagato, thought better of it, then returned to his desk in the middle of the room to glare at the stack of paperwork. Why do we have to write reports for successful Scorched Earth missions? There's nothing left to report on. He didn't miss it when I flinched at the casual mention of where it was likely 100 people or more had died. Sorry, that was a crass thing to say in front of a newbie. I have training to do. I ignored him as he left and closed the door behind me, let go of Nagato, and dumped my weapons in the locker. The boy dogged my steps anyways. I didn't care. A little bit of searching turned up 2 pairs of shorts to sleep in, as well as several nightshirts. I tossed the shorts with the drawstring and the slightly smaller shirt at Nagato in exchange for the small handful of weapons he had, which I put in the locker. While he changed, I went into the bathroom and stood in front of the sink to take the bandages off my hands and wash away the blood dried on them. I changed into the shorts, but before I put the shirt on, I noticed that I hadn't put my sticks in the locker with the rest of my weapons. Nissan? Nagato asked cautiously from the doorway as I stared at them. 2 sticks couldn't do squat against Madara. He had already started trying to mold Nagato to his will, which meant he was still watching Nagato. I wasn't paranoid. On missions, the only reason I slept wearing my weapons was because Sakumo made me. The only time I carried them was for training or when I was outside the village. Nissan. Nagato yanked on my arm so hard I nearly toppled over. I'm sorry, what do you need? You weren't answering. I'm sorry, Nagato, I'm listening now, what do you need? I crouched so I could look him in the eye. He studied me carefully. You're hurting. I'll be fine, Nagato, you don't have to. Stop it! Stop it! He shrieked at me, tears dripping down his face. The masked man, he wasn't all wrong. My heart stopped. How can you defend Konoha when all it does is hurt you? Nagato. Stop it! Stop pretending that everything is okay. It's not okay. Nagato looked down at my chest. The Kyuubi seal stood out against my stomach and the shitago on the center of my chest. I reached out to placate him, but he just grabbed my wrist and shifted his gaze to the seal there and the new scar on the heel of my hand. My shoulders drooped and I dropped to my knees in front of him. What do you expect me to say? I asked quietly, staring at his bare feet. The truth. I laughed humorlessly. You don't want to hear the truth, you wouldn't understand it. It would only hurt you too. Try me, he challenged. I nearly exploded at him, but I managed to bring myself under control just in time. I don't want you hurting anymore, Nissan. You're a good kid, you know that? I couldn't look at him, but I tipped my head back to look at the ceiling. Nissan, I stood up, cutting him off and pulled on the shirt. I'm not sure how to explain it. I quickly folded my uniform and dodged past Nagato to fold his as well and place them side by side on the desk in similar piles. I don't want you to be alone anymore. He dogged my steps. I'm not alone, Nagato, you're right here with me. I reached out to ruffle his hair, but he knocked my hand away. That's not what I mean. What do you mean? You're always doing everything by yourself. You don't even try and make any friends. You need friends. I have. Family doesn't count, neither does Hatake-sensei because you have to like us and spend time with us. I like and spend time with Minato. Yeah, but Tachan says he and Kushina are joined at the hip so it doesn't count. I laughed. They're the perfect pair, aren't they? You're changing the subject. I am. Why do you have to be so goddamn smart? You don't have to worry about me. I promise, okay? No! Nagato. Stop it! Stop what? Everything's just wrong. That's not true. The masked man, he told me that Konoha would only keep hurting you, that you couldn't do anything but just take it because if you tried to stop it, they would only hurt you more. Every time you tell them they're wrong, they'll refuse to listen and keep hurting you and hurting you and hurting you and it's wrong. Why do you keep trying to defend it? Tell me, if everything is as messed up as you claim, what should I do about it? Fight back. You never fight back. You only talk and talk and talk and no one ever listens. Make them listen. Fight back. He screamed the last sentence. I forced out as much killing intent as I could muster. Faster than Nagato could react, I struck him in the center of his chest with an open palm. Before he could take a step back, I swept his feet out from underneath him, grabbed him around the neck and slammed him into the stone floor, careful not to give him a concussion. I fought back. Now tell me exactly what that accomplished. Am I wrong or am I right? I tightened my grip on his neck so he couldn't make a sound. How certain is that faith you had in me earlier? Is it shaky yet? Broken? I released his neck to press my fingers against his temples. Nagato tried to jerk away, but I had already temporarily blinded him and his throat was too sore for him to speak. I jerked back and Nagato scrambled to his feet, backing away. You're crippled, blind, I hissed in his ear and used a chakra scalpel to draw a thin scratch the length of his forearm. You can't shout for help. Faster than he could track, I hissed in his other ear and broke his little finger. You have to listen to me, I breathed in his face. He tried to jerk backwards, but his back hit the wall. Does this make me right? I dropped the killing intent and grabbed the hand with the finger I just broke and fixed it. Nagato tried to flinch away, but he was still shaky from the fright. A minute later, I finished healing the damage I had just dealt and left Nagato standing against the wall to sit down at the desk, my head in my hands. It took a while, but eventually, Nagato approached me and knelt beside me. He tugged at my shirt, but I ignored him, not moving. Nissan? I hummed acknowledgement. The masked man said you were angry, sad, and scared, but you aren't, are you? Sad and scared, yes. Angry, no. How can you not be angry? Nagato shot to his feet and grabbed my shoulders. He would have shaken me if I hadn't grabbed his wrists to stop him. They hurt you. Over and over they hurt you. They deserve your anger, you deserve to hurt them back. No. I said sharply. Why? Nagato wailed. If I get angry, if I hurt everyone for every hurt they cause me, am I any better than they are? All that does is continue the cycle of what is wrong with this world. Justice is one thing. Revenge is much different. Nagato slowly let go of me, but I didn't release him. If you hold yourself to a higher standard, others will follow. You're not the only person who's sick of the way the world works right now, but all they need is a leader, someone they can look up to and follow, someone who's willing to lose in order to lead. I'm not a leader, Nagato. I can't find it in myself to truly care about people I don't know or like. I just do my duty the best I can. I waited for it to sink in. When his chin stiffened in resolve and he scrubbed the tear streaks away, I finished. It's late and we both need sleep. Are there any other pressing questions? Why? Why what? Why did the Hokage tell me to stay? Why did the masked man come to me? I hesitated, trying to find a nice way to put it. Eventually, I settled on the straight truth. To put it bluntly, your eyes are not your own. Someone replaced your eyes with a dormant Rinnegan. I'm convinced it was Uchiha Madara, the masked man who visited you. I don't want, Nagato exploded and reached up about to claw his eye out. I barely managed to keep my grip on his wrists before he could follow through with the action. After a bit of struggling, he slumped to his knees. Why me? Maybe it was because you were young, obviously shinobi material, your parents were civilians, and you were an Uzumaki, so you would almost certainly be able to survive it if you activate the dojutsu. Maybe Madara has a base, or lives near AIM. Maybe you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know. I don't want some traitor's eyes. I don't care how powerful they are. Take them out. No. Should Madara succeed at whatever he's attempting to do, the power of the Rinnegan might be the only thing able to stop him. Then give them to someone else. He started struggling again, but I was much stronger than him, at least for the time being. No, I maintained. You're one of the very few people I can trust with that kind of power, okay? He jerked against me, trying to throw me off the chair, but I had chakra and 20 pounds on him. He still nearly pulled me off, considering I was underweight from my time in IWA and getting severely injured on top of it. Finally, he gave up and conceded. I picked him up and tossed him on the bed and turned off the light. I flopped down beside him and let him curl against my side. It didn't take Nagato long to fall asleep, but even though I knew I should have been exhausted, I lay there staring at the indecipherable graffiti on the underside of Roach's bunk. Sometime in the middle of the night, Roach returned, quietly announcing himself and locking the door behind him. I barely felt the bunk move as he swung himself up and flopped down. Go to sleep, newbie, or you won't be able to keep up tomorrow. He advised softly. Whatever Hatake had you doing before will be a cakewalk in comparison to the hell you're getting here. The baby has the right idea. He's the same age you were when you joined, I retorted. And he's only here because it's too dangerous for him anywhere else. Yeah, but he's probably more prepared than you. The man that's been training him is former ANBU. I had him for a few months, and that was before they retired him and he had missions to exhaust him beforehand. Seriously, though, go to sleep, I'll keep watch if it makes you feel better. Straight face. Too soon, Roach poked me in the shoulder, waking me instantly. Breakfast starts in 5. I put your uniforms and armor out on top of your dresser. There's 2 storage seals on your desk for your training stuff. I shook Nagato awake and rolled out of the bed to get dressed. Nagato followed without much trouble, though I did have to switch his shoes when he put them on the wrong feet and Roach had to put the boy's armor on for him after watching him struggle for several minutes. Nagato stayed as close to me as he could without appearing overly clingy. Roach dragged us through the breakfast line and over to a table with the twins I had met the day before. Is he your little brother? One of them squealed unexpectedly. Nagato nearly dropped his plate in alarm, trying to hide behind me. Is she your sister? I rolled my eyes. They laughed and dug into the breakfast. Eat, I poked Nagato while inhaling my own food. I had a feeling he only did so because I told him to. 10 minutes later, Sakumo opened the door. Everyone under 16 on training ground 0 in 8 minutes. He announced. Roach and the twins groaned while another small figure jumped up and hurried our way. Who challenged you this time? He slid into the seat beside Roach. The new arrival looked to be about 14. I challenged Uzumaki in taijutsu and weapons, one of the twins answered, then clarified, the original, not the doppelganger. I'm sorry, what? I asked in alarm. Every Wednesday is challenge day, the boy who just sat down explained. When your week comes up, you can challenge anyone you want in any skill or pass it on to the next person. There's no need to look so apprehensive, it's just for fun. Roach has been reigning champion in everything since before I got here. Occasionally, the general even lets him challenge the older teens. I'm Toad, by the way. Who's the little one? My brother, Nagato, I answered when Nagato's grip on my shirt tightened and he didn't answer for himself. Nice to meet you. Anyways, we better get going. Yo, ankle biter. He shouted across the room. You still owe me big, so clean up this table, please and thank you. Bastard. The response came from across the room. And proud of it. Hop to. He turned back to us. Roach was already standing up, so Toad grabbed my arm and the arm of one of the twins and started tugging us out the door. Come on, Uzumaki. Everyone wants to see how the legendary Hatake student stacks up. Come on. I'm a medic. I protested, barely managing to catch Nagato's hand as we were pulled along. No one cares. Medic means no combat. Sucks to be you. 2 minutes later, we arrived at what I assumed to be the training ground in the middle of a courtyard. Weapons out, Kichiro, Sakumo ordered coldly. You're facing one of the twins. You have 3 minutes to prepare. No jutsu, we're using the QB. If you last 10 minutes, everything is fair, but you're still not allowed to use the QB. Understood. I pulled out the storage seal and donned my pouch of senbon, as well as my sticks. Before I stepped out onto the field where the twin I was facing was waiting, Sakumo handed me his botkin I occasionally trained with. I shook out my cold muscles and loosened them with a bit of medical chakra. You should be able to keep up with her in speed. In straight taijutsu, she uses an advanced, personalized form of the academy style. She's been training with the katana for a few months, and certainly hasn't earned a blade yet. She's just as deceptive as you when it comes to using tricks to win. On paper, you should be able to beat her, but she has 10 times the amount of field combat experience. Any questions? How much does she know about me? She knows you're extremely well-rounded in taijutsu and you can be brutal with those sticks and the botkin if pushed to it. Most of her information is outdated, but she knows she can't compete with you in ninjutsu or fuinjutsu, her reserves are still too small. I don't know about jinjutsu. She is also aware that you're as tricky as her when it comes to distractions and misdirection. Beyond that, I can't be sure. Her sensei specializes in stealth, so she has to go for a reasonably quick win. How's her stamina? She may be young, but she's still ANBU. I'm not sure exactly how hard you trained in IWA, but I'm pretty sure she can outlast you in taijutsu if it comes to it. She can't, no teenager could outlast me in anything. Should I try for a quick win or push the match to the point where I can use jutsu? That's entirely your call. Sakumo took a step back as I secured the botkin on my back the same way Sakumo wore his saber. I walked out onto the field, slightly distracted by the full gloves on my hands. I attached several senbon to the bottom of my shoes with chakra under the thin guise of wiping off the dust from the soles for better traction. He's a rookie, Kyo, a man called out from the opposite side of the training ground. If you don't win this, you're in for hell later. He your sensei? I asked as we met in the middle. Yeah. Good luck. I settled into my purposefully improper starting stance. Whenever you're ready. How did you make Chinen with a stance like that? Medic, I shrugged and barely managed to dodge her first punch. I played the evasion game, trying to get a decent feel for her style before engaging. She was extremely patient, though after the first minute of not landing a single punch and me not throwing a single strike, she did start to get a little frustrated and upped the speed enough that I could barely keep up. When it was nearing the 2nd-minute mark, she finally managed to force me into a position where I was forced to block her elbow on a collision course with my neck. I retaliated with a half-hearted strike towards her side with an open palm. She grabbed my wrist before it could land, confused at my sudden lack of speed and strength, but I grabbed her back and swung down, forcing her to compensate and letting me use her as a temporary swing. I flew behind her and tossed several senbon towards the backs of her knees as I passed. Only one landed as I rolled back to my feet. She yanked it out and tossed it to the side, shaking the pain out of her leg. First blood and first hit goes to Kichiro, Sakumo announced dully. Kyo and I started to circle each other. You're good, she commented. I froze as my leg brushed against a piece of ninja wire. Shit. I walked right into her wire trap that I had no clue when or how she set it up, the ends of the wire wrapped tightly in her fists. Yield. She smirked at me. I glanced around the wires, cataloging the pattern, trying to find the points it would unravel at. Kichiro, yield, it's not worth, Sakumo tried to warn me, but I had already committed to my next move. It was the perfect trap, but she forgot to cover one escape route, directly up. She saw it the instant my feet left the ground and tried to tighten the trap, but I was already out. 3 kunai went flying through the critical points of the deadly web and the entire thing collapsed by the time I landed. I am going to kill that boy, Sakumo growled from the sidelines, but he didn't stop the match. My escape wasn't entirely bloodless and the wires had given me an impressive cut on the back of my right wrist, the joint of my right shoulder, and the inside of my left knee. The one on my shoulder was obviously the worst and my right arm was almost entirely out of commission for it. Up! I chirped, pointing to the sky above her. It was the oldest trick in the book and she fell for it just long enough for me to sweep her legs out from underneath her and send her sprawling on her butt. The combination of injuries meant I had no choice but to draw the bakken with my left hand. I had already lost and everyone knew it, but I was definitely going to make her earn the win. While my bakken was slightly longer than the standard tanto, hers was as long as a full-size katana. I was ambidextrous, most ninja had to be. Wielding dual sticks meant that I had to be equally skilled to avoid giving an obvious opening, but my left was nowhere near as refined as my right. As long as I stuck to standard katas, I would be just fine, but katas never won fights. I just couldn't force my left hand to deviate smoothly enough to be effective. The more frustrated I got, the looser the QB's seal became. Shit! I snarled when I felt the chakra start to escape the seal. Luckily, Kyo sensed something was wrong and didn't press the advantage. When the bakken fell from my hand and I stumbled back. Stupid fox, I grumbled, falling to my knees. You can beat that little brat. If you were paying attention, it's taijutsu and weapons only and I was specifically forbidden from using your chakra. Now back off. What happened to freeing the Biju? Showing up in a spar against a little girl is only going to hurt your case. I am the great QB. I shouldn't be required to. Oh, shut it. I already know it's unfair, so preaching to me won't change anything. They have to trust me before they can trust you, and I'm working on building that trust. They fear you, I know you can sense it right now. Even your sensei. Look at Nagato. He's not scared of me. Shit, he's coming this way. I held up a hand to stop him, which probably looked freaky while doubled over and my eyes squeezed shut. That boy is a pain. Shut up and go back to sleep or whatever you do inside the seal before I have to threaten you. Gradually, the QB subsided. I stood up. It's all good now. Well, at least the wound on my arm had started to clot. I'm ready to continue. Instead of approaching to regain the bakken, I pulled out my sticks and scowled at my injured arm when the muscles wouldn't support it properly. I probably should have started with the sticks since I trained my left hand more with them, but I couldn't change that now. Time? 4 minutes left until everything is on the table, she supplied. I set my feet defensively as she lunged. With my sticks, it was easier to keep up and I didn't have to move as much, though Sakumo could probably lecture me about staying in one place too long. She weighed more than me, even though she was a year younger, and had the advantage of all her limbs working properly. It was only a matter of time before she took advantage of it. Sure enough, with 2 minutes left, she closed in and I took the opportunity to fling the senbon from my feet. I expected them to either land or distract her long enough for me to counter and force space. I did not expect her to know they were coming and leap over them while catching my counterstrike with her bare hand. I could feel the bones of her hand shatter through the wood, but she still managed to hold onto the stick and land on my chest with both feet, knocking me flat on my back and holding a kunai to my neck. I froze. Kyo wins, Sakumo announced. She stepped off me, her bakken falling to the ground as she cradled her injured hand, tears in her eyes. Sakumo grabbed my good arm and pulled me to my feet while the girl's sensei pulled her aside. Twice you relied on the senbon, and twice she beat it. Keep that in mind. Now fix your shoulder. It only took a few seconds to close the wound on my shoulder. I made a motion towards the girl, but Sakumo stopped me. "She's hurt," I protested. "She knows better than to take a hit like that on purpose." He pulled me off the field. "Toad and ankle biter, you're facing Kyo next. Toad, ninjutsu only, ankle biter, taijutsu. Kyo, no restrictions. She can't fight like that," I insisted as Sakumo shoved me down on a bench. I stood right back up. "This is Anbu, kid. In the field she doesn't have a medic to run to when she's injured, so she has to figure out a way around it. She's just a kid. That's why we have this training, so she can learn to handle it in the field. I'm a medic and I'm standing right here. She's only going to get hurt even more facing two people. Shut up and sit down, Kichiro. The only reason we're doing this training is because you're here. Because you're in ANBU now, we have access to more training methods than we would otherwise. That's just cruel. Again, I remind you, this is ANBU. Win or lose, she and her sister will be you and Nagato's next opponents and everything will be game except the QB." He slammed my Bakken and my sticks into my stomach. "Behind you, there's a closet with weapons. Get Nagato and find him something he can use. A handful of kunai isn't going to do him any good. Those girls won't go easy on you, and they're going to target him to get to you." Sakumo motioned Nagato over from where he stood beside the one-legged man I recognized from when I enlisted the retired shinobi to help train the academy students. He took Nagato's hand and pulled him over. "He feels like he owes you one for giving him something the Hokage denied him in his retirement, so once he egged his first 3 students onto Jinin, he took Nagato under his wing," Sakumo explained. Nagato hugged me around my waist as soon as he was close enough. Sakumo started the next match while I led Nagato into the room Sakumo indicated. Chapter 46. "I know you use kunai, but is there anything else?" I asked Nagato as I quickly located 2 standard pouches of kunai and attached them to the back of his uniform. "Senbon, like you, but I'm not very good." "Do you use them while fighting?" "Distractions, mostly." "Okay, I'm assuming you still use the long metal style instead of my small ones, right?" "Yeah." I pulled the correct pouch down and attached it to his thigh. "Anything else?" "I don't use a lot of taijutsu, mostly ninjutsu." "Frontlines ninjutsu or support?" "Sensei says my reserves aren't big enough for frontline ninjutsu yet." "Any elemental stuff yet?" "Just 1 water jutsu." "What level of fuinjutsu are you at?" "Level 8. "Have you gone over joint sealing yet?" He nodded. "Okay, here's what we're going to do. Straight face." Nagato and I only had 5 minutes to figure out our strategy before Toad managed to trap Kyo between 2 walls of earth, forcing her to yield with several cuts and bruises to show for it. Her sensei came on the field to bandage the cuts before leaving her and her sister to face me and Nagato, shoved onto the field by Sakumo. "Nisan, are you sure it's going to work? If all else fails, it'll be impossible for them to counter. But I've never tried this before. That's why it's the 4th backup plan. Backup plans are for if the original plan doesn't work, not for counting on the original plan to fail. I tell this to Minato all the time, if you don't believe it's going to work, it's never going to work." "Are you sure?" "I'm absolutely positive." "Okay. Kichiro, you are not allowed to use the QB and no one is allowed to kill. Whenever you're ready, begin," Sakumo announced. Nagato hovered just off my left elbow and out of my sight as I settled into my starting stance. Kyo lunged towards me. I ducked under her first strike and Nagato jumped onto my shoulders. I launched him as high as I could into the air, careful to keep my feet planted on the ground. Nagato spun uncontrollably on the way up. I waited until Kyo's sister leapt after him. Nagato stabilized his flight enough to block several kunai chasing him and retaliate with a dozen of his own, interspersed with nearly invisible senbon. She blocked them all, but missed my senbon flying in from her blind spot. "My!" Kyo shouted a warning. I cursed under my breath as she managed to block all my senbon chasing after her. "Suetun, Mizurapa!" Nagato shouted, dousing the entire area with a giant mass of water, knocking me out of the air. I swore. Nagato used far too much chakra in that jutsu. Coming down, he was not in good shape. Sakumo is going to kill me for trying this. I muttered to myself before I slammed my hands into the ground, sucking the twins up to their necks. I flashed through the hand seals for a jutsu I had seen Sakumo use once. It was supposed to skewer an enemy, but I used a sloppy, half-formed version on myself to launch me into the air to intercept an unconscious Nagato. I grabbed him and hit the wall about 20 yards above the ground. The twins managed to escape, at least one of them, and helped the other out, while throwing at least 30 kunai at me. I jumped up to avoid them. I yield! I shouted and slid back down the wall. The second my feet hit the ground, I noticed the twins running towards me. What the hell? I growled. He's out, I yield. I shunshined across the training field, nearly slamming into a wall, still unable to control the damn jutsu. The twins just turned around and sprinted towards me. I laid Nagato on the ground and stood up. When they didn't stop, I pulled out the Kyuubi's chakra in full force. Stand down! I ordered, my voice deeper and louder with the Kyuubi's influence. Stand down! Nagato-sensei and Sakumo echoed me, quickly followed by several others. They stopped in their tracks. The second I was sure they wouldn't attack, I tamped down the Biju chakra and knelt beside Nagato, my hands glowing with healing chakra. I knelt there for nearly an hour treating Nagato for chakra exhaustion. The majority of my efforts went towards keeping his organs functioning until his body could replenish enough chakra to stabilize him by itself. Chakra exhaustion was, in my opinion, the most dangerous part of being a shinobi. It was the primary reason training alone was frowned upon, and solo missions were rare. For a medic, it was one of the most difficult treatments to administer. Normally, life support consisted of keeping the heart beating and the lungs breathing. With chakra exhaustion, it meant that there wasn't any chakra to keep any of the organs functioning. Depending on the severity, a medic had to not only keep the patient's heart beating and them breathing, but they needed to keep the very cells of their patient functioning. Chakra kept the entire world alive. Luckily, Nagato hadn't used up so much chakra that I had to keep his cells alive, but I had to make sure his organs didn't accidentally shut down. It took all my concentration. Distantly, someone tried to get my attention several times, but I determinedly ignored them. I also determinedly ignored my hands, which were definitely trembling from the adrenaline and the difficulty of the treatment. Not for the first time, I wished I had Naruto's ability to bullshit the rules of the world. Only the most highly trained medics were able to share chakra with another person, but even then, they could only share chakra with a parent, sibling, or child without poisoning their patient, even that was only in a limited amount. I could give Kushina a chakra transfusion, but since I had to go back 8 generations in the Uzumaki family tree to find a connection between mine and Nagato's genetics, it was nowhere near close enough, even though any full-blooded Uzumaki had compatible chakra for sealing projects. Needless to say, the Uzumaki clan was impossibly huge before its destruction. If the clan records were accurate, there was nearly 2,000 people inside of Uzu at the time of its destruction. Almost all of them were Uzumaki, maybe 100 or 200 people who married into the clan, work jobs the Uzumaki didn't care to or couldn't fill, or were traveling through the village. The Uchiha clan, the largest clan in Konoha, possibly the largest clan in the shinobi nations excluding the Uzumaki, had less than 500 members at its peak, which was just before the Second Shinobi World War began. I estimated there was about 100,000 people living in Konoha and only about half of those belonged to a clan. About a quarter of the population belonged to a shinobi clan, that is, a clan with more than 70% of their population active, in training, or retired shinobi. The average civilian clan had about 5% of their members in the shinobi corps. Before the war, there was about 15,000 shinobi ranked shinin and above. I doubted half of that number were still alive. It was impossible to tell how many people were projected to join the shinobi corps, since the academy was only for kids who were either part of their clan's leading families and attending as a formality to place the clan's future leaders in the public eye, or had no family to train them to the point where they could pass the Genin test. In peacetime, almost 200 kids passed the Genin test every year. In wartime, it was less than half of that, even with the relaxed standards. The group of Genin I had briefly led was probably the most recent batch of graduates, with the clan Genin held back for political purposes. When Nagato somewhat regained consciousness, I finally finished the treatment by knocking him unconscious. My head ached as I glanced over the rest of the training ground. Senseis and their students had broken off for individual training. There was a total of 8 ANBU members present under the age of 15, not including Nagato and myself. I was sure only Roach, the twins, and one other were younger than 14. Nagato-sensei and Sakumo were discussing something in undertones a few feet away. Sakumo was first to notice I had finished healing. They each grabbed one of my arms and set me with my back against the wall. Sakumo crouched in front of me, frowning. "How are you feeling?" "Nagato will be awake in a few hours and he should be back to normal by tonight, if tired." "I didn't ask about Nagato, I asked about you." "Headache. A really bad headache. That technique was supposed to be done with 3 people minimum, but I can handle the chakra cost." "Can you fix the headache?" "Not really supposed to treat my own head. I just need to rest for a little while, too much medic jutsu." "Fine then, I'll take it easy on you." "Exactly how many times, total, have you attempted Doton, Genchuso?" "You know I can't remember jutsu names for shit." "The jutsu you use to help launch yourself into the air." Sakumo clarified. Once." "I see. I've seen you manipulate wind like a genius, for the most part, you know what you're doing and I don't have a legitimate complaint since I doubt you would hurt yourself. Straight manipulation of your elemental affinity is one thing, straight manipulation of any element, I can let slide. Attempting extremely lethal jutsu on yourself in a spar for a non-lethal purpose, especially when it's not your natural affinity, could quite possibly be the stupidest thing I've seen or heard of you doing." "Enough, I know it was stupid, but it was the only thing with hand seals I could think of. It takes too long to try and manipulate an element without hand seals, especially when I've never done it before." Sakumo considered my answer. "Think of something better, and quick." I thought for a minute. "Of the elemental jutsu you've taught me, how many did I actually manage to create in a shape that resembled what it was supposed to look like on the first try, or even the 100th try?" "None of them. The water jet thing that I do is supposed to be in the shape of a dragon and I still haven't gotten it, because I spent so much time on making wind blades. I just suck at shape manipulation, so the deadly spiky part of the earth jutsu would be far beyond my proven capabilities." "Better. How's your stamina?" "I spent most of my time on strength and stamina while I was in IWA. I need to work on skill more than anything in order to catch up since I couldn't exactly work on jutsus in an enclosed space." "At least you learned something." "Up, it's past time to start." I stood up without complaint and Sakumo led me to the center of the training ground. The entire place was as big as a football field, which made it ideal for practicing larger jutsu. "Make a tornado." "I'm sorry, what?" I gaped at him. I had never even considered attempting something like that. "Make a tornado. Not a full-size one, obviously, not even the Hokage can control the weather, but one just big enough to lead you in the center. Try not to make it taller than the buildings. There's no need to risk catching anyone in it." I studied Sakumo for a minute to make sure he was actually serious before closing my eyes. "Hatake, are you sure the newbie can?" Nagato-sensei said apprehensively. "He can, it's just a matter of actually trying." Sakumo said the last 2 words pointedly my way. I'm going. I insisted. I started at my feet and slowly started to swirl the air, before expanding it upwards. Even with the QB, there's no way the kid has enough chakra to sustain. Just watch. Anything else was drowned out by the roaring of the wind in my ears as the air swirled around me. Once I got it spinning fast enough, it was almost self-sustaining. Unfortunately, it made me extremely dizzy. When I started to stagger to one side, I immediately cut the chakra to the miniature, 10-foot-tall tornado. I staggered out of the jutsu feeling like I had 6 too many drinks. Luckily, I didn't puke as Sakumo collected what had to amount to a lot of money from the other sensei. "I ought to get some of that," I grumbled, as my equilibrium refused to return and I fell into one of the people who had been watching. They put a hand on my shoulder to steady me. "Holy shit, kid. How can you do that and still lose to Kyo?" I couldn't identify the man I had fallen against. It was a no ninjutsu spar, remember? It's hard to bullshit something I'm not allowed to use. A few seconds later, I was swarmed by a bunch of preteen ninja demanding details. "What hand seals did you use? Can you do it again? You have to teach me how to do that. What's the name of that jutsu? Can you do anything else like that? That is the biggest jutsu I've ever seen. Did Hatake teach you? You look really green. How do you control that much at once? You have to show us again. How long did it take you to learn that? What's your affinity? Seriously, what's the name of the jutsu? Alright, given space, something like that isn't exactly easy. Sakumo finally finished collecting his winnings and rescued me, holding me upright against his side. First, who can tell me what Kichiro did? Toad, go ahead. It was definitely a winjutsu. It has to be A rank at the very least considering how big it was. It definitely looked like a tornado, but there's no way I was gonna get close enough to be sure. You're right, it was a tornado. What are the effects and purpose of the jutsu on an enemy or the surroundings? Thing 2. It tore up the ground and sprayed dirt everywhere, so it could be used to blind an enemy, and considering the speed the air was spinning, I doubt any projectile weapons could have made it through, so it's defensive in that aspect. It could be a power deterrent to avoid further confrontation, but jutsus like that tend to have more flash and less power. Presumably, it would send an enemy flying if they got in contact, just like it did with the ground. Good job. Roach, what are the effects on Kichiro? Dizziness, primarily. Chakra costs seem negligible, but I can't be sure if he just has impossible reserves or the jutsu didn't cost much. How do you know, Roach? He's standing crooked, well, more crooked than usual. I do not stand crooked. I protested, straightening and withdrawing from Sakumo's support. Yeah, you do, you always slouch. That's not. Kichiro, shut up. Roach, continue. He's standing crooked, but he's tense and moving at a normal speed, so he's not tired or intoxicated, just disoriented. Since the jutsu was basically spinning wind at a high speed, dizzy is the obvious conclusion. When he stopped there, Sakumo prompted, how did you figure chakra cost? He's obviously not tired, so it can't have been too exhausting. How do you know he's not faking? Because he sucks at acting. Why do you think the chakra cost of the jutsu is so low? Anyone? When no one else answered, I spoke up. An object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. So, physics. Once I started the jutsu, it created a system that limited the interference of outside forces so it was nearly self-sustaining. I don't know how or why, it just worked. Thank you. Roach, partner with Thing 2. Ankle Biter, partner with Mai. Toad, partner with Kyo. Thing 1, Kichiro, and Gopher, you already have at least the basics of your affinity down. Everyone find their group. The kids gathered around me paired off. A tall boy about 15 with black hair and a plain face and missing the littlest finger on his left hand appeared beside me with a scowl, closely followed by a shorter boy with a thick scar across his right cheek from the bridge of his nose to his jaw, which was partially covered by lank blonde hair. The boy with the scar held out his hand. I'm Bat, or Thing 1, as everyone insists on calling me. Kichiro. Let me guess, is Roach responsible for the nickname? How'd you know? I shrugged, finally able to stand without swaying, even though my head was still pounding. Roach told me his father used to tell him a lot of stories, and I know a lot of the same ones. Thing 1 and 2 are characters in one of them. What kind of characters? Professional troublemakers and whirlwinds of destruction. I see. Thank you for that bit of insight. I will make sure you are spared from the trouble and destruction I am about to cause for a certain little bug. My pleasure, and your consideration is greatly appreciated. Everyone shut your traps if you know what's good for you. Thank you. Hatake shouted over the talking that had erupted. All senseis are free to go. Duck, Mole, and Rooster, General has missions for you to pick up this evening. All the adults except Sakumo and Nagato sensei, who was sitting beside Nagato, vanished in a hurry. Now, I don't know how you all got away with it, but most of you don't know more than the basics of your affinity. Kyo, you're only going to hurt yourself more if you keep trying to splint that hand with Senbon and ninja wire. Use the proper materials or see our new resident medic. As for the rest of you with fire affinities, I want you to take a kunai and set it on fire for 3 minutes without burning it or heating up the metal. Take off your gloves and the armor on your arms, it's easier. Fair warning, You better get it quick, there will be incentives, and no slacking. You have partners to help you, so use them. Now hop to. Kyo, medic, now. Toad, stop poking at that cut or I'll make it bigger. Kyo pushed her way through the dispersing group and held out her injured hand to me. Sit down, I murmured, and knelt with her, pressing my hand against her forehead for diagnostics. She was beat up, but it wasn't as bad as I expected. Now that I took a second look, everyone was at least a little bloodied and definitely bruised. I healed her broken hand and barely managed to grab her ponytail and yank her back down so I could heal her sprained knee. She tried to get up again, but I already had a firm grip on her wrist so I could reverse the damage done to her shoulder when I assumed someone had thrown her. By that point, she looked as if she was about to murder me, so I let her go without insisting on healing the bruises. I stood back up and Sakumo launched into his instructions. Kichiro is wind-natured and both of you are fire-natured. Fortunately, or unfortunately, whichever you prefer, he has twice your skill in elemental ninjutsu as well as probably 3 times as much chakra as the two of you combined, as well as medic level control. Kichiro, fortunately, or unfortunately, whichever you prefer, you have a quarter of their experience in using said ninjutsu in a fight, and while you have the rare ability to manipulate your element without hand seals, your speed at doing so sucks. So, the 3 of you are going to spar, Thing 1 and Gopher against Kichiro. Gopher and Thing 1, you can only use fire, keep it at half-speed attacks until I say otherwise, and Kichiro, you can only use wind. Begin. I barely had time to dodge as 2 not very impressive fireballs shot towards me. I sliced one in half and dodged the other. Wind blades were almost easy, considering how much I practiced with them, but I was limited to 1 at a time. Outlasting them wouldn't be a problem. I was probably on par in stamina as Sakumo due to a combination of the loosened QB seal and Uzumaki heritage. Even if I did get burned, I would be able to heal it and continue far longer than they would be able to. What worried me was what Sakumo had planned afterwards. While I was thinking, I ducked under a whip of fire, and barely managed to roll out of the way when the ground underneath me caught fire. Sakumo left us when I blew out Gopher's fire-gloved fist with a gust of wind from my mouth and twisted out of the way of his momentum to find myself in Thing 1's trap, which consisted of an impressive array of fireballs raining down from above. I leapt upwards and slipped between 2 of them and blew the fire towards an empty section of the field. When they started to regroup, I glanced around the training field. All the others had taken off the uniform gloves and the armor on their forearms. "I got it!" Roach exclaimed. Faster than I could track, Sakumo was in front of him and pressing the flat of the kunai against the inside of the boy's wrist. He made a strangled noise of pain. When Sakumo pulled it away, I could see the blister it left from across the field. I didn't have any more time to think about it as Gopher and Thing 1 silently decided on a strategy and were started to flank me. I wasn't, by any means, an offensive or aggressive fighter. If at all possible, I stayed on the defensive, waiting for the opportunity to take down my opponent in a way that would cause the least amount of damage. My opponents had most likely figured that out, if the way they weren't as careful about keeping their guards up as they should have been during the next exchange of ninjutsu. Unfortunately for them, Sakumo was still watching the match while he tested the progress of the others by laying the kunai against their skin. I wanted to protest, but Gopher and Thing 1 never gave me a chance. I did find it odd that all the other young ANBU members had a fire affinity. Sure, it was the most common in Konoha, but I expected at least one person to have a different affinity. The lapse in attention nearly got me burned that time. Fortunately, it was missed when Sakumo tossed 3 kunai at us. Gopher earned a gash in his arm and Thing 1 got stabbed in the calf. I barely managed to bend backwards and avoid the one flying towards my head, both hands occupied with holding the other 2 off. Keep your guard up. Just because you can get away with it, doesn't mean you're allowed to form bad habits. Kichiro, if you don't start attacking back, I will encase your feet in stone until you do. I knew when Sakumo was kidding and when he wasn't. I started counterattacking. 10 minutes later, Sakumo told my opponents to up their speed to the point where I could barely keep up. I earned several burns in the process of adjusting. Somehow, I wasn't entirely sure how, I managed to catch Thing 1 in the wind prison. It only lasted a few seconds before Gopher forced me to release him or get incinerated, but the lucky hit surprised me. "Everyone, break!" Sakumo announced sometime later. It was good timing too, because there was no way I would have been able to avoid or counter Gopher's next attack while I was engaged with Thing Ones. Over here, Kichiro. Sakumo corrected as I was about to take the opportunity to check on Nagato. I hesitated, torn between following orders. I was already in hot water with Sakumo, and being a medic. I met his gaze for a moment, then continued towards Nagato. Luckily, the boy was awake and sitting up, even if his sensei had a hand on his shoulder to stop him from tipping to one side. "How are you feeling?" I asked softly, holding a hand to Nagato's forehead. "Tired, really tired. I'm sorry I messed up, Nisan. You could have won if it wasn't for me. I don't care about the match. But I do. Well, we can try again when you get better, okay?" He nodded. "You're really good with wind ninjutsu. Can you show me how to do that?" "Of course, but not until you've recovered. I don't think I need to say this, but no using chakra until later, okay?" Nagato nodded. "Good, I have to get back to the others before Sakumo gets fed up with me. Are you going to be okay here? Can I stay with you?" I shrugged. "Can he?" I asked Nagato's sensei. "I think you'd be better off sitting here with me, Nagato. Just because you can't train, doesn't mean you can't keep learning. You'll train with me later, right, Nisan?" "Promise." Hatake-sensei looks really angry. I suppose that's my cue. I jumped to my feet and hurried over to where the others were meeting. If it wasn't for Tsunade's direct orders on the contrary, you wouldn't be getting this. Sakumo slapped a ration bar against my chest. It only took me a few seconds to inhale the entire thing. Now that Kichiro has finally decided we are worth his time, let's get to work. Chapter 47. Roach, what was the first jutsu Gopher used against Kichiro? Sakumo began without missing a beat. I frowned, not quite sure why the oh shit expression was on everyone's face. Katon? Roach winced as if he knew something bad was going to happen. Sakumo made hand seals so quickly that I nearly missed them, and fire blistered the palm of Roach's hand even as he tried to dodge. "What the hell?" I started to protest, but Gopher pinched me in warning. I found myself wondering exactly how good Sakumo was, considering everyone seemed to think Roach was untouchable. Aside from the injuries Sakumo had given him, he actually was, and everyone else was practically black and blue in comparison. Thing 2, what was your brother's 30-second jutsu? A blonde boy, who was very obviously Thing 1's younger brother, paled. Katon, Karyudan? Do you know, or are you guessing because that's your brother's favorite jutsu? Guess? You guessed wrong. Thing 2 cringed back as Sakumo burned the boy's hand as well. Kyo, what was the only jutsu Kichiro used? That's a trick question. He never said any jutsu names or used any hand seals, and in order to be a jutsu, it has to meet at least one of those requirements. Wrong again. I know for certain you got your hands on his file that the general leaked, so you should be able to identify the jutsu without either. She was burned as well. Since you were so eager to speak, Kichiro, tell me the order your comrades mastered the kunai trick. I gritted my teeth before rattling off the order. Toad managed it first but tried to hide it, then Mai, Roach, Kyo, Ankle Biter, then Toad had you check his work, and Thing 2 got it last, but was the only person who didn't get branded in the process. Why the hell did you have to burn them? There was absolutely no reason. Ow. Gopher pinched me again. It seems only our resident newbie would have been able to give a reliable report on this morning's training. There is absolutely no excuse for none of you to be monitoring your surroundings, especially with a ninjutsu fight occurring. Everyone needs to start paying attention. This is your only warning. I winced at that. However, Sakumo did have a point. Keeping track of potential enemies on a battlefield was an essential skill, especially for younger operatives who needed every advantage they could get. Sakumo had drilled that into me as much as he could, especially since I was a medic and more vulnerable because of it. Constant vigilance, I muttered under my breath. A beat later, there was a stifled snort of laughter before Roach collapsed, howling. I barely managed to keep a straight face as everyone looked between us. Kichiro, Roach, and Gopher will be teammates against everyone else. That sobered Roach up quick. Shit, that ain't fair. Sucks to be you, Roach, Sakumo shrugged. The next second, Roach had grabbed my wrist and was pulling me away. Not so fast, Kichiro needs to heal everyone. Roach released me, but continued marching some little ways away, studying everyone and discussing something with Gopher as I knelt down to start healing. An hour later, in which everyone had time to rest except me, I finished healing all but the most menial injuries. The ninjutsu spar and the tornado had used up about half of my chakra reserves. Nagato's healing, as well as the healing of 7 other moderately injured kids, put me down to a third of my chakra remaining. That put me on par with a Jonin track Chunin in terms of reserves. It was more than anyone else on the training ground had, excluding Sakumo. Considering everyone I was facing was physically bigger and more experienced than me, taijutsu wasn't a reliable option. I wasn't sure my reserves would hold out for as long as I would need them to. A glance at Sakumo told me it was an intentional attempt to exhaust me. Before we begin, there will be limitations. Kichiro, absolutely no QB and try to act like a medic. Roach and Gopher, that means you have to protect Kichiro. Everyone, no more than 2 people can attack a single person. Both teams have 10 minutes to figure out their strategies. Go! I blinked and Roach and Gopher had already grabbed me and were dragging me across the field. I'm telling you, it's 6 against 3. They're going to send the twins against you and the brothers against me while Toad and Ankle Biter take down Kichiro. Once we lose him, we have to disengage and retreat, thus they win. Roach insisted. They know that's exactly what we expect and we can avoid being separated. They'll attack as a unit, targeting Kichiro the entire time. Either way we lose our medic. I can defend myself, you know, I retorted. They ignored me. If we lose Kichiro, we lose. Hey! What? Roach barked. I may not be anywhere near as good as you, but I am a combat medic, that means I can fight, I'm not helpless. You're looking at the problem the wrong way. They gave me incredulous looks. Hear me out. They're going to focus on some strategy to divide us in order to win, right? You're expecting us to react to the problem. If we can put them on the defensive before that strategy can be implemented, we're not the ones being divided. Offense is the best defense after all. Gopher snorted. You obviously haven't seen Ankle Biter fight. I frowned. He's the best jinjutsu user in the lower tiers of ANBU, excluding Roach, but Roach is probably going to make captain in the next year anyways. Some of his jinjutsu is borderline ninjutsu. We could go on the offensive, but his defensive jinjutsus are the nastiest thing you've ever experienced. Does he need hand seals for his jinjutsu? Obviously. Well, I can hit him with a jinjutsu right now and put him out of commission before the fight even starts if he's the only thing keeping you from an offensive approach. That's cheating. Roach protested. I cheat like I'm damned and you kill people for a living. Get used to it. I glanced over at Ankle Biter. Alright, the jinjutsu is set. I'll start it as soon as we start fighting. They both scowled at me. You refused to attack back in the ninjutsu fight earlier until Sakumo made you, Gopher challenged. I didn't see any need to attack. It was 2 against 1, and if I get hurt, I can heal myself. In this case, it's 3 against 6 in a melee. If someone, anyone, gets injured, there is every chance they won't be able to disengage fast enough, and that might cause them harm I can't reverse. The safest way is to end the battle as quickly as possible. Your very existence means your life is in danger. Why do you care about safety? That is a discussion for another time. We need to hurry up on tactics. I already have Ankle Biter's jinjutsu covered. You don't have to worry about any jutsu from him, but if he switches to taijutsu, he might realize I tagged him. What next? I'll take the twins out right off the bat, Roach volunteered. Kichiro, you should be able to hold off whomever comes for you for long enough that Roach can help you. I'll intercept the brothers, but I'm going to need help. I can run support, you know. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Roach snapped. Combat medic. All have the same basic skill set. There's nothing in your profile. My profile hasn't been updated since the end of my first mission. In that case, begin! Sakumo announced. That wasn't, someone tried to protest, but the 3 of us were already flying across the field towards the other group. Roach got to them first and took the younger twin out with an arm to her throat before she could react. He spun around, but Kyo reacted fast enough to give him a nasty gash from his armpit to his hip with a kunai before his foot snapped out and shattered her knee. He knocked both girls out with a kunai to the temple before I could stop him. I made a mental note to lecture everyone on the seriousness of head injuries before Toad flew in my face. For the first few seconds, I relied almost entirely on the reflexes Sakumo drilled into me. Toad was fast, faster than Sakumo normally pushed me. After blocking a particularly vicious kick, I tried to grab him and turn the fight into a grappling contest to neutralize his advantage, but he never stayed close enough for me to be successful. Without Roach's initial surprise, Gopher struggled against two opponents tag-teaming him. Instead of helping, Roach had gone after Ankle Biter. For the next few seconds, my entire attention was necessary to defend against a particularly vicious combination from Toad. I was steadily forced backwards and away from the fighting as I tried to make space to breathe, without luck. Toad pressed his advantage. With no warning, his style switched to the first few stances of the Hyuga Gentle Fist. Alarmed, I tried to back up too quickly, and a rock under my heel shifted unexpectedly, sending me skidding on my butt. In an instant, he was sitting on my stomach, pinning me to the ground. While it wasn't impossible to copy a taijutsu style by watching it, few people took the time to, and the Hyuga style was impossible for anyone but a Hyuga. "Yield," he ordered. In a real fight, I would have given up when he told me to. In a spar, I took risks I would never have considered if my life was on the line. "No," I snapped back and flicked my fingers, a blade of wind cutting deep into his upper arm. He cursed and released one of my arms to retaliate by stabbing a fiery kunai into my right shoulder. He started to back off, and I took the opportunity to plant both of my feet against his chest armor and launch him across the training ground. Unfortunately, he managed to catch himself. Instead of flying back towards me, he flew at Roach, whose back was turned. I altered the Jinjutsu on Ankle Biter as Roach collapsed from a sharp strike to the temple. Ankle Biter went down as Gopher disengaged and landed beside me. The other three closed ranks and advanced. "If you can't beat Toad, we can't win, not without Roach." "Shit. We yield," Gopher announced. I scowled at that. "Good call. Kichiro, heal and wake up your comrades, please," Sakumo ordered. I hurried over to Roach first, who definitely gained the worst injury to his side. A half-hour later, I finished, my chakra at a quarter of its full capacity. All the others were even more exhausted. "Good job today, everyone. Early dinner should be starting soon, you're dismissed for the day. Meet back here tomorrow, same time as this morning. We'll be starting with the tournament." Everyone was quick to leave, but Sakumo grabbed my arm before I could head over to Nagato. "You forgot to heal yourself." I rolled my eyes, but held my hand over my shoulder to heal the cauterized stab wound. "A lot of people were jockeying to be your mentor in ANBU," Sakumo murmured. "Rat and Panda were only the two properly qualified. I've always valued the input of others, but I never tolerate disobeying orders, especially not in ANBU, and I would thrash anyone else within an inch of their life if they tried. One of the reasons you are in ANBU to begin with is because of your track record in following orders and your chronic lack of respect. Though I am unsure of what the Hokage's reasoning was, others have expressed their disapproval of your conduct, and they hope that placing you with agents far above your skill to be humbling enough to curb the extent of your negative traits." I rolled my eyes. "That means I need to start behaving, or I will be placed with someone who won't give me a choice. Until you became the spirit, you were nearly lost in the system. In ANBU, there isn't enough people for you to be lost in. Your age and specialization make that even more impossible." "I understand." "Good. The Hokage wants to finish his discussion from last night with you and Nagato." I nodded. "Nissan, are you okay?" Nagato asked from directly behind me. I flinched, having not noticed his approach. Nagato had too little chakra for me to properly sense. I turned around and pulled him into a hug. Later, I murmured in his ear. When I released him, he swayed on his feet. "How are you feeling?" I asked. The boy scowled at me when he realized he wasn't getting a straight answer. I smirked. With a scowl exactly like mine that had to have taken a lot of practice to perfect, I could see why Kyo had referred to him as my doppelganger. Nagato? I asked when he didn't make an effort to respond. I rolled my eyes and did diagnostics instead. Time to go, Sakumo said and grabbed my arm and Nagato's. A shunshin later, we were standing in front of the Hokage, who looked several years older than he did yesterday. Sakumo left as quickly as he came, leaving Nagato and I alone, a few steps back from the Hokage's desk. I put my arm around the boy's shoulders when he leaned against me. Before your mission to Kumo, you point-blank refused to work with Orochimaru. Did you know about the experiments he's been conducting? I flinched. No, I didn't know, but I suspected. It's part of what I'm here to tell you. Am I right in thinking that the rest of your explanation will be much more difficult to believe than the previous bit? That is almost certainly the case. And the rest will be much more sensitive in nature? I shrugged. The only reason I'm telling you anything is so that you'll take me seriously about Madara. If you don't, I'm just going to announce it to everyone and hope someone does. Will you respect my decision on the matter? As long as something is being done and I have no other solutions. Do you have a solution already? No. Nagato wasn't nearly as clingy as Kushina, but he was vulnerable in his exhaustion and he kept close to me, as if I could protect him. Have a seat and we'll continue where we left off last night. Nagato and I sat down shoulder to shoulder in the chair off to our left. Well, I sat down and Nagato followed. You elaborated on Madara's role and the build-up to the problem but indicated that there was more than Madara's plans in this source you say this comes from. Is that correct? Yes. Continue from where you left off. Well, eventually, Madara plans to steal all the Biju, but he doesn't have the resources to do so, and won't for a long time. Anyways, shortly after the battle at the Valley of the End, the First Shinobi World War began. I have no idea if Madara was involved in starting that, but from my history lessons. The Hokage raised an eyebrow. Okay, from the time I spent in the Konoha library, I figured that it's entirely possible, even if I can't pinpoint what he did and why. During that the Shodai died, and the Nidaime died in one of the final battles facing the Kinkaku force from Kumogakure in order to allow his team and a few others to escape. The Sandaime stiffened. Your willingness to sacrifice yourself is why the Nidaime chose you as his successor. Only 6 living people know what happened that night and all of them refused to speak of it, he accused, his voice angry. I didn't answer that. I knew I had crossed a line, even though I wasn't sure how. I stared at the ground in front of me. I hadn't put my gloves back on from healing, and Nagato started to trace the seal on my palm with his finger. The Sandaime didn't continue the conversation for a long time. I let the silence stretch on. From the histories and the biography on the Nidaime that I had read, the Nidaime's death had approximately the same impact on Konoha as the assassination of Kennedy had on the United States. Continue, he finally ordered. It didn't mention anything else until Kushina arrived in Konoha around the time of Yuzu's destruction, except, she was one of the very few who had survived it, and the only one to come to Konoha. Nagato and his parents were in AIM at the time, and the only other Uzumaki mentioned would be a kid or teenager right now. Shortly after Kushina became Genin, she was kidnapped by Kumo and rescued by Minato. And because Minato-kun had managed by himself, you decided you could do the same thing here. I'd never claimed to be the sharpest tool in the shed. Either way, in the story, Minato rescued her and the Kyuubi was sealed in her sometime after. In the time between Yuzu's destruction and the Third Shinobi World War, Nagato lived in AIM with his parents. Madara planted the Rinnegan in him. Instead of me and Sakumo coming across them and bringing the family to Konoha, 2 others went and Nagato's parents attacked them to give Nagato time to run. They died, Nagato activated the Rinnegan, and killed the 2 shinobi. Nagato stiffened against my side. He wandered around until he met up with 2 other orphans. After the Sannin faced Hanzo, they encountered the orphans. Jiraiya stayed to teach them to feed themselves, eventually finding out about the Rinnegan and then trained the 3 of them as ninja to give them an edge in their quest to overthrow Hanzo. Sometime later, it wasn't specific on years at all, the Third Shinobi World War began. During it, a team was sent to destroy the Canopy Bridge. The team was basically the next generation of Sannin before they were able to get along. On the mission, the girl was kidnapped by IWA. It was either orchestrated by Madara or a freak coincidence. The two boys went after her. They managed to rescue her, but one of the boys, he was an Uchiha, was crushed under an IWA jutsu in the process. He gave his Sharingan to his teammate so he could get the girl out. Instead of dying, Madara rescues the boy and eventually arranges for the girl to die in front of him, causing his spiral into madness. After the war, the Yondaime is appointed and Orochimaru's experiments are uncovered and he is declared a missing nin. Life goes on. Kushina has a baby like apparently everyone else, and the Uchiha mentioned earlier, driven mad by Madara, who is too old to do squat, took advantage of the seal loosened from the pregnancy to use the Kyuubi to destroy Konoha. She dies, the Yondaime dies, sealing the Kyuubi into her son, one of the last 4 living Uzumaki in the world. Well, Konoha didn't know about the other 3. Somewhere in that time frame, Nagato, and the 2 others Jiraiya trained, formed a group called the Akatsuki and confronted Hanzo to try and bring peace to their country. Well, with the help of Danzo, who wasn't called out on his army of robot children. I beg your pardon? Well, you ended up telling Danzo at some point to start handling affairs of Konoha that were too dark to involve the regular forces, including Anbu. He made root and eventually, you know, the whole when you look at the dark side, careful you must be, for the dark side looks back deal became a thing. Anyways, Danzo helped Hanzo kidnap one of their founding members during the confrontation and told Nagato that he had to kill his best friend or the girl would die. Well, said best friend committed suicide on the kunai in Nagato's hand, which drove Nagato insane and warped his ideals of how to achieve peace. Back in Konoha, you were stuck with a position you were too old for and Kushina's son grew up a pariah because of the hard feelings toward the Kyuubi contained in him. You made a law to prevent the adults from telling their children about the Kyuubi and isolating him from his peers, but the kids picked up on their parents' attitudes and it didn't work. I stifled a yawn. The kid grew up and eventually made it his dream to become the Hokage, and still loved the village despite the wrongs it had done him. He was also a chronic prankster, and a damn good one at that, even though he was the dead last at the academy. He found out about the Kyuubi, graduated, had a botched mission, took the Chunin exams, went on a training trip with Jiraiya. During that time, Nagato, manipulated by Madara, had finalized his plan to bring peace to the world through force. He turned the Akatsuki into a mercenary organization of S-rank missing nin. Their long-term goal was to steal all the Biju in order to be the most powerful group in the world so no one could oppose them and they could tell everyone to stop fighting or else their village would be wiped off the face of the earth. Well, Kushina's son wasn't going to stand for the targeting of his fellow jinchuriki, so one thing led to another and Nagato, calling himself a god by the name of Pain, he was pretty much an insane fanatic at this point because of Madara, basically annihilated the village. Kushina's son fought him, almost lost, but won, and some miracle bullshit made Nagato turn over a new leaf and resurrect everyone in the village, which killed him in the process. I had to force myself to look straight ahead at the Hokage and ignore Nagato's reactions. Even so, I couldn't ignore his nails digging into the crook of my elbow or the fact I couldn't feel the tips of my fingers anymore. I pried his hands loose and gave the boy a hug. None of that shit is going to happen. Nagato is here, Kushina's not a jinchuriki, from what I can tell, Danzo isn't a ruthless, jealous asshole, and the team that gets torn apart are infants, if they'd even been born yet, I haven't checked. The people powerful and influential enough for Madara to make useful puppets out of are not in a position to be manipulated. The Hokage studied me, but I ignored him and stared at the front of his desk, my chin resting on Nagato's head. If Madara is indeed alive. There's no if, he is alive and planning to screw over the world. If this is true, he continued, daring me to interrupt and contradict him again, beyond keeping Nagato out of his influence, I don't see any feasible way to combat a threat of this nature, and I have no resources to spare in hunting it down, at least not until this war is over. I scowled, but he was right. There are 3 more things I want to discuss with you, but they will have to wait. You are needed to assist in an experiment to cut losses in ANBU. Kagami will bring you. I need to speak with Nagato-kun about the security measures he will need to implement in his interactions with others, and the less people who know, the better. I didn't get a choice in the matter. Kagami, who apparently had been in the room the entire time, cleared his throat behind me. I was more on edge than I thought because the unexpected noise and the presence at my back automatically sent me reaching for the sticks at my back. The second I lost my grip on Nagato, Kagami pulled me into a shunshin. We landed in an unfamiliar part of Anbu. The entire hallway was filled with soundproof doors. 3 of the doors had the seals activated, the only light in the dark corridor. "What's going on?" I demanded. "Captive and interrogation training." Kagami answered shortly, his mask on. "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see." He opened one of the doors and pulled me inside behind him, quickly following and snapping it closed behind him. There were several people standing in front of a piece of glass with seals glowing around the edge. They all turned and bowed out of the way, murmuring General Sama, that is, until Sakumo noticed me standing a step behind him and slammed his hand against the seal, cutting off the noise from the other side of the glass. He glared at Kagami, silently demanding an explanation, which he gave, but I wasn't listening. On the other side of the glass was a man dangling by his wrists from the ceiling, clearly being tortured by the team of 4 prowling around him. As I watched, horrified, he screamed, face twisted in pain. My stomach churned and I wished I didn't have the experience I did in identifying injuries by sight to avoid wasting time in the field with diagnostics. Everyone except for Sakumo had a textbook open. It was one of the books Kushina had brought back from the academy on employing and resisting torture and interrogation techniques. Of course, she had been given the watered-down, abridged version that was not quite as inappropriate for pre-adolescents, and I had seen the full version on the shelf of the Konoha library the handful of times Sakumo had brought me into the shinobi section. I couldn't ban her from the book, but whatever she read in it gave her nightmares for weeks, if not months, and I would wake up in the morning with her shivering against my back. Distantly, I heard Sakumo speaking, his voice cold. "If you weren't going to respect my decisions in regards to his training, then why did you allow the formality?" He knocked me into the wall on his way out. I had treated plenty of victims of torture, but that was always conflict between villages, desperation for information driving them to extreme lengths. I could understand. Even though I abhorred the thought of it, terrorism tactics. Like what had been used on Minato, Kushina, and their third teammate, whose name I had forgotten a long time ago, but I recognized the man dangling from the chains. He was one of the young men I had shared breakfast with the day before, Cat. There was a timer on the wall that showed 6 hours had elapsed since it was set. The next thing I knew, I was standing beside Cat's unconscious body, healing on autopilot. Chapter 48. I wasn't fully aware of my surroundings for a long time after that. My thoughts had shut down rather than try and process the facts I had been unexpectedly presented with. I was a pessimistic idealist, if that made sense. I knew that most, if not all, the ninja I worked with would commit heinous acts without remorse. I knew Konoha's enemies were capable of worse. My morality clashed horribly with the shinobi philosophy, and I was fully aware of that fact. I'd been out on the front lines during what was most definitely the worst part of the war. I'd seen the effects of it in all their morbid glory, but I had never seen any of it firsthand. I already had a difficult day. Nagato had almost died attempting a jutsu I put him up to. Sakumo had forced Kyo and several others to train while injured. Hell, he had deliberately harmed them as motivation. Physically, I was tired. My chakra was at 10% of its full capacity. I was emotionally exhausted from having to put up a tough front to the other ANBU kids, and meeting with the Hokage had only compounded that exhaustion. I had followed Kagami thinking I would only be there in case a jutsu attempt or spar got out of hand, thinking I could sit down and watch something as a thinly veiled attempt from the Hokage to talk to Nagato without me influencing the conversation. I was in no way prepared for, or able to cope with, what came instead. I wasn't even sure my voice still worked. I felt like if I opened my mouth, the taste of bile would become more than just a bad taste. Somehow, I found myself laying on my bunk, my face a few inches away from the wall. "Nisan?" Nagato asked when he returned. "Let him be, Nagato-chan," Roach advised. Everyone's first real day of training is meant to shock them, and everyone deals with it differently. If he's still like that in the morning, you can start to worry. But I'm not. You're not technically an ANBU yet. When I joined, I was a month or 2 older than you, and afterwards, they upped the requirements, which you haven't quite met yet. Why does it have to be a shock? You ask too many questions. Normally, the first day just stretches the recruit to their breaking point, but it's extremely hard to do to a jinchuriki, and not entirely safe, so they pushed him a different way. I don't know what it was, just that his reaction surprised everyone. But why? Anbu isn't nice, the sooner you learn that, the better. Your beloved Nii-san doesn't fit in this place, he's too damn, well, I'm not entirely sure how to describe it. For the time being, things will be extremely unpleasant for him whenever you're not around. It's probably too much to ask for him to become like the rest of us, but until he's able to watch us at our worst without his entire being rebelling against it, he's going to be in hell. But why? Why do they want to make Nii-san like that? Because here, his gentleness doesn't enamor the people around him like it does at your home. Here, restraint is a weakness that will get him accidentally killed by one of our own in training or out in the field if it continues for long enough. Look, kid, you got what it takes to stay here. You might even become a full agent before him, if he ever does, as soon as you realize that Kichiro isn't perfect and you're a lot better than you think. I'm betting that your Nii-san is going to wash out as soon as he's no longer needed as a medic. Nii-san isn't weak. Nagato exploded. In time, he probably will become the best doctor in the village. Because of his intelligence and the way he treats you, he'll make a brilliant teacher. He has to be much stronger than he seems if he's able to harness the QB like he did today in your defense. In raw skill, he's good for his age and level of experience. If it wasn't for the fact that he is the most pathetic shinobi I've had the misfortune of meeting, I think he could be stronger than me without trying. He had several opportunities to take down Kyo in his first match, but he blatantly ignored them. He had to be ordered to attack. I can't trust someone to watch my back when they're unwilling to properly defend themselves. No one else can afford it, and you shouldn't tolerate it either. You're wrong. You're wrong, and Nii-san will prove it to you. Roach was mature enough not to argue the point as Nagato crawled into the bed beside me. Nii-san? Are you awake? Nagato asked as Roach turned out all the lights except the one in the bathroom and climbed into the top bunk. I didn't answer. I didn't sleep. Several hours later, after Nagato had fallen asleep curled at my back, I rolled over and hugged him tightly. It wasn't fair to Nagato to be used as some kind of emotional crutch, but he was solid, warm. He was the reason I wasn't marching to Kageme's office and quitting, damn the consequences. I didn't sleep that night, I just lay there staring at the bathroom light. The next day, training went similarly to the day before, except a different man was in charge. Nagato and I faced several pairs of opponents. We lost every time, and when elemental training began, I sat beside Nagato while his sensei taught him the basics of water since the primary teacher for the day couldn't help me. I somewhat listened, pulling water from the ground between my feet and making a thin, foot-tall pillar to my hand. I was pulled out of training 3 times to heal agents who had very obviously been tortured. It seemed like a heavy blanket had fallen over everything. I barely managed to eat a few bites at lunch and I had completely skipped breakfast, but I wasn't hungry. The idea of dinner didn't even cross my mind. I had started the day with about half my usual reserves and ended it on the brink of chakra exhaustion. I didn't say a word all day, only nodding or shaking my head when I was addressed. Nagato tried to engage me in a conversation several times, but I just listened indifferently, unable to muster the energy to respond. I didn't sleep that night either. In the morning, I left before Nagato woke and went to Kageme's office, firmly dismissing the dark flickers of cloth out of the corner of my eyes as nothing more than my imagination. He handed over the stack of files for the people I would be seeing that day on a metal cart. He looked like he wanted to say something, but I left before he could. I had been working in the hospital long enough that I could deal with patients without thinking about it. No one else seemed to be especially interested in talking, so I only said the bare minimum, my voice hoarse. It was almost midnight before I finished the 12 people assigned for the day. 7 times, I was interrupted to heal agents who had endured torture during whatever sick training was happening. I had less than half my reserves when I started the day and didn't end up any better off than the day before. The paranoia was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore, and I barely managed to keep it all compressed in a tight knot in my throat. It felt like it could explode into an earth-rattling scream at any second, but I remained determined to ignore it. When I arrived at Kageme's office to return the files, Sakumo was in there and the door hadn't quite latched. Why can't you get it through your thick head that Kichiro is never going to live up to your ideal of a perfect shinobi? This psychological torment is only going to create more problems for the boy, it won't solve anything. You know as well as I do what the council decided. The council is a bunch of small-minded fools. Of course they're going to try and get back at the boy for calling them out on it. Those are my former teammates you're insulting. Do you even have a reason for what you're doing? There was a moment of silence before Sakumo continued coldly. You don't, do you? Kichiro almost released the Kyuubi once already, and you know damn well he would have succeeded, right under the Hokage's nose. He'll be too busy trying to figure out how to deal with it to ask why or fight back. If you believe that, you're grossly underestimating him. He's only 11. For years ago, I thought, he's only 7, he'll be easy to manipulate, but he shook off manipulations that had ensnared Jonin. People 10 times his age fell prey to many of the things I tried on him and he shook it off like it was nothing. Most of the time, I wasn't even sure he noticed. Hell, you watched half of it and admitted you weren't entirely sure how he did it. He was 7 at the time, and didn't have a demon sealed inside of him. Now, we are absolutely certain the boy is in contact with and occasionally makes use of assistance from the beast, but no one knows to what extent, yet you're treating him worse than an animal. You're overreacting, Sakumo. He may be intelligent and talented, but he's nowhere near the level you're implying. Sakumo snorted. Overreacting? The boy made a seal to contain the Hachibi when he was 8 years old, and destruction is much, much easier than creation. He used Miyo-sama's writings to help, and he is one of the few that has access to her work. He has constant access to the seal. If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before he turns on us. Threatening his family will only work for so long. He's not. Believe me, the boy doesn't make idle threats. You can't argue the fact that I know him best. If you keep this up, he will snap. It's only a matter of time. Tell me, are you willing to risk your daughter in his rampage? The Hokage gained another son last night. Are you sure he's willing to risk that child? I'm sure as hell not willing to risk Kakashi. Do you want to be the one to tell Jiraiya-san he's going to be the one to give his life to seal the Kyuubi into his student right after the girl loses her brother? That kind of tragedy does not make a stable jinchuriki, and she'll be just as likely to turn on us as he is. Right now, perhaps even more so. Kichiro is the most level-headed Uzumaki you've ever met, you said it yourself. Also, the girl is smarter than she lets on, much smarter. Even if she couldn't prove it by herself, she figured out Orochimaru was behind the disappearance of her clanmate, which occurred nearly 2 years before, through a visitor's log and hearsay. Do you really think she won't realize who drove her brother insane? You're walking on thin ice. Thin ice, my ass. You know I'm right, so don't even try it. It looks like Kichiro has rubbed off on you more than anyone thought. If this is the kind of shit he's always fighting, I'm not sure it's a bad thing. A long silence followed that. We're monitoring the situation closely. If it gets out of hand, you can say I told you so, and I will let you have free rein. At that point, the damage would already be done. I won't be getting my student back, I'll be getting a body. Calm down, Sakumo, you're not a child anymore. Kagami retorted firmly. We're trying to do what's best for the boy. Don't lie to me, sensei. The boy has undermined, challenged, and embarrassed you, the council, and the Hokage. Making him suffer is not what's best for him, it's your revenge, the only revenge you can take because of his position and the fact he had the common courtesy to act behind closed doors. What do you propose I do instead? Take him out of the ANBU program. That is impossible. You've shown yourself to be unable to keep your tongue in check. From now on, my decision is final and this conversation is over. If you cannot control yourself, I advise you to not return to headquarters until you can. Sakumo didn't even see me as he stormed past. I waited until he had vanished around the corner before pushing the cart through the door. I barely took 2 steps in before turning my back and leaving without even acknowledging Kagami. I didn't even look up from the floor. I didn't have the energy or the desire to think of anything to say. Kichiro! Kagami called after me, but I ignored him, shuffling down the hall. I decided it was shock. I had been in shock for the past 2 days. I felt like I should be able to break myself out of it, but I had no idea how. It drained my energy, made my vision blurry, and my chakra more difficult to control. At some point, I had taken a wrong turn and found myself somewhere I didn't recognize. I tried to retrace my steps, but only found myself even more lost. My eyes burned. Half blinded, I continued to wander around, hoping to find something familiar, not that I could see much of anything with tears blurring my vision and only the occasional light to break up long swathes of darkness. My feet ached and the effects of going without sleep for the third night in a row were beginning to set in. When I couldn't walk any longer, I sat down with my back to the wall, rubbing my eyes. Straight face. I wasn't entirely sure how long I sat there. My butt went numb, eventually followed by my knees aching from being pulled so tightly to my chest before they went numb as well. I was cold, the stone walls and floor sapped any heat they could find. It certainly wasn't summertime. "We found him," a woman announced loudly. A cold, wet dog nose nudged the side of my head, immediately followed by a canine wet willy. I scrubbed at my ear as the woman crouched in front of me and checked my pulse. "Atsuko, how long has he been here?" The dog whined in my ear. Of course I know he got lost, all the newbies get lost at least once. "How long has he been here?" I flinched as Atsuko barked in my ear. "Just answer the damn question, you cat. He's not going to get in trouble for it." Another whine. 10 hours? That can't be right, he would have started moving, or at least slept, if that was the case. A growl. I do keep a bead on what's going on around here. Another whine. Hush, you know better than to say things like that. A yip. Yes, but I don't know why he's not responding. Come on, the general will know what to do. She pulled me to my feet, but when my legs would barely hold my weight, she put my arms around her neck and picked me up like a kid. Damn, he's lighter than Sumchan. She held my head against her shoulder before bouncing through the halls, jarring my teeth at every step. Yo! General Sama. Atsuko and I found him. He was lost downstairs and is in pretty bad shape. How hard have you been working him? If you're doing limits training, someone screwed up and I don't think he'll be fit for much of anything for the next few days. She set me on my feet and backed away. I tilted precariously to one side, and someone grabbed my arm to keep me upright. Damn it, why didn't anyone notice he was missing sooner? Kagami demanded, shaking me slightly. I just let my head droop in exhaustion. Panda, take him to his room and tell his brother he needs rest and something to eat. Rat, why the hell didn't you say anything when he didn't show up to training? Damn it all, I don't have time for this. I need all active agents with more than 3 years of experience ready to mobilize in 10 minutes. Everyone with 1 or 2 years of experience are taking over the ANBU role in the village defenses and operating per usual. Everyone with less than a year are to remain in headquarters. Roach, if I catch you trying that suicide jutsu again, I'm whipping your ass until it bleeds and then you can sit on it for the next year. Evil Trio, you're with me. Everyone else, standard teams of 4. Get moving! Kagami bellowed. Someone picked me up and hurried out of wherever we were. I hadn't opened my eyes since I sat down in that hallway. I was pretty sure I had been awake for over 80 hours straight, but no matter how hard I tried or how much I wanted to, I couldn't sleep. Nissan? Nagato asked hopefully as I was carried through the door. What did you do to Nissan? Where? You'll leave the matter alone if you know what's good for you, kid, the person carrying me groused. You're in charge of taking care of him, runt, he needs rest and food. But, Nagato began as the man laid me on the bed. Start by making him as comfortable as you can, you might want to warm him up too, his skin's like ice. Don't worry, kid, you'll do fine. Nagato pulled me into a sitting position, sniffling, and took off the armor on my chest and arms, quickly followed by the rest of my armor and weapons, dropping them in a pile on the floor. What did they do to you, Nissan? Nagato asked and sat down beside me, curling against my side, arms locked around my torso. I'll be fine, I promised him, barely intelligible. Suddenly, he stiffened, and like the breaking of a jinjutsu, the fog over everything lifted. It took me precious seconds to realize that there actually had been a jinjutsu. Finally! You've been in that damn jinjutsu for days. That bastard managed to put one on you and I barely managed to avoid the others. The QB grumbled in annoyance. The lethargy and mental fogginess was in shock. My normal reaction to seeing what I had would have been to put a stop to it by whatever means necessary. A jinjutsu had forced me into a passive state. I hated jinjutsu. Likely, my inability to look up, refusal to open my eyes, and the difficulty in keeping track of my surroundings was the QB trying to prevent another jinjutsu from taking hold. The fact that he had that much control over my body and emotions, little as it was, made me slightly nervous, but right now, it had probably saved me a lot of grief. There was someone sitting at my desk several feet away. I could feel them. Nagato pressed the hand signal for Uchiha into my lower back, and I somehow just knew it was Madara. My heart raced and I felt naked with only 2 senbon taped to the inside of each of my forearms to avoid someone accidentally slitting my wrists. Besides that, my weapons and armor were all in the locker across the room, which Madara was conveniently in the way of. My sticks were on the desk beside him. I quickly disrupted every iota of chakra in my body to make sure there was no jinjutsu. My name is Uchiha Madara. I won't harm you or your brother, child, no matter what happens. There will be no jutsu or blows of any kind exchanged unless they come from you. I swear it on my eyes, which are currently in your possession. I only want to speak with you, he assured me. His voice was soft, grandfatherly. I wanted to believe him. I shook my head sharply, shaking off another jinjutsu with the sound of a pop joint. I pulled the bandages off my head and quickly rolled it up before tossing it to him. I heard him catch it out of the air. Put that over your Sharingan. To my surprise, he obliged. I pulled on a scrap of QB chakra that I was capable of and used it to watch him wrap the cloth over his eyes. I want you to close yourself off to everything right now. Madara shouldn't be able to touch you, even if he wanted to, at least, not without access to the seal. It will be your job to break me out of whatever jinjutsu he manages to stick on me as soon as you can. For once you're making sense, runt, go ahead. I checked Nagato for a jinjutsu before looking up at Madara. He had propped a kama against the desk beside him, an orange mask with black markings dangling off the handle. His hair only had white streaks amid the black and the cloth covered his eyes. He wore the traditional Uchiha clothing. He had to be at least 60. I gave you my name. I do believe it would be polite of you to introduce yourself. You are a known traitor and are currently trespassing in a restricted area. You are not a guest here. I am currently breaking the laws of this village by tolerating your presence. His head tilted to the side as he considered me carefully. You are much more knowledgeable than your brother. I didn't respond. He leaned back in the chair and picked up one of my sticks from the desk. It took him 2 tries to find them, but I knew it was an act to try and make me feel as though I had an advantage. Any halfway decent shinobi had the lay of the room memorized so they could still maneuver in case their vision was impaired at any point. He tested their weight. A very long time ago, I believe I was around your age, my father warned me. His voice adopted a lower register and his back straightened as he imitated a man who died before Kichiro's parents were born. Son, the most dangerous person on the battlefield won't carry a blade, he won't look intimidating or strong. He'll stand there because he has no other choice. He'll stand there and won't shed a drop of blood. If he's not on your side, you're fighting for the wrong cause. Madara paused dramatically. I can see your attempt to stoke my ego for what it is. It won't work. What do you want? I interrupted bluntly. He hesitated, but changed tactics. What do you want? Irrelevant. Why are you here? What do you want? Tell me plain and simple, I won't listen to anything else. Am I correct in thinking these are made from one of the trees Hashirama grew? They are much more powerful than you can imagine, Kichiro-kun. He swung the stick around experimentally, but remained in his seat. If you continue to refuse to give me a straight answer, I will declare this conversation over and resort to procedure when confronting a missing nin. He fell silent, as if trying to determine how serious I was. I want many things. I want my brother back. I want to fight Hashirama again, both of us in our prime, the height of our power. I want peace for what's left of this broken world. Then you are a foolish old man who never learned that fairy tales are just stories to make the rest of the world seem a little less dark and scary. I knew I was throwing a serious wrench in Madara's plan, but I knew he respected strength and enjoyed a challenge. I just hoped I presented the right amount of both to keep him interested but not violent. Insulting me is not a particularly wise course of action. Then you have misjudged my character. I do not appreciate pleasantries and lies, whether they be to oneself or another. What if there was a way for me to bring peace to this world? What if there was a way for me to see my brother again? What if there was a way for me to face my rival again as an equal? Then I'll tell you that you're deluded or most likely have been grossly manipulated. Why do you suggest manipulated? If you really believe what you're saying, you either had to have worked this out for yourself or someone told you the answer. Everyone believes you to be dead. The chances of you surviving by yourself after your battle with the Shodai are as close to zero as you can get. The report written by Uzumaki Mito on your fight with the Shodai is available to Academy students and required reading for those in the medical program. It details the injuries you sustained, and the cause of death was declared to be chakra exhaustion. The only way for you to survive would require shinobi-grade medical assistance, and even that would have been a 5% chance of success with the techniques available in that day. That is quite the deduction. He flung the stick at me faster than I could track. I tried to catch it, but I knew before it even left Madara's hand that I wouldn't be able to react fast enough, but I was determined not to flinch. The handle of the stick slapped against my palm, jarring my entire arm. I couldn't stop its momentum as it slammed into my chest, but managed to keep my grip on it. Ah, shucks, I deadpanned, doing my best to remain unfazed, even though my stomach churned, my heart hammered, and I had no idea whether to interpret his action as an attack or a test. So, which is it? Are you a deluded madman or a manipulated traitor? You're an interesting kid. You're full of shit. He flung my other stick at Nagato, who didn't even see it coming. I reinforced my arm with chakra as I caught it. The extra effort barely managed to stop Nagato from getting hit while I kept my grip on my stick. May I ask you some questions? He had the audacity to act. I don't owe you any answers. I stood up and flexed my arms, my patience thin and my fear very close to destroying my facade. Then all I ask is that you hear me out. Nagato's hands tightened around my arm as if I needed to be held back. You have invaded one of the few places I felt safe. Your assurances that you will do no harm mean jack shit to me. You are a shinobi, a missing nin, and shinobi lie, especially missing nin. If your intentions were pure, you would have approached me on neutral ground, unarmed, and without jinjutsu. You would not have performed an unauthorized organ transplant on one of my family members, nor would you have first approached my little brother, who is not yet able to speak for himself according to the customs of both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, as well as Konoha law. If you want me to listen, there will be conditions. First, this conversation will take place at a later date, in a public place. I will arrange for security seals if you believe them to be necessary. Second, you will be unarmed and your Sharingan will be temporarily sealed. Third, the Hokage of this village, whose laws and authority I am subject to, will be fully aware of this meeting. Finally, there will be no jinjutsu, disguises, or deception of any kind. Both of us will arrive voluntarily and alone, and will leave in the same manner. If you want me to listen, that is the only way I will. You may not contact any of my family in any way. Until such time as those conditions are met, any further communication between us will be through the Foreign Communications Department of Konoha. I tightened my grip on my sticks, but it didn't stop them from shaking. Even though he was blindfolded, I knew that he could tell how much his presence was affecting me. You are adamant in this. The greatest trick the devil pulled was convincing the world that he doesn't exist, I responded. I will not be complacent with that. I will make the necessary arrangements. He stood up and turned around, replacing the makeshift blindfold with his mask, picked up the comma, and walked out the door. Chapter 49, needless to say, I was trembling from the encounter for several hours afterwards and compulsively checking the room for traps. I could tell it upset Nagato, but every few minutes I had to check both of us for jinjutsu. I knew part of it was psychosis from the lack of sleep, but even though Nagato tried to make me settle down, he even set up extremely dangerous security seals to ease my mind. I couldn't rest, nor would I allow him to move out of arm's reach. It wasn't fair to Nagato that I couldn't cooperate with him. He begged, pleaded, argued, and cried himself to exhaustion, before finally threatening to knock me out if I refused to calm down. Shortly after, he managed to stick a paralysis seal on the back of my elbow without me noticing. I bonelessly collapsed back onto the bed and Nagato raced to retrieve my medic pouch and emptied it, sifting through the contents until he found one of the sedatives I carried and forced the pill down my throat. When the sedative started to have an effect, Nagato removed the paralysis tag. For the average kid my size and weight, it was the correct dose to knock them out. For an Uzumaki jinchuriki, it was barely enough to calm me down, and would wear off within the hour. I stopped jumping up to redo security sweeps every few minutes, and Nagato was able to persuade me that no jinjutsu could have escaped the repeated, detailed checks. Either someone had told Nagato how to handle a person like me panicking, or he knew me better than I thought, which was frightening. He had me sharpen every blade in the room, clean and oil my bodkin and sticks at least 3 times, pack and unpack my medic pouch several dozen times, repair several tears in my Anbu and Chunin uniform, then the even more numerous tears in his uniforms, itemize everything we own in the room, then organize it by frequency of use before repacking it, and practice putting on and taking off my Anbu armor, among several other things. When I was calm enough to remain sitting in the bed to continue packing and unpacking my medic pouch without prompting, Nagato laid his head in my lap and watched. "What are those?" he asked suddenly. "What are what?" He lifted his head and picked up a spiral-bound notebook with a triangle drawn on the front. Originally, there were about 100 pages in it, but several had been torn out. "Those are bandages. But you heal everything with chakra." "When I have time, yes, and normally, I have time, but if I'm in the middle of a battle, then I might not, so I bandage it so they can either continue fighting or get to a medic that has the time to heal the injury." "Why is it labeled with a triangle?" "It's the shape of the bandage." "That seems silly." I rolled my eyes and opened the book to reveal a small storage seal filling up the first page. I unsealed one of the bandages, fingering the stiff fabric. "I bet I can wrap anything you can name with this. Pick a non-lethal injury someone can get on the battlefield that would require treatment." Nagato smirked. "A busted knee." "Severity?" Nagato thought for a moment. "Compound fracture, the joint destroyed." "Give me your knee." Nagato smirked and sat up, sticking his foot in my face. He winced as I wrapped his knee in less than 30 seconds. "If you busted up your knee, no matter how badly, as long as it was still there, obviously, you'd be able to make it off the field with this." I untied the bandage. "Next." "Stab wound, shoulder." I pulled him into a sitting position and in even less time wrapped his shoulder. "You could go back to battle, though I wouldn't advise it." I untied the bandage. "Next." The cycle continued with me bandaging every injury he could think of. Some were exceptionally creative, until Nagato released a jaw-cracking yawn that amazed me. "It's time for you to go to sleep," I announced. "Not until you do too," Nagato snapped. I'd been trained to stay up for nearly a week on end with minimal loss in cognitive function and I don't care. I sighed and repacked the medic pouch, tying the bandage around Nagato's head like a bandana before he could stop me. As exhausted as he was, it wasn't difficult, but he escaped as soon as I finished. I doubted he slept much the night before. "I'll be fine going without sleep, you won't." "Please stop trying to reassure me. I don't want to have to be taken care of anymore." "Nagato," I reached out to grab his shoulder, but he slapped my hand away. "I don't want to be the one who has to be protected. You've got a bit of growing up to do before that happens." "I don't want." "You want to be a shinobi, fine." I interrupted sharply. "You want to protect people, fine. All of that takes time, Nagato. You're 6 years old and whether you like it or not, there's not much you can do." "I want to do something." "I'll tell you what, you go to sleep and I'll wake you up early and we can go to the training ground and I'll teach you anything you want to learn as long as it's within my capabilities, okay?" "You have to sleep too." I sighed. "It's not that simple, but I'll try." I set the medic pouch on the floor beside the bed and flopped down on my back rubbing my face. "Since you're the only one that can touch those seals, go turn the light off." "Can we leave the light on?" Nagato asked in a small voice. He wasn't afraid of the dark, but he was 6 years old. When I was 6, I slept with the lights on whenever I had a bad day. "Sure, Nagato," I murmured, not moving as I stared up at the underside of Roach's bed. Straight face. I spent the entire night with Nagato using my stomach as a pillow and trying to decipher the security seals he had stuck to the bed above us. Several times, I dozed briefly, but woke with an unpleasant jerk. 6 hours later, I prodded Nagato until he woke up. "It's almost 6 in the morning, I told him when he blearily opened his eyes. Do you still want to go train? Nagato jumped up, fully alert before I finished the sentence. Yes, please. The security seals fell a few seconds later. Within 3 minutes, Nagato was ready to go. Come on, Nissan. I had barely managed to put on half my armor. Breakfast is at 7, so if we hurry, we'll have an entire hour for you to teach me cool stuff. Come on. Hurry. Easy, Nagato, there's no use wasting your energy. You're talking like an old man. I am not old. I snapped. Physically, I was only 11. Mentally, I was sure I was somewhere between 33 and 35. That was most certainly not old. I finished putting on my armor and carefully attached my sticks to the small of my back. Then hurry up. I want you to teach me that cool taijutsu move where you spin and end up behind your opponent and then you go wham and knock them unconscious from behind. You have to be more specific. I know a lot of moves like that. The one where you don't stop spinning and no one can hit you. That's an entire taijutsu style, not a move. How do you know about that anyways? Sensei told me that I had to ask you or Sakumo if I wanted to learn it because he didn't know it. He doesn't know many water jutsus either. I see. I secured my medic pouch beneath my sticks and then my senbon on my thigh. Are you going to teach me? Nagato begged. Be patient. I finally strapped the bodkin to the center of my back and my miscellaneous supply pouch to the back of my left hip. Now, I'm ready. Nagato cheered and grabbed my wrist, dragging me out the door and through the halls at a surprising speed until we reached the training ground. Teach me, Nagato chanted. All right. Calm down. You're asking me to teach you an entire taijutsu style. This is going to take time, understand? Probably months. Nagato nodded. Good. Let me ask you, have you ever tried to slash a leaf out of the air? I picked up a small deciduous leaf from the ground and tossed it in the air, handing Nagato the bodkin and backing away. Try and knock it out of the air. Nagato swung at the leaf, but the air current around the bodkin caused the leaf to twist around the wooden training blade. He frowned and tried until the leaf hit the ground. It's much harder than it sounds. This taijutsu style was based off that, and it's extremely effective when you're unarmed or facing someone with a longer blade or is physically bigger than you. In theory, if your opponent can't touch you, your opponent can't win. It's called the spinning leaf and not very offensive, but you can easily make up for that with ninjutsu. What taijutsu style do you already know? Kushina taught me the Uzumaki style and Sensei taught me the Academy style, and he's trying to teach me something called Goken, but I don't like it. I frowned. Sakumo taught me the style but recommended that I shouldn't use it, mostly because it required more strength and physical power than I would likely ever have. Well, both of those are aggressive styles and are extremely different than this one, so you'll be starting from scratch. The quickest way to learn how a style is supposed to work is to fight it. Just to be clear, this is for learning purposes only, so it's not about the fight, it's about the style. I settled into the starting stance. Whenever you're ready. The boy wasted no time in attacking, carefully analyzing my movements. I let him set the speed of the fight, even letting him land several hits through weak points in the style. Unfortunately, said hits were the necessary sacrifice to let me spin behind him and strike his back in 4 different places that sent him to his knees gasping for breath, even though I was only at a quarter of my full speed and strength. I tapped his neck with a kunai before backing away a few steps to let him recover. Don't you get dizzy? Nagato whined, standing up and rolling his shoulders. No. I still feel dizzy just watching. That's the point. I let him test the limits. Until I had used the main katas against him. Now you have a feel for what it's supposed to look like. Are you ready to start learning for yourself? He nodded and I demonstrated the starting position. Nagato mimicked me as I walked through the kata. His stances were extremely rough, but it was much easier to teach the finer points when he already knew the basics. Maybe I was just aping Sakumo's style of teaching. The warm-up spar had taken about 10 minutes, so I spent the next 40 teaching and correcting the first kata. Nagato picked it up impossibly quickly, and the last 10 minutes were entirely focused on making his muscles memorize it, not just his brain. In the last 2 minutes, Nagato-sensei appeared behind me. Even though I was in control of myself, I had not calmed down from the encounter with Madara. The second I registered a presence behind me, I pulled my sticks out faster than I knew I could and attacked. A cane intercepted the strikes, but I was already ducking underneath a strike I thought was coming and sweeping at the stalker's legs. The man, unbalanced by the fact he only had one leg, fell hard on his butt and I pinned him, my hand around his throat. I barely managed to pull back what would have been a killing blow as I recognized him. "Easy, kid, I'm not going to hurt you," he placated. I took special care in confirming his chakra signature before helping him up. "Sorry," I forced out, obviously unrepentant. "My bad," he responded, smirking. "I ought to know better than to sneak up on a shinobi, even one reputed to be as soft as you." "Sensei." Nagato interrupted my smart response. "Did you see Nissan teaching me?" Did you? He's the best Nissan ever. Much better than Kushina-chan. She's a mean teacher, always whacking me on the head, but Nissan is awesome. I almost got that taijutsu I was asking you about. One kata is not an entire style, Nagato, I interrupted, but Nagato ignored me, animatedly acting out his story. Earlier, he showed me how it was supposed to look and he was all whoosh. And then bam! Bam! And even though he was going really slow, I didn't even see. His sensei stuffed a ration bar in Nagato's mouth. "Yes, I've been watching this entire time. Good job, both of you." He handed me 2 ration bars. "I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Matsushita Katashi, formerly known as Mouse. Most recruits call me Shida-sensei. I would like to officially thank you for beginning the program to incorporate the retired forces into teaching roles, Kichiro-kun." "You're welcome," I responded and shook his hand. He gestured for us all to sit, and I did so before beginning to inhale the ration bars. "There are a lot of rumors about you. How many of them are true?" I paused halfway through the first ration. "I'm not entirely familiar with the rumors you're talking about. My personal favorite is that you are sent by Inari and here for some ambiguous purpose that can't be decided on." I choked and barely managed to swallow before I started coughing. There is no way to respond to that without offending or terrifying someone, so I won't share my opinion on the matter. The most popular one is that you're the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. I made the mistake of taking a bite out of the second ration before he finished the statement. Nagato pounded on my back as I choked again. "That one, I assure you, is false." "Then you are a reincarnation of the Shodai." "Also false." I swallowed the last of the rations. "Are you the QB hellbent on destroying us?" I winced. "No, we are 2 separate entities." "What about the most likely, you're a man who is reborn as an infant every time he dies? You're going to keep asking until you figure it out, aren't you? You're a smart one." He smirked. "You made a bet, didn't you?" He was at least moderately surprised. "There is a bet." I abstained. "And how many people are watching right now?" "About 30 or so." A collective groan came from the nearest wall. A crowd of people emerged from beneath the jinjutsu. What was the bet? Everyone except Hatake bet in their favorite theory. He bet that you would figure out the ruse before the rumors could be confirmed. Exactly how much did he win? Nagato-sensei winced. Enough money and favors to last him the rest of his life. Almost all of the NBU now owes him something, don't they? Yes, but it's not the first time. I turned to the freshly revealed group. Good to know someone in this godforsaken world has a brain instead of a rock in their head. Just because I don't relish destruction doesn't mean I'm incompetent. Matsushita winced. I stood up sharply. "Thanks for the food." I marched away. "Nissan is the best ninja ever," Nagato announced, angry. I was surprised he had understood the implications of the conversation. "You're supposed to be his comrades, but you're just—" "Leave it, Nagato," I snapped before slamming the door behind me, only to find my path blocked by Sakumo. I tried to step around him, but he held out a hand to stop me. "You're supposed to be training." Apparently, I'm an incompetent fool who can't be trusted to see through a basic deception tactic. Why should I train when I'm never going to go out in the field again? Plenty of bets have been made on this topic before, Kichiro. I turned on my heel and tried to walk in the opposite direction, but Sakumo grabbed the back of my armor. The second his hand touched me, I spun and attempted to strike the back of his elbow. He caught my wrist without a problem. This isn't about the bet. Something happened. What makes you come to that conclusion? Normally, you'd be demanding a cut of the winnings and you would never try and attack me outside of a spar, not even to make a point. Let me go. All of Anbu have explicit orders not to harass you after you almost lost control in the spar with Kyo. I scowled. Kichiro? I didn't know why I wasn't telling Sakumo about Madara's visit. I want to go home. That's not the problem either. The door slammed open and Nagato ran out, crying into his hands. Nagato, I breathed. Sakumo released me and I ran forward to kneel in front of him. It's all right, I murmured as Nagato buried his face in my shoulder and hugged me tightly. I quietly reassured him for the next minute until the crying eased. They're all a bunch of traitors, Nagato said into my shoulder. They said you were going to go crazy and die and they would relish putting you down like an animal. That escalated impossibly quickly, it had barely been 2 minutes since I stormed out. I'm not gonna die, Nagato, I promise. If they had a say in it, you would already be dead. Well, they don't have a say in it. But they're just scared, okay? They're still. I know, it's no excuse, but that's how people are. It's going to be all right. Nagato hiccuped, but after a minute, nodded. He pulled away, rubbing his eyes. I gently dried his face of tears. A knot of cold fury coiled in my stomach as I noticed the beginning of a bruise on Nagato's temple. That bruise wasn't for me. I was careful not to allow any expression to show on my face as I pulled off my glove and healed it. When we were sparring earlier, I had landed several hits, but none were strong enough to leave a mark, only cause pain. Feeling better now? He nodded. Glad to hear it, Sakumo snapped. Both of you, get in here. Nagato winced and I stood to obey. I didn't miss the way he took up a position off my left shoulder as if he was expecting a fight. Chapter 50. To my surprise, the training ground was empty except for Matsushita. Everyone else was given their own assignments. Sakumo explained. Kichiro, standard procedure dictates that every trainee is required to undertake a full assessment of abilities upon joining ANBU. Yours and Nagato's assessment has been scheduled for today. There is both a written and practical portion. Matsushita will be administering the written portion and I will be administering the practical. I shrugged. Fine. Your objective is to attempt to take this necklace from around my neck. Sakumo held up a rope with several knots in it and put it around his neck. Try to use every skill in your arsenal to do so. Kichiro, you are not to communicate with the QB in any way. This is an assessment of your abilities, not your abilities plus the QB's, is that clear? I rolled my eyes. Technically, if I don't have access to the QB, that means I'm theoretically dead or dying, so the QB, in all his wisdom, is a part of my repertoire. Sakumo was not amused. If this was a true assessment, then it would be an assessment of everything I'm capable of. Logically, you are correct, but the QB's strength is not to be used lightly. I am the great QB no Kitsune. If I wish to interfere, I will, and this boy's pitiful strength can do nothing to stop me. If I do not wish my power to be used, it will not be used. No stupid mortal can. You know I'm the only one who can hear you, right? I winced at the QB's pissed-off roar and reflexively covered my ears. Kichiro? Kichiro! Sakumo snapped. I'm fine, what were you about to say? What happened? QB got arrogant and I got smart with him. You were saying? What are you thinking? Let's not start this argument now, it won't get us anywhere. Can I use the QB in the assessment? Sakumo crossed his arms. Fine, but if you lose control. He left the thread hanging. I'm not going to lose control. Nagato will be going first. The boy swallowed behind me. I ruffled his hair as I walked to the edge of the ground. Use every skill you have, Nagato, and the match is over when you succeed or are no longer able to continue. Sakumo explained. Understand? Nagato nodded and settled into a stance almost identical to my crazy, improper starting stance. Sakumo smirked in amusement and drew his saber. Nagato swallowed. Begin, Sakumo stated neutrally. Nagato flew into action, copying my opening attacks perfectly. I felt an extreme case of déjà vu as I watched what could have been one of the spars I had with Sakumo during my second year of training. Nagato could have passed the Jinin test without a problem. He probably would have been at the top of the class, given his academics reflected his abilities. I wasn't entirely sure why Nagato was copying me move for move. A few seconds later, I realized that there was absolutely no way for Nagato to be able to copy me that closely. He had never had the chance to analyze my preferred fighting style. It took me a few more seconds to notice the extremely basic area of effect Jinjutsu Nagato had somehow managed. A few seconds later, when Matsushida's eyes widened in surprise, I realized that Nagato had made up a Jinjutsu similar to mine which somehow made a person want to believe what they were seeing. I carefully extracted myself from it and noticed the real Nagato carefully sneaking around behind Sakumo. Nagato reached up to grab the necklace from Sakumo's neck, but before his hand closed around it, Sakumo grabbed his wrist and landed a solid backhanded strike in Nagato's stomach with the hilt of his saber. Ouch! I rubbed my stomach. I had tried the same trick on Sakumo ages ago and it had ended up the exact same way, but Sakumo had struck me hard enough that he had to end training or risk compounding the injury. Unlike me, however, Nagato went on the offensive instead of recoiling and regrouping. My eyes widened when I realized that Sakumo hadn't broken the Jinjutsu. He was expecting Nagato to act like me and back down. He was seeing that in the Jinjutsu, so didn't even see the kunai in Nagato's hand until it had made a jagged scratch from the left corner of his jaw to the bridge of his nose. It would have been much deeper, but Nagato pulled the strike at the last second. I gaped. I had never seen anyone land a solid hit on Sakumo. I had trained with him for 2 years and the best I had ever managed from endless spars with him was a glancing blow to his wrist when I overextended my reach with my sticks and broke my arm in 7 places from the fall. I ended up more concerned with the injury than celebrating a hit on Sakumo. Sakumo twisted faster than Nagato could track and knocked the boy out of attacking range to touch the sizable gash. I wouldn't have been surprised if the blade had touched bone. Nagato didn't let up and took every advantage of the distraction. I barely caught the 3 hand seals before Sakumo was forced to leap out of the way of a wave of water. Unfortunately for Nagato, only the first few minutes of the match let him show off his offensive plan. The next few minutes would be him forced to defend against Sakumo's onslaught before his turn to return to the offensive came. Sakumo may not have been the best shinobi in Konoha, but he was a damn good one. Anyone else would have beaten Nagato to a pulp for managing that, to prove that they were undoubtedly the better ninja, but he didn't, though he did make a point not to let Nagato get anywhere close to landing a second hit, and dealt several punishing hits of his own. Sakumo ended up pushing Nagato to the point where he was making up taijutsu moves to try and keep Sakumo at bay and provide enough of an offense that he wasn't overwhelmed. Most shinobi skimped of defensive training, since defense never won anything. I was an oddball in the fact the majority of my training was focused on defense. It would take a jonin to break through my defensive taijutsu without any tricks. Nagato obviously had more training than average in defense, but it couldn't compare to the training I received, even though he did seem to have a decent understanding of what I could do and had to have modeled his independent training after my old regime. Luckily, Sakumo quickly picked up on that and didn't accidentally attack Nagato with something too far above his level. By the time Sakumo backed off to allow Nagato to take his turn on the offensive, I had resolved to confront Nagato on how he knew so much of my fighting techniques. Not even Kushina was familiar enough with my style and abilities to copy them as well as he did, and I hadn't fought enough in front of people, including him, for it to be public knowledge. Besides, as jinchuriki, my abilities were supposed to be obscured to reduce the risk of capture. Sakumo was warier as Nagato liberally used an odd variation of kawarimi as a primary part of his next tactic. Whatever Nagato was trying ultimately failed, though Sakumo got doused with a weak wave of water in the process. 2 minutes later, Nagato gave up. Sakumo gave him an approving nod before helping him over to where I knelt, watching them carefully. He shoved Nagato forward as I summoned medical chakra to my hands. The second I touched Nagato's forehead for diagnostics, my assessment began. Sakumo tried to slap me with several jinjutsu once I stood up, which I dismissed the second they touched me. Since he still had his saber out, I drew my sticks. Obviously, the saber was the biggest threat to me and I had to either take control of, or neutralize the advantage it gave him. Unfortunately, the fact that his could channel chakra meant that the only way I could neutralize said advantage was to remove the weapon from his control. The second threat was the size difference, but I knew I could rely on the Kyuubi to get me out of a bind if that came into play. Third was the skill difference. I had no delusion that I could hold him off for more than a few hits if Sakumo went all out, but he wouldn't during an assessment and I could take advantage of that. The only areas I could beat him in was in chakra control and chakra capacity. If I was fighting to win, I could take advantage of that, but I had an objective. Sakumo was probably the worst opponent for anyone to face. By Jonin standards, he was a master at taijutsu and kenjutsu, he was taught by an Uchiha, so his skill in jinjutsu was terrifying. His weakness, if it could be considered a weakness, was ninjutsu, but that was only because he had only slightly above average chakra reserves, it had nothing to do with his skill. Nagato had tried to play it sneaky, but I knew I couldn't trick Sakumo. If I had a chance, it was ruined when Nagato used my default tactics and almost succeeded. My best bet was to turn it into a ninjutsu battle and force Sakumo to exhaust himself. There was about a 10% chance it would work. While general ninjutsu was just as effective, elemental ninjutsu was much more powerful and the only way to remain competitive at a Jonin level. I knew Sakumo had his affinity, lighting, mastered, as well as fire and earth. Wind was his weak point, which was why my training with it was touch and go with a lot of experimentation. I learned to utilize wind by messing with the element, under supervision, until it worked. Sakumo realized, too late, that I wasn't following the standard path of learning by solidifying the association with the way my chakra moved to specific hand seals. By learning medical ninjutsu before any other jutsus, I gained a one-of-a-kind flexibility with my chakra that Sakumo wasn't sure could be duplicated. Hand seals made it easier to learn a jutsu, but after I practiced it enough, they weren't entirely necessary and I used them when I was too distracted to focus on molding my chakra properly, such as when I was fighting. It was both a handicap and an advantage. Shape manipulation was much harder for me since I didn't have a guide, but I wasn't constrained to hand seals in combat, which gave me an edge none but the most highly trained ninja had. When I made no motion to start the actual match, Sakumo lunged forward, trying to knock one of the sticks out of my hand with the flat of his blade and a burst of chakra. My sticks were strange weapons. The wood was far more durable than it should have been, it was obviously carved from the trees the shodai grew around the village. What was strange was that there was something inside of the sticks that could conduct elemental chakra, like Sakumo's saber, though nowhere near as effective or powerful. To a certain extent, even the wood could conduct chakra, though it was difficult. I had no idea how it had gotten inside the wood, especially since the sticks showed no sign of wear after 4 years of combat and training. I knew seals had something to do with it, but there seemed to be no sign of them. There was an odd, circular mark left at the tops of the sticks that Sakumo refused to elaborate on. My crazy, fanciful theory was that the sticks had been a project Uzumaki Mito and or the Shodai had attempted. Unfortunately, there was no way I would have been allowed to wield a legacy like that until I was at least a Jonin. When Sakumo's saber hit the stick in my right hand, chakra raced down the blade. I sent a wave of healing chakra down my arm and spun with the momentum the strike gave me and retaliated. In the shinobi world, offense was the best defense and I was certainly not lacking in the defense department. Sakumo countered with ease and I made my first attempt at disarming him. My sticks had optional straps that I could loop around my wrists. I used those straps to twist up Sakumo's blade and clamped my sticks together on either side of the blade, struggling to fight the chakra invading my body. I twisted and forced the blade free from Sakumo's grip, leaping backwards with my trophy. My right stick dangled from my wrist as I held the saber. I could tell from Sakumo's expression that he was regretting both teaching me the trick and how to use the blade, both with and without my sticks. Sakumo drew 2 kunai. Clever, he admitted. What are you going to do with it? A weapon the enemy knows better is a weapon against you, I responded and tossed the saber out of the fighting area. He sent one last longing look at the blade before refocusing. It's not like I took your baby. I rolled my eyes while sending a near-invisible blade of wind at him. He spat fire at me, but I had charged the jutsu with more power than was probably wise and Sakumo ended up with a flaming blade trying to slice him down the middle. It forced him to dodge and retaliate with a bolt of lightning. I barely managed to split it with a second overpowered blade of wind. I continued to bombard him with wind. Almost immediately, he caught on to my strategy. It was much more direct than was normal for me, but was the only option I could see. Sakumo could keep up and beat me in everything but raw chakra output. Even without the QB, I had him beat due to my Tsunade level chakra control and the fact that I had low Jonin reserves anyways. I could throw Winjutsu around indefinitely with the QB's help. I managed to keep Sakumo on the defensive for a solid 5 minutes before he started to figure out my general pattern of attack. Things started to get hairy after that. While I could keep up more powerful ninjutsu for longer, Sakumo's skill overshadowed mine, and it was everything I could do to keep the fight from turning into a taijutsu battle. I knew I was running a significant risk letting Sakumo back me around the training ground. I was going to end up in a trap. I knew it. I just hoped my half-assed plan to get out would work. Sure enough, a minute later I found myself with kunai and shuriken flying at me from every direction. I waited until the last possible second before substituting myself with Sakumo. The effort left me on my knees, but there was no way Sakumo could have stopped all the projectiles and was left with several scratches all over his body and a kunai in his left thigh. He started attacking me with jinjutsus, which I struggled to dispel as fast as he piled them on. His hands never stopped flashing through hand seals for the next minute. He sent them so hard and fast that I was forced to close my eyes in concentration. I knew that if even one of them stuck, I would lose. Finally, Sakumo let up, unsuccessful, but he was in control of the fight and forced me to engage in taijutsu. I wasn't sure how much time passed. It was all a blur of blocks and dodges and struggling to stay off to his left to slow down his attacks. Unfortunately, Sakumo upped the speed and struck me full force in the throat. Sakumo never would have landed a hit like that in a regular spar, but this was an examination of what I could do, and healing during combat was a skill I had. Using it on myself in combat was slightly more difficult than I anticipated, but that might have been because 3/4 of my brain was screaming can't breathe, can't breathe, can't breathe, and the other quarter was split between healing and staying out of Sakumo's range with judicious use of kawarimi and a shunshin. I didn't think Sakumo meant to, but not only did he crush my trachea, but he tore my jugular vein open. I wasn't sure how, but there was no way Sakumo would intentionally run a risk like that and keep pushing me to fight. If he was trying to get me pissed off, it worked. Basic repairs, like fixing torn muscles and broken bones, were easy to do without direct contact with what I was trying to fix. I could heal bruises because they were generally directly below the surface of the skin. Organs were well protected enough that any damage they took without breaking the skin would be mild enough that they just needed to be coaxed to heal faster, but even more severe injuries could be easily healed because access to them was easy with only a few simple layers of muscle and skin in the way. The jugular vein was under a mess of blood vessels, muscles, and other tissue. It was all I could do to keep myself from bleeding out. Sakumo immediately stopped his attack when I stabbed myself in the neck with a chakra scalpel and stuck my finger into the hole. I couldn't even enjoy the expression of horror I knew was on his face. I easily finished fixing the damage and finally started to reconstruct my windpipe. Unfortunately, healing my torn vocal cords would take more time than I could afford, especially because I wouldn't be able to cut myself open and fix them directly. I would have given up then, but without a voice and no signs for I give up, I had to continue. I was of the opinion that it was Sakumo's intention, otherwise he would have broken my face or ribs instead. When I stood up, Sakumo resumed the match. I didn't get a single chance to force space with ninjutsu, and my attempt to make Sakumo think I was a few inches to the right was dismissed without a second thought. I wanted to try to show him what he wanted to see with a jinjutsu, but I didn't know what he wanted, so I knew it wouldn't work. I did know what he feared. While I fought, I explained my plan to the QB and started to draw on his chakra. Sakumo flinched back as my eyes changed color and my teeth sharpened. I started to pull the QB's chakra on the ground beside me. When Sakumo glanced at it, the jinjutsu was set and I dove out of the way. In his eyes, the pooling chakra grew into a miniature replica of the QB. I couldn't do that for real, but no one knew that. The fake me's eyes widened in horror and the jinjutsu turned into a convincing rendition of what it would look like if I lost control. As my hand closed around the necklace, Sakumo whipped a kunai at the fake. I jerked backwards as the kunai went through the fake's head. The QB took back his chakra so quickly that I nearly collapsed. In hindsight, I probably should have expected Sakumo to kill me rather than risk the Kyuubi's escape. I knew full well he was a shinobi first, person second, but it was frightening and disorienting to watch myself die, even more so since it was Sakumo doing the killing. Inari, Hachiman, and Kabiko, help me, I heard him murmur into the air as my fake body's head snapped back. Everyone was standing, horrified and frozen as my fake body with the ring of a fake kunai protruding from its forehead collapsed. I was frozen, indescribable emotions tearing through me for the briefest of instants before I realized that the real kunai was hurtling towards Nagato. I snapped the jinjutsu, screaming, but no one would be able to react in time and my vocal cords were still too damaged to make actual sounds. I shunshined forward, praying it would work properly, and slammed into Nagato the instant before the kunai would have gone through his head for real. Instead, it punched through the ball and socket joint of my shoulder, only nicking Nagato's forehead. His head hit the stone wall behind him a moment before mine. Straight face. I couldn't have blacked out for more than a few seconds, because when I woke up, I had not been moved from the place I collapsed on top of Nagato. The boy was already awake and blinking sluggishly. I pushed myself up, trying to ignore the wave of dizziness. A few seconds later, I soundlessly screamed as someone pulled the kunai out of my shoulder and shoved me to the side. I fell hard on my back while someone else pressed their palm against my forehead and performed an extremely rudimentary diagnostics jutsu. No, let me go. Nagato begged and small fingers wrapped around my ankle. I tried to sit up, but someone pressed the tip of a knife against my neck. I looked around, but everything was blurry. He's dangerous, boy, get back. Someone ordered. A second person activated prisoner containment seals on my major chakra gates. What the hell are you doing? Sakumo demanded. He's dangerous. He should be locked up. Take off the seals, Sakumo ordered, and I felt several reluctant hands pull off the seals. Matsushita-san, please take both boys to their clan compound and impress upon their family that the two of them are not to leave the building, security level 8. Sakumo pulled me to my feet, but my body barely responded. I could feel his steel control wavering as he put my uninjured arm around Nagato's shoulders, and I would have fallen back to the ground if Nagato hadn't held me up. Someone pulled us both into a shunshin and I fell to my knees on the front porch. I wasn't entirely sure how much time elapsed, but the next thing I knew was ISE grabbing Matsushita around the neck and slamming him against the wall. Who do you think you are? ISE demanded. Who do you think you are to waltz back here with my sons in this condition and think you can get away with it? The next second, Kushina was there, pulling ISE off the man. They're just training injuries, leave him alone, she said firmly. It was a good thing Kushina arrived when she did. It was just an assessment, Matsushita affirmed. Get them inside. Shida-sensei, you are welcome to stay, Kushina said politely. I think it would be wise if I did not. Hatake-san said to relay that Kichiro-kun and Nagato are not to leave the premises, security level 8. Orders received and acknowledged, Kushina responded professionally. Come on, let's get them inside and settled. I recognized Takeshi as he picked me up and carried me inside. He sat me down on a wooden chair and Kushina deftly undid the chest plate of my armor and took it off so ISE could begin bandaging the wound on my shoulder and immobilizing my arm across my chest. Nagato summarized the non-classified version of what happened over the past several days, which basically amounted to Kichiro has been having a rough time and we've both been training. Kushina, can you go get me the medical seals for repairing bone as well as the medicine for nausea and inflammation? A minute later, Kushina returned and ISE pressed a slip of paper to my temple. Is his head broken? Kushina asked. I don't think so, but it doesn't hurt to be sure. Activate this for me? Healing chakra wrapped around my head for several minutes as I stared blankly ahead. Kushina was there and studying my face, but it hurt too much to try and respond. He's not going to respond, Kushina, he has a severe concussion. Takeshi, give him these pills and take him into my room to lie down. We all know Fuso isn't resting in there so she can watch over him while he sleeps off the damage. Someone pressed 2 pills into my mouth with sour-tasting fingers and I swallowed them automatically. Kushina gently took my weapons and sealed them away, tucking the storage seal into my pocket. Takeshi picked me up and carried me into a separate room and laid me on the bed. I heard everything, don't worry about him, Fuso murmured and shifted so she sat right beside me, her fingers combing my hair. I'm pregnant, not incapacitated. I've had a baby before, this is all highly unnecessary. I carried Nagato through a war zone and gave birth while Shinobi fought a kilometer away. Trust me, I'm fine. But you? Of the two of us, who is the prenatal specialist? He quickly backed out of the room. I curled against her side and she wrapped a heavy blanket around me before rubbing soothing patterns into my back and humming softly. I was out within seconds. I didn't wake up for hours. When I did, the room was empty and I was practically swaddled in the blanket. I sat up and followed the sound of the voices. I obviously interrupted dinner. Nissan echoed around the table and several of the kids ran forward. I braced myself against the doorframe. I tried to greet them, but belatedly realized my vocal cords were still damaged. I relayed the information to Kushina through field signs. He says it's nice to see everyone and he won't be able to talk for a little while. There aren't field signs for details, she translated. The adults called the kids back to the table and the youngest girl grabbed my cushion and dragged me over to sit beside them. Misaki, Kichiro can only use one arm right now, so he can't eat unless you let go. Ise reprimanded softly. A plate of food was set in front of me and the debate over whether it was worth making their own paper for Fuinjutsu due to the war shortage resumed. I ate mechanically, only half listening to the chattering around me. I didn't even notice when almost everyone had left and the dishes were cleared away. Kichiro? Ise murmured and knelt down beside me. I glanced over at him and pressed my hand to my throat, working on healing my vocal cords. He patiently waited until I pulled my hand away before continuing. The kids are going to sleep early, Fuso thinks you should as well. Your eyes still aren't focusing on anything. I can see just fine, I rasped. Bullshit. Come on, Fuso wants to fuss over someone and Nagato already escaped upstairs. Keed and I have the night shift at the hospital tonight and Fuso is due sometime in the next week. I'd feel better if you were there just in case the baby comes early. I let him lead me back into the bedroom, but after I nearly fell flat on my face, he picked me up and carried me the rest of the way. Fuso started to fuss the moment we stepped through the door. I have to go, Ise murmured and left. I didn't mind as Fuso started her mother routine on me. Chapter 51. To my surprise, I slept the entire night curled against Fuso's back. I was also surprised that I slept through several children crawling onto the bed with me. Fuso woke when I sat up, feeling much better than before. She smiled and rubbed the grit out of my eyes. You just needed a meal and a good night's sleep, she concluded. Are you going to fix that shoulder or do you want me to redress it? It hurts, I responded stupidly. I know, I've had a knife to the shoulder before. Are you going to heal it yourself, or do you want me to reapply the bandages? She responded patiently. I'll fix it, I murmured, my voice still rough. Can you help? Sure, kiddo, come on, there's stuff to clean it in the kitchen. I crawled over the sleeping children and followed her into the kitchen where Takashi and another woman were making breakfast. A little boy who was so malnourished that he looked younger than Nagato, even though I knew he was at least 9, followed the woman around with wide eyes, taking the bites of fruits and vegetables she periodically handed down to him, and wearing nothing but a ragged pair of shorts. He immediately lost interest in the food and watched me carefully sit down on a low stool as Fuso unwound the bandages and cleaned out the stab wound. A few minutes later, I healed the damage to the bone and tissue while the boy watched in fascination from behind Fuso. This is Tamaki, Fuso introduced. Tamaki, this is Kichiro, your big brother. I held out a hand politely. He pointed to my shoulder instead. I can do that, he whispered. Watch! He leapt towards me, his hand reaching for my mouth. I flinched out of the way, barely catching him before he ran headfirst into the wall. I felt slightly sick when I noticed the pale scars in the shape of adult-sized bite marks across his torso. I looked to Fuso for an explanation. His chakra, even though he only has the amount of the average civilian his age, is extremely potent, and it can heal anyone who bites him, she explained as I one-handedly fended off the boy's attempts to stick his hands in my mouth. It's uncommon in the clan, but it's one of the reasons Yuzu had its own school for doctors long before medical ninjutsu was created and Tsunade Hime founded the hospital in Konoha. He discovered it at the orphanage shortly before he was taken and used it to heal his friend who fell off the roof. The boy wasn't listening to her. I held up a hand glowing with medical chakra to distract him from his new game. He's completely blind, so he navigates by chakra sensing. We aren't sure if it was something that happened while he was missing or if he's always been like that. The kids don't remember, and it took us several days to figure out why he ran into furniture and walls but knew exactly where everyone was. He's terrified of ninja. He screams about bad chakra whenever they get too close. We think it's something the person who took him did. That's why you didn't see him at dinner last night. He doesn't go into hysterics with Kushina, but he doesn't like her either. I don't know why you're different. Has he met Tsunade? Fuso shook her head. The medic means are only available to treat shinobi. He hasn't been seen by ISE, Keed, and I all examined him. As far as we can tell, he's only malnourished. The rest of the damage is to his mind. Tamaki finally gathered up the courage to touch my palm and I wrapped his hand with medical chakra, stopping as soon as he jerked back in surprise. Fuso took a step back as the game I played with hundreds of skittish children began. I held my hand out to him and held perfectly still until he stepped forward and put his hand in mine. I wrapped it with healing chakra, and to my surprise, he didn't pull away. He figured out the game quicker than most kids and switched hands. His bones were extremely weak, and the muscles barely strong enough to function, so I temporarily fortified them to help his cells get the most out of what he ate, at least for the next few days. It would make him almost hyper during that time, and it was meant to associate something positive about medics and shinobi in general. He grabbed my wrist and maneuvered my hand to wrap around his forearm. The chakra spread from his wrist to his elbow before he jerked away in surprise. Cautiously, he held my hand against his other arm and I did the same thing. The expression of amazement made me smile. He grabbed my other hand and the game continued. He held my hand against his chest and I gradually filled his torso with medical chakra. The corners of his mouth twitched up in a ghost of a smile as he pressed both of my hands against the center of his chest. He looked thoughtful for a long time as I continued to heal and fortify his body as much as I could, especially focusing on bolstering his immune system. When I pulled back my chakra, his bottom lip started to tremble. "More?" he pleaded. I covered my hand in healing chakra, but didn't touch him with it. Instead, I let him fidget with my fingers until he crawled into my lap. Cautiously, he pressed his ear against my heart. "Lube-dub. Lube-dub. Lube-dub." He started to murmur, barely audible. When he settled down, I noticed the adults watching me and Tamaki carefully. I looked at Fuso, confused, so she explained. Besides screaming at the ninja, this is the first thing he's spoken. It's another one of the reasons he wasn't seen by a medic. He just kept screaming bad chakra whenever they passed by his room. Considering who was responsible for his condition in the first place, we didn't sedate him so he could be checked over, even though Tsunade Hime volunteered. He hasn't voluntarily touched anyone except me, Takeshi, and Shizuka. I think it's mostly because we're the ones giving him food at all hours of the day. I don't know why he's taken to you so easily. Because my chakra is corrupted, I answered easily. It doesn't quite register as human to sensors because of the QB and how early I started medical ninjutsu. It's softer, I guess. The difference is slight, only really good sensors can pick it up. Fuso nodded and rubbed a spot on her belly. The baby is definitely going to be a shinobi. He or she is almost as strong as Nagato was. You can't be sure of that until several years after birth, I contradicted. Trust me, a mother knows. I stood up, picking Tamaki up with me, and offered the stool to Fuso, who just shook her head. Part of me misses traveling with just ISE. He stopped coddling me, mostly, once I beat him over the head for the third time. Honestly, it's like everyone thinks I've never had a kid before. I was working up until the day Nagato was born, and was back to work the day after. I winced. That's not very smart. I'm not even 30 yet. I wasn't sure of that fact, but I didn't contradict her. The second kid is often weaker than the first because of the stress pregnancy puts on the chakra pathways. You really should take it easy. 2 hearts, Tamaki agreed with me, pointing at Fuso. 3 hearts. He sat up and laid a hand against my chest. 4 hearts. He continued and covered his own heart with both hands. See, Tamaki-kun agrees with me. She smiled lightly and sat down. You always care about everyone else, don't you, Kichiro? Tamaki's arms tightened around my neck and he hit his face against my collar. Bad chakra. Bad chakra. He started to repeat and I could feel tears moisten my shirt. A few seconds later, Kushina appeared in the doorway of the kitchen. I sent soothing pulses of medical chakra to calm the boy down, but all it did was quiet him. Does anyone know where Minato is? He wanted to train by himself yesterday and never came back. I just checked the training ground, he wasn't there. You know he can't get in after sunset, he's probably at his apartment, Fuso reminded. I checked there too. Urgent mission? I suggested. Kushina shook her head. Minato and I are an official team, along with that Uchiha asshole. She clamped a hand over her mouth and looked at Fuso. Sorry, she apologized. Anyways, we always take missions together and there's no way Minato would have got one without me. I'm not worried or anything, just curious. Thanks anyways. Kichiro, I'd give you a hug, but Tamaki would freak out, so I'll see you later. She turned on her heel and marched away as Tamaki squirmed out of my arms and ran over to beg for food from Shizuka. Fuso stood up and grabbed my arm, steering me out of the room, closed the door, and dragged me several meters down the hall before slamming my back against the wall. What game are you playing? She demanded, her voice low. I just looked up at her in confusion. She was up most of the night worried sick about you and you only say 2 words to her the second you can carry a coherent conversation? I'll talk to her later. You know better than I that later isn't a guarantee for you too. I flinched. Go after her this instant and apologize. She let me go when I raced up the stairs after my sister. I knew better than to disregard the orders of a pregnant woman. I caught up with Kushina on the 2nd floor and walked beside her in silence up to the 3rd. They had set up an indoor training ground in the days that I had been gone, and Kushina immediately started target practice, ignoring me completely as I sat down against the wall. After the 100th kunai struck the target's last open spot and bumped 3 other kunai off, she plopped down beside me. I put my arm around her. Minato was really mad when he found out what we did for Yuzu. We got into a really big argument on the training ground. Fugaku had to stop us from fighting. Minato, asked if it was your idea. He didn't believe me when I said it was all mine. He kept saying how he would have expected something like that from you, like you were some kind of traitor. I combed her hair out of her face. He never had a clan, he barely remembers his family, so he doesn't understand. I still remember Yuzu. Even though it was just us at the orphanage, you used to sneak me out after bedtime and we would go swimming in the ocean. Remember that? Remember that night when we swam across the river and that ninja caught us halfway across and took us back and the lady in charge was furious and locked us in that closet for the day? We slept all day in the closet and you showed me a different way out that night and we swam all the way across the river and then you took me to some sweet shop that was always open and bought us candy with the money you saved up from whenever the lady gave us money to eat in town. We ate candy all the way back and that lady, I can't remember her name, but she caught us sneaking back inside that morning and then whipped us both. Probably deserved worse than that. Yeah. I'm surprised we made it all the way across that river, twice. It was huge. Anyways, we never spent much time in the orphanage. We always spent the mornings on the playground or in the library and the afternoons wandering around the village, talking to everyone, trying to follow the ninja around. Should have spent that time in school. I'm glad we didn't. You knew all the stuff they were teaching anyways and taught it to me. She wrapped her arms around my waist. I know I'm not all that old, but living in Yuzu was the happiest time of my life. I really like Konoha too, but no one stops to tell the kids not to stop in the middle of the streets or cares enough to get mad when I sneak out at night. There's no ocean to swim. I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I just stayed silent. I don't think Minato realizes what it was like to walk down the street and just know that everyone you saw was a part of a giant family that would take care of you if you ever needed it, and even when you didn't. Konoha doesn't do that. There's too many clans here. She fell silent for a long time and started to play with the hem of her uniform. After the war is over for real, can we go back to Yuzu and go swimming again? Even if it's just for a night or two. Of course, I murmured. Minato wants me to apologize for what I did, but I'm not sorry for it, but I don't want to lose Minato. He's my best friend, even though you annoy him a lot of the time. What am I supposed to do? He'll come around, Kushina. Minato won't make you stop being who you are, and you're an Uzumaki through and through. We're loyal to a fault, and Yuzu held that loyalty first, just like Konoha holds his loyalty above all. It might take a little while, but he'll realize that if Konoha had been destroyed and he'd been forced to move to Yuzu, he'd want to keep his village alive in a foreign place that seemed to forget about it. He'll figure it out, I promise. I know that, but what if he doesn't? He will. Promise? Promise, even if I have to beat it into him for you. You never beat anyone up. I shrugged. I haven't needed to. Breakfast is almost ready. Okay. You should go eat. Are you trying to get rid of me? You're a bag of bones, Nissan, she deadpanned. I'll eat later. Is this because of Tamaki? Kushina shrugged. Then I think I'll stay with you. She stood up and pulled me to my feet. I will defenestrate you if try and toss me down the stairs, I warned. Kushina hesitated, thought better of her original plan, and picked me up in a fireman's carry. Ninja called it something different, but I never cared to remember the name. Okay, I get your point, I can walk down the stairs by myself. The second I put you down, you're just going to pick me up instead. You're definitely going swimming now. No jutsus in the house, Ji-chan's rule. I don't need a jutsu. I licked my finger and stuck it in her ear. Ew, EW, EW. She shrieked. Someone whacked me on the head with a rolled-up piece of paper. Hey! I looked up at the woman who had just come out of the second floor and was following us down the stairs. Stop teasing your sister. She was teasing me first, I protested. Keiko-sensei is just teasing you, Nissan. I gave her another wet willy. Kushina tried to throw me down the last few steps, but caught hold of her and dragged her down with me. She grabbed both my wrists and landed on top of me, trying to pin me. My back had barely hit the ground when I reversed the hold and nearly managed to pin her instead when she wriggled her foot between us and launched me into the air. We locked hands, and when we landed, it turned into an impromptu game of mercy, shinobi style. Keiko edged around us. Fuso! The kids are fighting again. There was an unspoken rule of no chakra, otherwise things tended to blow up. I hooked a toe behind Kushina's ankle as I forced her back a step and she started to topple backwards. Instead of falling, she tried to swing between my legs, but I dropped her on the ground, only for her foot to catch me in the hip. Both of us landed flat on our backs. In my old body, I never could have done it, but I kicked myself up to stand on my forearms and then fell on top of Kushina, sitting across her stomach. To my surprise, we were both laughing, that is until Fuso grabbed both of our ears and dragged us to our feet. Ow, 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 ow. Kushina and I chorused, still laughing. Fuso looked like she wanted to say something, but after a minute she just shook her head and released us. I love you both to death, but she kept shaking her head. I guess, her eyes lost focus for a moment. What? Kushina and I asked simultaneously. What time is it? Almost 8:30, why? Kushina asked. Takako and Keiko just left for the shop, Takashi left a while ago for the meeting, ISE, Keed, and Shizuka aren't supposed to be home for several hours because of Tamaki. What's going on? Oh dear. What? I really need to go lie down. The two of you are going to have to take care of the kids for a little while. Are you? I started to ask and reached for her, my hand glowing with medical chakra. She caught my wrist. I'm fine, I just need to lay down, I'm feeling really dizzy, you were right about taking it easy. I shouldn't have set the table by myself. Anyways, Kichiro, the kids are in the living room, would you mind telling them that breakfast is on the table and getting everyone to the table? Jin will help you. Don't wait for me, I already ate. Kushina, I need to have a very long chat with you. I found out about your most recent watercolor job. Whatever happened, it wasn't me, I swear. Sure it wasn't. Fuso let go of me and put her arm around Kushina's shoulders and led her away. Okay, maybe I did a little bit, but it was all. The bedroom door closed behind them. I couldn't help but think there was something odd about the exchange, but I put it out of my mind and went to get the kids for breakfast. Just as I filled the last plate on the table and the kids dug in, Kushina's shrill voice rang through the house. "Kichiro!" she screamed. I didn't even know Kushina's voice could go that high. "Keep the kids in here." I ordered Nagato over my shoulder and bolted in the direction of Kushina's chakra. I nearly kicked down the door to Fuso's bedroom in my haste. Oh. Kushina wordlessly pointed at Fuso, who was valiantly trying to hide the fact that she was starting labor. "Kushina, go help Nagato and the little kids with breakfast, I'll take care of this." She was gone in the blink of an eye. "Kichiro, you shouldn't worry, I'll be fine," Fuso stated. "I'm not worried, everything is fine," I stated as I put a hand over her stomach. I used the tiniest trickle of chakra to confirm the statement. "Everything really is fine, I promise." "You know what to do," I said as I laid several thick blankets on the bed so the birthing fluids wouldn't ruin the mattress. "I'm sorry, Kichiro." "Don't be, I've done this hundreds of times, you've attended even more births than me. We both know what to do, I'll use a bit of chakra to speed up the process and we'll be done in an hour, okay? You'll have a new son or daughter by the time ISE gets home." I genuinely wasn't the slightest bit worried, I could fix anything that could go wrong. I kept up a steady stream of reassurances. 37 minutes later, I was holding a disgusting pinkish blob of slightly premature, screaming baby. I deftly cut the newborn's umbilical cord and gently washed the baby while Fuso panted on the bed. By the time she was reasonably composed, I finished cleaning the infant, who was very loudly protesting her introduction to the world. I stood beside Fuso and the moment she reached for the child, I dumped the noisy devil in her arms, exhausted. "Congratulations on your new baby girl," I told her as she carefully began to feed her child while I cleaned up the mess. When I checked the hallway, I saw ISE and Nagato waiting outside and waved them inside. Fuso smiled at ISE, who quickly replaced the pillows supporting Fuso with himself. She settled against him and waved Nagato forward. I pushed the hesitant boy towards them. "Nagato," Fuso said patiently. The newborn was already asleep. "Meet your new baby sister." I picked Nagato up and set him down beside Fuso. She turned and gently settled the sleeping infant in his arms. I helped Fuso arrange his arms to hold the baby properly. "What's her name?" Nagato asked, barely audible. "ISE and I decided to ask you if you wanted to name her." Overwhelmed, Nagato shoved the baby at me a little more forcefully than was probably good for the newborn, and fled the room. The infant woke, mewling, but quickly calmed as I sat down on the bed in the place Nagato vacated, mostly to discreetly stop Fuso from running after him. "Someone needs to go talk to him," she told me. "He just had a very abrupt awakening as to what his job as both a shinobi and an older brother entails. Someone should explain. No, this is something he needs to work out for himself. I'll go talk to him when he calms down." Fuso stared at the door before settling back against ISE. "I suppose you understand him better than anyone. Both ISE and I were the youngest of our families." I flinched when the door opened unexpectedly, but it was only Kushina. I quickly handed ISE the child when I saw her expression. "I'll see you later," I said over my shoulder, and grabbed Kushina on my way out the door. Chapter 52. Unfortunately, I escaped one potentially awkward outsider moment and landed in another, running straight into Minato, who appeared to have been dragged in by Jiraiya, who stood against the wall with an uncharacteristic attentiveness and looked as if he had just returned from a mission. I began. "You're in ANBU," Minato interrupted. "No," I lied firmly. Someone had intentionally made sure ISE had the information he needed to figure out my new post. I knew my post in ANBU wasn't a secret in the upper tiers of the village, but to preserve my safety and village security, protocol still had to be followed. Since Kushina was my immediate family and next of kin, she had a right to know why I would be disappearing, and in my absence, she took on most of my responsibilities. Fuso would know by extension, since Nagato was a part of ANBU as well, but to anyone else, I was just another Chunin and Minato should know better than to try to poke his nose into my duties. Compartmentalization was extremely important during wartime, and he knew that. I could tell that Minato was extremely angry, and I had a good idea what he was angry about. Kushina's fists were clenched, but she was obviously upset as well. I shouldn't be a part of this. In here, all three of you, Jiraiya ordered and jabbed his thumb at the door he was leaning beside. I followed them in, tense. Jiraiya shut the door and activated the privacy seals. I don't know what got between the two of you. I was gone for less than a week, but this is going to be resolved here and now. She's a lying traitor. Minato snarled, jabbing a finger at Kushina. Jiraiya flinched at that, though I couldn't be sure why. I flinched too, so I didn't say anything. I didn't betray anyone. Kushina shouted back. What happened? Jiraiya demanded. When both of them started trying to talk over each other, Jiraiya held up a hand until they quieted. Kichiro, what started this? I don't know the entire situation. What do you know? That assumptions kill. Jiraiya flinched again and my forehead crinkled as I tried to figure out why he was so easily affected by the conversation. I knew Jiraiya didn't have the most favorable opinion of me, but for him to show anything but perfect control was worrisome at the very least. I was certain that something had knocked Jiraiya off kilter. I could have paid more attention as Minato and Kushina explained the disagreement. Instead, I turned over Jiraiya's oddities and tried to make sense of them. I wasn't sure why I was interested, I just was. My first thought was that he was an imposter, but a silent confirmation of identity and a quick confirmation of his chakra signature was enough to convince me. My opinion and expectations of Jiraiya were odd, to say the least. From the original story, I remembered him to be an incorrigible pervert, but now, except on a handful of occasions, he kept his comments and actions appropriate for younger company. I had met Jiraiya for the first time while working as a trainee in the hospital a few months after I arrived in Konoha. He had come back with Tsunade from a mission and had been tagging along after her for hours before I arrived on shift. It had been my fourth day to use actual medical techniques on patients, and due to my age and gender, Tsunade had taken special interest in my training, so she decided to accompany me. I walked in on some kind of argument that was quickly resolved with Jiraiya flying out the window. Every other week or so, I would spend a day training with Tsunade and saw more Jiraiya than I wanted to. If it wasn't for the fact that high-level ninja and village officials always found some sort of excuse to visit the hospital and somehow always seemed to run into me, I would have thought something was up. Even so, I would have had to be an idiot to not notice the political piece I had become. I managed to distance myself from most of it, mainly by excusing myself from the encounters as quickly as possible and avoiding engagements with a handful of excuses, like picking up Kushina from the academy, training, or studying. Most of them were childish and flimsy excuses, but no one pushed the matter far enough for them to fall apart. I noticed that when Tsunade or Jiraiya were in the hospital, the visits were fewer and further between. I wasn't entirely sure what the message they were trying to send entailed, but in hindsight, I was sure the Hokage was behind it, and it made me feel like claimed property. Jiraiya played the idiot goofball incredibly well, and if it wasn't for his retorts, which were far quicker and more intelligent than any real idiot, I wouldn't have noticed. Eventually, about a month before the war started, I found myself too sick of the act to let it continue any longer and told him to cut it out. When I confronted him, Tsunade had been in the room, and from her reaction, I was shocked that she had never noticed Jiraiya's acting. Even so, Jiraiya quit the idiot routine when he had no one to act for. While I couldn't pretend to know his act inside and out, his reactions now weren't adding up. He was showing far more of his true reactions than I had ever seen before. In fact, the amount of expression he was showing was at a dangerous level for a shinobi of his caliber. In ninja terms, that meant he was severely compromised. As the three of them exploded into an argument, I interrupted firmly. I hereby authorize Protocol 77538 on the authority outlined in Section 73, Subsection 8, of the Konoha Ninja Code. The three of them stiffened and looked at me. Jiraiya-san, please report to the hospital. No! He screamed, completely losing control. I jerked backwards as he lunged forward and grabbed the front of my shirt and shoved me against the wall. I already lost one team, I refused to lose the one as well. He snarled in my face, too quiet for Minato and Kushina to hear. For a brief second, I thought he was going to kill me, but I tamped down that fear when I realized that I wasn't the slightest bit injured by the rough treatment. Minato and Kushina tried to pull him off, but Jiraiya could probably hold his own against Hokage if pushed to it, even if he couldn't win. 2 10-year-old children weren't going to budge him. Jiraiya-san, you are emotionally compromised. I can still do my job. If you were capable of performing your duties, we would not be in this situation right now. Please report to the hospital for an evaluation and treatment. Until then, you are not to take a mission. I quickly signed for Minato and Kushina to wait outside, and after a moment of hesitation, they obeyed, but I could feel them staying directly outside the door before I reactivated the privacy seals and locked the door. You have 2 minutes to tell me what the hell your problem is, or I really will have you kicked off the force. You can't. Try me. My name has a hell of a lot of weight in the hospital, no matter how long I've been gone. I'm not going to talk to a kid about my issues. Then report to the hospital, but you are not fit to command a squad. You're not any expert. Despite my age, I am fully qualified to make that decision. Talk to someone, but until then, you are in no position to try and lead. Talk to me, talk to Tsunade, talk to a stranger, I don't care, but get yourself under control. We are still at war and no one can afford to be emotionally compromised. That's rich, coming from you, Jiraiya growled. And look where it got me, I retorted seriously. He couldn't refute that. An outburst of emotion ensured the QB was sealed inside of me, even though Kushina was an all-around better candidate. That sealed my path, and I only made everything worse every time I lost control of my emotions. I'm not going to warn you away, heaven knows you are fully aware of the consequences, but I will not allow you to bring harm to my family, no matter your intentions. You have no idea, he broke off and sat down on the low table in the middle of the room. You probably knew all along, didn't you? Knew what? About Orochimaru. You knew his experiments were unethical from the very beginning, didn't you? What? Sensei found a lab with 12 children, 8 adults, and 4 infants locked in cells. Orochimaru was attempting some kind of research in growing back limbs and body parts. Tsunade is still sifting through the material. So, this is about Orochimaru. You knew what kind of person he was from the beginning, you always seem to know that kind of thing. I just assume everyone is an unforgivable ass until they prove me wrong. For the record, I didn't know what he was doing, I just believed him to be responsible for the Uzumaki child's kidnapping. I had no proof. You never told. If I told anyone, I'd be denounced as a liar. You could have told me. At best, you would have severely injured me for bringing up an accusation of that nature against a teammate. At worst, I would have been court-martialed for slander. I wouldn't. It doesn't matter now. Can I bring the kids back in here, or are you going to lose your temper at them again because of Orochimaru? Jiraiya rubbed his temples. You're right, I'm not ready to handle this. You know the brats better than I do anyways. Hold on, I protested. I want whatever problem they have with each other resolved. They're scheduled to go back out in the field together for an A rank tomorrow morning. They're 10, and Chunin. They shouldn't be going on an A rank without a Jonin at the very least. In fact, Chunin aren't supposed to be on anything above a B rank period. The 2 of them could be Tokubetsu Jonin if I let them take the test, albeit for Fuinjutsu, but the point still stands, he responded. If they get over whatever has them pissed at each other, they'll be fine. With a bit of preparation, they can defeat any normal Jonin. For some reason, the QB started growling in the back of my mind at that statement. They wouldn't be fighting a single Jonin. Konoha has lost over half their Jonin. The other countries have lost the same, if not more. The chances of them running into an enemy Jonin team anywhere but the front lines are worse than their chances of catching an enemy Jonin infiltration team in the Hokage Tower. There's a reason Konoha only allows Jonin on solo or duo missions. They're not Jonin. And if they were? They're still 10. You know that no one has a choice in this. It doesn't mean I approve. Konoha is supposed to be the place where children don't have to fight, where children can still be children. That's what the show die. You speak as if you weren't one. No one would allow someone they considered a child to walk into enemy arms like an animal for slaughter. If the governing body of Konoha got its way, I would be dead several times over. Anyone who still considers me a child is an idealistic fool. Kichiro, Jiraiya murmured. Look, if you're going to leave, leave, I don't care, but for the time being, you are in no condition to remain a commander. Either way, I'll do as you ask and take our troublesome duo into the backyard to beat some sense into them. I turned on my heel and marched out of the room. I didn't make any effort to avoid startling Minato as I slammed open the door. He immediately reacted with a punch that would have hit an adult in the solar plexus, but nearly caught me in the throat. I only held back my retaliation enough to avoid killing him. I bent to the side, and even as Minato recognized me, I grabbed his wrist and his upper arm, braced my feet and twisted, slamming Minato face first into the frame of the door. Taken by surprise, Minato took the full force of the strike. I immediately felt guilty, but I still followed through before Minato could recover, jabbing my elbow into his back to give him a horrible cramp that reached from the middle of his back to his fingertips. He gritted his teeth and tried to retaliate, but I had already twisted the unharmed arm behind his back and started to drag him towards the back of the house. Hearing the commotion, Nagato emerged from his room just as I grabbed the collar of Kushina's shirt and started dragging her along with me. I jerked my head for Nagato to follow. The boy hurried ahead of us and stopped at a training post with a seal etched into it. When we were close enough, Nagato activated it and a solid blue barrier enveloped the four of us and coated the ground. There were at least 5 other barrier seals that most likely were to create different conditions, but I wasn't curious enough to see what they did. I stuffed my hand into my pocket and fished out the small roll of bandages I kept in my pocket, just in case I was without my medic pouch. I tore off a section about 6 inches long and loosely tied it to my belt. I could try and talk and reason with the both of you all day, hell, the Hokage could order the 2 of you to get along and nothing would come of it. I don't give a damn who was right and who was wrong, but this is going to be solved now. Whoever gets this from me gets to resolve this disagreement, to put it mildly, on their terms. Both of them gained rather bloodthirsty expressions at my terms. Since you obviously care about fairness, it will be Nagato and I against the both of you. We are unarmed, you are not. Begin. Minato and Kushina glanced at each other. I barely had a second to facepalm before Kushina took advantage of the bruise forming over Minato's eyes, kicked his legs out from under him, and launched herself towards me. Nagato intercepted her, distracting her just long enough for me to shift positions. Minato lunged towards me, but as he tried to compensate for my change in position, he collided with Kushina, their heads knocking together. I barely managed to pull Nagato out from between them in time. Very quickly, I realized that both of them could beat me in straight taijutsu. The only thing that kept me out of their grasp was the fact that they fought each other as much as they fought me, and Nagato was an extremely effective distraction and just enough of a threat to them both that their attention was split 3 ways and it was ridiculously easy to manipulate the attacks meant for me into hitting each other. I wasn't exactly mad at them until Nagato accidentally trapped himself between the 2 of them. I barely managed to trade places with him with a desperate kawarimi and knock the attacks apart and down so their kunai didn't stab me in the front and back, but instead caused a significant damage to each other. Minato's kunai cut deeply into Kushina's side, between her bottom 2 ribs. Kushina's kunai landed in Minato's ilium. They both released their weapons and stumbled backwards, holding their respective wounds. So far, the fight had only been weapons and taijutsu. If they worked together, I knew they could beat Nagato and I without a problem. I was only holding back potentially lethal attacks and Nagato held nothing back. I knew Jiraiya had given them the bell test after they graduated the academy. You're both pathetic, weak, and stupid, I snarled at them as Nagato took up his stance beside me. It was a bit harsh, but they should have seen through the objective I gave them within seconds, yet they still looked at me as if they expected me to heal their injuries. I did give them the chance to realize I wasn't planning on it before I turned the fight into a ninjutsu battle. Nagato caught on faster than I expected and created an uncountable number of bunshin while I sped through unnecessary hand seals, launching a horizontal blade of wind in their direction. The bunshin raced after the blade to catch them when they dodged. They wouldn't cause any damage if they managed to land a hit, but Nagato was in the horde somewhere and they couldn't just disregard the bunshin when there was no way to tell them apart from the real Nagato in the chaos. Minato and Kushina leapt over the blade of wind and threw several dozen kunai into the charging horde. I noted the jinjutsu Nagato applied. A kunai appeared to pass through his real self even as he caught it and threw it back at Minato. The Jinjutsu and the horde vanished as Nagato growled out his next jutsu. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He did not learn that one from me. I didn't want to know where he learned such a high-level jutsu. Nagato stumbled back towards me, the jutsu taking more chakra than he intended. I didn't let him attack alone. I sped the flight of the kunai with a gust of wind. They managed to avoid anything worse than shallow scratches. They tried to counter as I followed up with a barrage of wind ninjutsu, but there was no way they would be able to keep up, not when both of them were still constrained by hand seals. Nissan, I need water, Nagato insisted. I paused in my barrage to direct a giant bullet of water into the ground beneath me. It wasn't pleasant for Nagato to somehow take control of the water before I completed the jutsu. I shook it off as Nagato shot a widespread spray of water. When I added my wind ninjutsu to it, the ice froze and shot towards the two in a barrage of icy senbon. I pulled back the wind ninjutsu a moment before Minato and Kushina found themselves riddled with holes. Instead, they were pelted with the equivalent of giant raindrops, soaking them. The four of us stood there in shock for a long moment. Well, ice is supposed to be a bloodline, but that works just as well, I commented. Let's save that for when we really need to kill someone, I suggested quietly to Nagato. The boy nodded quickly. Minato and Kushina were stunned at how close they had come to getting killed in a simple spar. While Nagato still needed hand seals to focus his chakra and control the general direction of his jutsu, he had already gained more control of the actual shape of the jutsu and had deviated from the wild rush of water it was several days before. Either it was because he was a genius, or the Rinnegan was indirectly helping him. I wasn't sure, but it worked, though I should probably make sure Nagato had a lot more practice applying it than a single spar. I made note of a lot of things Nagato needed to work on. Both Minato and Kushina were going to wake up sore in the morning. Kushina fell to her knees. I yield. I can't do this, Kushina choked, pressing her hand against her side. I stared at Minato. He had done a good job deflecting my merciless barrage of ninjutsu, but it took more chakra than he wanted to admit. He charged forward, brandishing two kunai. I signed for Nagato to stay out of the fight. I started out with a rush of senbon, which Minato deflected and kept charging. In straight taijutsu, I couldn't win, but with close-range ninjutsu on my side, he was the one struggling. I was ruthless once his initial attack failed and forced him onto the defensive. While Minato was able to overcome the problems of his size in taijutsu, and he had passable skill in jinjutsu, but he couldn't overcome the fact that the chakra reserves of a non-Uzumaki child could only grow so much. Minato had the reserves of a mid-level chunin, which was impressive, but it would be several years before his reserves would be anywhere near Jonin level. Kushina had better genetics in that department, putting her on equal footing, nearly giving her the upper hand, even though she was a half-year younger than Minato and a girl. The way I repeatedly flooded my body with Kyuubi chakra stretched my chakra coils to the point where they would nearly rupture and the Kyuubi would heal them, provided a massive boost to how much chakra my body could hold, which boosted how much chakra my body produced, etc. My reserves and control were ridiculous even if my application was severely lacking in proportion. Unlike the handful of times I sparred with him before, I didn't hold back my more brutal assaults, mostly because nothing connected. While Minato managed to deal out almost a dozen debilitating strikes, I recovered in seconds or shrugged it off as if it never happened. It only took one solid hit to his ribs to take him down. Minato sprawled out onto his back, struggling to draw in air. He tried to grab the kunai that had fallen beside him, but I kicked it away. You're done, Minato. I pulled the strip of bandage off my belt. I know Jiraiya gave you the bell test when you graduated from the academy. This is absolutely pathetic. I looked at Kushina. And Uzumaki ought to be much better than that. My gaze shifted to Minato. And you call yourself a Chunin of Konoha, I scoffed, continuing to look between them. Have you learned nothing in your 3 years of being shinobi? When both of you charged me, did you even have a plan or did you just want to beat the snot out of me and each other? Neither of them met my gaze. The two of you spent nearly 5 years practically inseparable, but now you're stabbing each other over a technicality. Kushina, you knew he didn't understand your situation or why you made the choices you did. Minato, you felt betrayed and never stopped to think there might be more going on behind the scenes. Both of them burned with shame. Nagato slid into my shadow and I clenched my fists. You're disgusting. If that is how you're going to treat the people closest to you, I want nothing to do with either of you. I threw down the strip of bandage and marched away from them. I barely made it to the door and slammed it shut before the tears started to fall. I clamped my hands over my mouth to hold back a sob. Nagato hugged me around the middle. I'm sorry, Nisan. There's nothing you can do about it, Nagato, I murmured back and laid my head on his, hugging him back tightly. They'll come around soon, right? They'll be friends again and things can go back to normal, right? Are you tired, Nisan? I nodded. I was utterly drained emotionally. It was completely unfair that I was clinging to Nagato for emotional support. He was 6, and mentally, I was supposed to be over 30. I knew it made him feel better to be doing something helpful, but a little voice in the back of my head kept nagging that he shouldn't have to. Konoha was supposed to be a place that protected children. Konoha wasn't supposed to be a place where children felt they had to be a part of the quid pro quo system. Chapter 53. When I finally regained my composure, Nagato started to pull me back towards the room where Ise and Fuso were still spending time with their new daughter. I want to see my little sister again, Nagato explained. I just shrugged and let him pull me along. When he pushed open the door, Ise turned toward us in surprise. Fuso lay on the bed, asleep. Sorry I ran off. Nagato's apology was barely audible. It's fine, Nagato-chan. Have you thought of a name? Ise murmured, his attention completely on the sleeping infant in his arms. Natsuki, Nagato responded with conviction. That's a beautiful name, Fuso answered, not as asleep as I thought she was. I nudged Nagato towards his father and sister and sat down on the bed beside Fuso. She immediately sat up to put her arms around me and carted her fingers through my hair. I knew better than to tell her exactly why I was upset, but I still secretly liked the feeling of being held. I didn't feel guilty leaning on her like I did when I found myself relying on Nagato. You alright, Kichiro? She asked quietly. I'll be fine, I assured her, but I didn't give any effort towards making sound convincing. I just turned my face into her shoulder. Emotionally, I was absolutely exhausted and I just wanted to sleep, even though barely half the day had passed. If my husband is going to steal the 2 children I carried around for 9 months each, I guess I'll just take his best friend's child as ransom. I laughed at that and relaxed against her side. Anyways, it's almost lunchtime, right? I better. I'll make lunch for the kids, Ise interrupted quickly. I'm not an invalid. Fuso retorted playfully. You just gave birth, he retorted. I'll show you, she threatened and nearly knocked me off the bed as she chased him out the door. Luckily, Nagato was holding little Natsuki. The boy shifted awkwardly. Nisan? Natsuki-chan smells icky. I honestly wasn't sure if Fuso and Ise's swift departure was planned or completely coincidental, but they got out of changing the infant's diaper. I was so very tempted to feign sleep and let Nagato figure out the dirty diaper problem, but I stood up and started to sift through the dresser with baby things piled around and hanging out of it. It didn't take long for me to track down the diapers and change Natsuki into a clean one. It wasn't very neatly done. Diaper changes were generally the purview of the genin and civilian orderlies or pre-medics rather than the certified medics, so I wrapped Natsuki in a blanket to hide the fact. I knew Kakashi was far more aware of his surrounding than an infant ought to be, and it didn't take long for me to realize that the same held true for Natsuki, though to a much lesser extent. She was a month younger after all. She wasn't as cognizant as Kakashi was, but she was perfectly aware of her surroundings. You're going to have everyone you meet wrapped around your little finger by the end of the month, I grumbled at her under my breath. What was that, Nisan? Nagato asked. Nothing, I responded as I settled the infant in his arms. Enjoy being a slave to her whims for the rest of your life. He looked at me without comprehension. Straight face. Besides the bustle of taking care of an infant, the stress of which was almost non-existent since there were almost a dozen hands willing and able to help out, nothing happened for the rest of the day. Natsuki barely fussed and, to my surprise, wasn't upset by the amount of attention she was receiving. Somehow, Nagato and I ended up caring for Natsuki most of the day while the adults worked because we technically didn't have a job to do. While Nagato entertained the newborn with miniature explosions, I watched Key draft healing seals. It didn't take much prompting for her to start explaining them to me. Apparently, I could save myself a quarter of the effort it took to heal with some strategic seals. Making the switch to healing with Fuinjutsu might have had a net benefit in the long run, but it didn't have the versatility needed for combat medicine. I wasn't particularly interested, but the diversion was worth it until Nagato's toy explosions grew too big and too close to Natsuki. It wasn't dangerous. Nagato was almost overprotective of his new baby sister, but they were obnoxious and the smoke was becoming an issue inside the house. Everyone quickly drifted off to their respective beds after dinner. Nagato had opted to stay with his parents, so I commandeered his room. Technically, I had my own bedroom a few doors down, but it was empty except for a bed and extremely obvious that no one slept there. In the middle of the night, I was awoken from a dead sleep by the door silently sliding open. I stayed perfectly still, feigning sleep until the intruder, who I couldn't identify from the almost perfectly concealed chakra signature, was within arm's reach. One hand reached towards me, and before it could touch me, I twisted and grabbed the arm, pulling the person off balance and driving my elbow into their throat. A second strike to their chest, strengthened by chakra and with one foot braced against the ground, sent them flying into the second intruder, throwing them both out into the hall. As they landed, I recognized Minato's blonde hair practically glowing in the dim light. "What the hell are you two thinking? It's the middle of the night," I growled, careful to keep my voice down to avoid waking anyone up. Both of them shifted to their knees and pressed their foreheads against the floor, their apologies sincere, if incoherent. "Enough, it's not me you should be apologizing to, it's each other." I lightly kicked Minato's shoulder since I couldn't see Kushina well enough to avoid kicking her head. "Why, you're not angry?" Kushina asked. "No, I'm not angry. You worked it out in the end and fixed the problem. Both of you have a mission in the morning, get some sleep." I turned to go back to bed. "Wait!" Minato rasped, massaging his throat. I glanced over my shoulder at him. "That's it? What more could there be? We were stupid enough to nearly destroy everything, almost killed each other. You learned your lesson and no irreparable harm was done. You said you wanted nothing to do with us," Kushina pointed out weakly. I could barely hear her. "Good to know you still believe every word I say." "No one is that forgiving," Minato responded. "What do you expect me to do? Make you beat each other up again or disown you? That wouldn't accomplish anything." Kushina flinched. I took a quick step forward and laid a hand on each of their shoulders so I could see them both somewhat clearly in the dim light. "I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, no manipulation, double, or hidden meanings. I can't promise to be there for the two of you anymore. I can't promise your safety or happiness or anything really. I can't, in good conscience, continue to allow you to believe you can unconditionally rely on me. Nissan, you sound like you're saying goodbye," Kushina choked. "No!" I responded vehemently. "Nissan?" Minato murmured cautiously. I turned my attention towards him. "I want to apologize." "For what?" "Before you left for IWA, I yelled at you and I shouldn't have. I yelled at you and accused you of things that weren't true. I said you never fought back and I was wrong. You do fight. You fight all the time, but you don't fight like everyone else. It's subtler." "I forgive you," I responded, cutting off the rest of whatever he wanted to say. I wasn't entirely sure what he meant, nor did I care. "You both have a mission in the morning, go get some sleep." Minato understood something, nodded once to me, his jaw set in determination and turned towards the stairs. I expected Kushina to follow, but she stood there, shifting awkwardly. "Nissan? Can you promise to be here when we get back?" "I'm still in ANBU, so I can't promise that, but I will see you again." "I can promise that, okay? Even if it was in the afterlife." Kushina nodded and hugged me tightly. When she didn't let go for a few seconds, I felt slightly awkward standing in the middle of the hallway in the dead of night. "Thank you, Nissan." "You're welcome." She scampered off without another word, leaving me in the hallway. I knew I wasn't going to sleep for the rest of the night, so I wandered into the library. The books and scrolls were obviously a part of the Uzumaki library Kushina had liberated before Yuzu's downfall. It was nothing sensitive, but still plenty to learn. As a rule, Uzumaki were generally short on patience when it came to everything except Fuinjutsu. Even so, there were several dozen members of the clan who had recognized the importance of history and wrote over 100 thick volumes on Uzu's history and any other history they could get their hands on. It wasn't like normal history books, which even the most avid history fan would admit could get quite dry at times. They were told as stories and made history twice as interesting. I managed to make my way through Uzu and Konoha's histories, and I had just begun the history of Kiri when the war started, and since then I hadn't had any more time to study. It didn't take me long to return to where I left off, and I spent the rest of the night reading. At sunrise, someone knocked on the front door. I put down my book and went to answer it before anyone woke up. On the doorstep was Uchiha Fugaku. "Uzumaki-san," he greeted politely. I deactivated the security seals and let him in. "Good morning, Fugaku-san," I greeted as he took off his shoes. "I assume you're Kushina and Minato's Uchiha teammate." "I am," he responded. "Welcome home from IWA. It's good to be back, though I'm not sure anyone should know where I was." The clan heads affected all know your situation, and as future clan head, I was briefed. I accepted his answer without comment. "My mission with your sister and Minato was moved up by several hours. Where are they?" "Third floor. Would you like me to?" "Thank you, but I know the way. Have a nice day." He hurried away with his shoes in his hand. In a few seconds, he was headed up the stairs at the back of the house. I closed the door and stared after him, confused. A door opened and Takashi emerged from his room a few doors down the hall. I closed the door. "Kichiro?" Takashi asked as he squinted in my direction. "Yeah?" "Oh, just making sure. One of the kids has been sleepwalking." "Oh. Want to help me make breakfast?" "Sure." I followed. An hour later, everyone started to trickle into the dining room. The kids were half asleep and most of the adults kept sending longing looks back towards the bedrooms, but everyone was there except for Kushina and Minato. Fortunately, everyone perked up once they started eating. Halfway through the meal, Sakumo appeared in the window with Kakashi in his arms. He was in his full Jonin uniform. I frowned. What the hell happened this time? I stood up and demanded as Sakumo landed on the floor. "We just received intelligence that several teams are headed straight for an ambush on their way to the IWA lines." "Why?" "They're medic teams. Half of Konoha's medics are headed into a trap and there isn't any way to send them a message fast enough. What idiot put that many medics in one place at once?" I growled. "There was a spy who managed to get deep enough into the mission room and switch things up. No one caught it until we got intel of the ambush." "Why are you telling me?" "I wasn't supposed to, but I need to know if the QB can increase your stamina. I already know you can stave off the need for sleep. Unless you can make it, no one has the stamina to run at the speed they need to in order to intercept them. If I use the QB, the only limit in this equation is my speed." "How far out are they?" "Konoha has pushed IWA back to just past the IWA-Kusa border. The ambush is at the Canopy Bridge. The medical team is almost 4 days out, traveling with a major supply run manned by 21 Genin, 4 Chinin, 2 Jonin, and an unknown number of ANBU. Canopy Bridge is a 6-day trip at Genin speed, correct?" "Which route are they taking?" "Route 4. If I take Route 7 and eat while running, I can reach the bridge in 2 days and backtrack until I intercept the team. If you can get me orders to change the route, I'll be ready to leave in 20 minutes. 2 days is cutting it close. It's almost fall into an ambush or definitely fall into one. We can take Kakashi for an hour so you can deal with everything," ISE volunteered. "Meet me at the gates in 20. Sakumo handed the baby off to ISE and vanished. I leapt up from the table and raced upstairs. I only had one Chunin uniform, and I hoped Kushina had brought it home when I had changed for the confrontation with the Hokage about the Uzumaki's status in the village. Sure enough, it was in the bathroom cupboard on the 3rd floor. I dumped the seal with all my weapons and ANBU armor on the bed and rushed to put everything on as fast as possible. It took me exactly 6 minutes, and I ran down the stairs, tying on my Hatake in the process. I skidded to a stop in front of Nagato, who stood in the doorway of the dining room. Sorry, kiddo, I murmured. I'll be back soon, I swear. I gave him a brief hug and waved at everyone before dashing out. I could have shunshined to the gates, but I had more than 10 minutes, so I just leapt across the rooftops hidden by a weak jinjutsu. I arrived at the gate with a minute to spare and crouched above them as they opened for the morning. I knew I was breaking at least a dozen rules, but only shinobi could have seen through the jinjutsu. They didn't really care as long as I wasn't hurting anything. Within the minute, Sakumo arrived at the Chunin deployment point and glanced around. I jumped down and landed heavily in front of him. Sakumo flinched at my sudden appearance and held out 2 scrolls. I reached for them, but he pulled them out of my reach. Your orders are extremely specific. You are to take Route 7 to intercept the medical platoon, order them to avoid the canopy bridge and travel with them to their destination. At that point, you are to join the first squad headed back to Konoha, no matter who they are. No matter what happens, you are not to deviate from those orders. I can do more good on the lines than I can in the village. IWA is raging for blood, yours in particular. If word gets around that you're on the lines, IWA will likely send everything they've got at you. The QB is a fair trade for the Gobi and Yanbi. Sakumo reached up and grabbed my Hatai-8, readjusting it so it covered my hair bandana style. You need a haircut, he commented, looking at me critically. I frowned, and after a second, he reached into his kunai pouch and pulled out a navy face mask. I'm not going back to Suna anytime soon, so you can borrow this to give you some kind of anonymity. I could just use a henge. There's no way anyone will believe you if you show up with a henge on. Right. Here are your orders. He handed me the scroll. And here are the orders to change routes. He handed me the other and I tucked them both in the part of the Chunin vest meant exclusively for orders. They were inside the vest, a zipper disguised as a seam on the left side of the vest under my arm. The current security code is White Snake fled and duress code is White Snake lives. I nodded firmly and leapt away. 5 minutes later, I was out of sight of the village. Until I started training with Sakumo, I never liked to run. Running a 7-minute mile felt good, but the feeling wasn't enough for me to ever voluntarily go out and run. When I started training with Sakumo, the speed boost made it 10 times more enjoyable. Coupled with the fact I was leaping through the trees, the adrenaline rush was exhilarating. I took far too many risks when running across Konoha. I leapt the gaps between trees that were too far apart to be completely safe, ran faster than most would dare in anything but a fight, and I even occasionally used my hands and chakra to swing through the trees for several hundred feet. For obvious reasons, I wasn't worried about injuries stopping me for more than a few minutes. Around noon, I burned through the last of my reserves and tapped into the QBs. By the end of the day, the thrill of racing through the trees at an impossible speed wore off and I started wishing for music or something to listen to. I scowled at the fact that I was only a quarter of the way to my destination. I tried to engage the QB in conversation, but he wasn't interested in talking. I spent the night and most of the next day incredibly bored. It wasn't until evening fell that I started to look for traps that had been left behind during skirmishes or set to try and injure or kill an unwitting shinobi. Most traps were too slow to catch me as I raced through, but I almost ran straight through a web of ninja wire meant to slice someone to pieces. I flipped over it and kept running, my heart hammering for the next few miles and my senses hyperaware. Wire traps and fuinjutsu traps were the only thing I needed to watch out for. A wire trap could cut me to pieces and kill me faster than I could heal, while any decent fuinjutsu trap was inescapable. I wasn't confident enough in my own fuinjutsu skill to escape a trap. When the sky began to lighten, I slowed my pace and deviated from the original route to follow the route the medics and the supply line was supposed to take. When I crossed their projected path, 8 miles away from the canopy bridge, a kilometer outside of even the most paranoid shinobi's scouting range. I scouted for a kilometer on both sides, quickly establishing that I was ahead of them or it was too late for me to stop them. I jogged back towards Konoha, making sure to stay on the ground. I stopped drawing on the QB's chakra when I felt a group enter my sensing range and headed in their direction at a walk. 20 minutes later, I intercepted everyone. The moment the first person entered my sight, an alarm rang out. 3 seconds later, someone appeared behind me, 2 people grabbed my arms and slammed me face down the mat of leaves, the tip of a kunai digging into the soft skin behind my ear. Identify yourself, the man on my right ordered. Uzumaki Kichiro, Chunin, registration number 007309. Purpose: to deliver urgent orders. I flinched as the one on my left opened the pouch meant for orders and pulled out my mission and the orders for the medic squad and supply line. I deduced that the two holding me down were Jonin, Anbu, or a combination of both. Protocol only allowed Jonin to access another shinobi's orders without their explicit permission or incapacitation. Security code? White Snake fled. The one on my right pulled off one of my gloves and glanced at the palm of my hand. It's him, the one on my left concluded, and the two picked me up off the ground. Damn, kid, you must be a stamina freak to be able to make that run in 46 hours. I shrugged and dusted myself off. The right one returned my glove. Did the Hokage figure out who the idiot who put half the medical force in one deployment is? He asked. It was a spy. The Canopy Bride has been trapped by IWA. I'm here to deliver orders to change routes. I don't know any details. Anything vital should be in the orders. It's the scroll in your right hand. The other scroll is my mission. The man on the left handed the scrolls to the one on my right, whom I was almost certain was the leader. I'm Yamanaka Takuya, and this is Matsuoka Shiro. He introduced once he finished skimming the two documents. I should have guessed that Takuya was part of the Yamanaka clan. But I brushed it off. Nice to meet you, I bowed politely. Uzumaki Kichiro, but you already know that. Before we head back to the rest of the group, am I correct in surmising that you are wearing a mask because of the jinchuriki situation with IWA and their particular hatred of you? Correct. Then I'll introduce you as Aoi, a Chunin scout who stumbled across Iwa's trap at the Canopy Bridge and was placing warning tags to ward off the next group who came through. I nodded. Any ninja worth their salt would know it was a lie, but the circumstances would deter anyone from investigating the claim, especially once the Anbu who was supposed to be with the group approached me, as was protocol. The Jonin guided me back to the camp. I was a little off-put at the fact that it was in the opposite direction as I had seen the person from. Before leaving, I glanced back at where I had seen someone, and noted that it was only a blue and green sheet wrapped around a thin tree. Everybody up! Shiro ordered as soon as we reached camp. Double time. We need to move. I was surprised that the camp wasn't fully awake yet. Even Jinin should have risen with the sun, and they should have started moving almost a half hour before. Before I could comment on the break in protocol, Takuya put a hand on my shoulder. They're fresh Jinin, he explained. They've been weighed down with supplies this whole trip, and the Hokage gave us 3 extra days to get there. It was a valid reason, but I couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The Jinin emerging were all between ages 9 and 12. I knew Kushina and Minato weren't the best baselines, but they were Chunin by the time they were 9. After a minute, I started to wonder when I stopped thinking of 12-year-olds as children and started to think of them as soldiers. I put it aside to think about later as Takuya introduced me. The camp quickly refocused their attention on packing up as an Anbu landed in front of me. He or she made several hand seals that were too fast for me to see. I flinched as his chakra, it was definitely male chakra, washed over me for the briefest of seconds. A heartbeat later, the Anbu vanished. The Jonin led us almost to the Kusataki border to avoid all potential traps by the IWA shinobi who had snuck through Konoha's line of defense. To my surprise and relief, the rest of the trip went incredibly smoothly. We reached the supply post before the deadline and the Jinin split off into teams with a Chunin or Jonin leader and several medics. The first team to head back was the Jinin delivering supplies. They were the only experienced team among the Jinin, thus the only team that remained unsupervised. As we set out to leave the second the supplies were delivered, inventoried, and a new list of requests was handed to the elder of the 3 Jinin, I got a very bad feeling. Not one of the I am going to do something stupid feelings, but one of the that lurch of my stomach was the handbasket picking me up to carry everything to hell feelings. Chapter 54. It wasn't until they introduced themselves that I realized exactly who I was traveling with. The team was made up of 3 boys, and all 3 had any identifying traits concealed by the unofficial, nondescript Jinin uniform and overlong hair. They wore loose, undyed kimonos with sleeves that were barely short and tight enough not to get in the way if they needed to fight. The kimono went down to the middle of their thighs and they wore loose pants in the same style of the Chunin uniform, without the bandages to secure the cuffs. Instead, They were tied with a strip of rope. They wore regular sandals, though the soles were thicker and provided much more traction than regular civilian sandals. The fabric was loose enough and strategically placed faded spots drew the eye away from the kunai pouches and any visible weapons. If they were paying attention, a jonin would probably have been able to tell that the fabric of their clothing was threaded with metal and instead of the light, cool material of regular civilian clothes, their clothes were similar to burlap. If it wasn't for the way they held themselves and the fact I recognized the uniform, I would have assumed them to be lower-class farmers' children. Senju Nawaki bounded forward and introduced himself immediately. The other two just sent me wary and slightly frightened looks. A few seconds later, I recognized the Hokage's eldest son, Sarutobi Itsuki. I almost couldn't place the last boy. Hyuga Hayashi had a strip of cloth tied over his eyes to hide the scarring from the botched mission I sent him on. My stomach nodded. I outranked them, so I gave the order to move out that morning. I set a brutal pace for Jinin, but we managed to make it out of Kusa by the end of the day and into the relative safety of the Land of Fire. I called for a halt as soon as it grew too dark for Jinin to operate properly. Sick of the suspicious looks, I jerked off my mask and hitayate as soon as we found a place to camp. If it wasn't for the fact that you're Jinin, I would bench your asses for letting your minds wander while running through unsecured territory. Now, what the hell do you find so interesting about my back that you're forgetting to run basic security scans? Nawaki-san, this has nothing to do with you. Go secure a 10-yard perimeter to the north, south, and east. Leave the west quadrant alone, there's an explosive trap there and I'm not going to be the one taking you home to your sister as a pile of charred bones. Nawaki scampered off. Why didn't you tell me you were alive? Itsuki demanded. I'm a Chunin, you are a Jinin. Hokage's son or not, my status and whereabouts are above your clearance level. But if you have a problem with security procedures, take it up with your father, but I assure you that he will not make an exception for you. Hayashi-san, your turn. Has my father approached your clan about removing the caged bird seal from my brother? That was not what I was expecting. I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm only the clan leader on paper and when they want to piss someone off without repercussions. Hayashi gritted his teeth. He promised. So, you're not angry at me? Hayashi shook his head in confusion. That's a first. Itsuki-san, is there anything else? What happened after I left IWA? You need clearance from your father for that information. I was there and lived through it and I don't even know a quarter of it. When did you get back? Ditto. He clenched his fists in frustration and opened his mouth to ask another question. I am going to continue stonewalling you, no matter how you word your questions. If you continue to attempt to access classified information, I will bench you so hard you won't be getting up for a very long time, and if you think your father will overturn it, you're an idiot. Nawaki hovered at my elbow as Itsuki flinched away. Hayashi-san, can you keep watch even though you're blind? Yes. Then you have second watch tonight. I'll take first. We're moving out at the beginning of third watch. Nawaki frowned. Third watch is. I shot him a sharp look daring him to protest. Acknowledged. I looked at the other two and they nodded apprehensively. First watch started at first dark, second watch started around 11 and lasted until around 2. Third watch lasted until first light. It was the time of night when nothing moved. For Jinin, it was both the safest and the most dangerous. It would be exhausting, but on the stretch of route we were taking, the sun would be at our backs. If I could get them running fast enough, our only danger would be traps, and by this point, I was just retracing my route from before. I wasn't stupid enough to rely on memory, but there wasn't a very high chance of any new traps having been set. I scouted out further than I let Nawaki go just to be certain, before returning to find Hayashi beginning to gather firewood. No fires. We're still too close to the lines. Forage or eat the rations. Hayashi blanched and Nawaki started to whine. All three of you should know better. Sensei, let's. I am neither your sensei, nor a jonin. I could hide the flames and smoke easy enough with a jinjutsu, but I can't hide smell well enough for it to matter. But, Itsuki protested in a tone that would have fit better on someone Nagato's age. No fire. The rest of the night and the next day passed smoothly. I slowed the pace slightly to compensate for their weariness. Everyone settled down for camp that night. I assigned Nawaki to first watch and told Itsuki he would take third while I had second, but I had no intention of waking him up. When morning came, Itsuki looked slightly betrayed by the fact, but didn't comment. At our pace, we would make it back to Konoha by the morning of the 7th day since leaving the outpost. Most jonin could make the run back from the Kusa border in 4 days, a few could make it in 3, but everyone else took 5 to 6. I didn't dare push the genin too hard. The bad feeling in my stomach only grew as we traveled back. We had 3/4 of a day left before we reached Konoha. I was almost ready to drop my guard when I felt someone enter the outside range of my normal sensing. They felt slightly familiar, like someone I only met once or twice, but I could tell they were far more powerful than anything I could handle and most certainly not friendly. I was terrified by the fact that there were 2 of them. I didn't recognize the second one at all. I motioned for the genin to stop. An intense feeling of déjà vu washed over me as Orochimaru appeared in front of us in a puff of smoke. "Shit," I growl. The genin nearly ran into me as I stopped dead. I tried to reach into my weapons pouch for a defensive seal, but Orochimaru flicked a kunai faster than I could see. It punched through the heel of my hand. I hissed in pain but put my arm out to stop the genin from attacking. Language, Kichiro-kun," he responded smoothly. "What do you want?" He threw a second kunai, but this time I was ready, and caught it before it went straight through Hayashi's head. The blade bit into my hands, but I ignored it, throwing the kunai at his feet. I healed my hand as quickly as possible while Orochimaru studied us. I was stalling. I had never truly attempted to transform into the Kyuubi, but it would be my only chance against Orochimaru, if it was actually him. I still hadn't positively identified either person, but I could feel someone standing behind us. "Who's your friend?" I asked when Orochimaru only smirked at my first question. "No one you would know," he responded. I could feel Nawaki trembling in anger behind me. "Traitorous bastard," he growled. My, Nawaki-chan, that's a lot of venom for someone who wants to be Hokage." "He's baiting you, Nawaki." Nawaki just growled. "I just wanted to leave a little message. Goodbye." He vanished in a puff of smoke. "Shit!" I snarled and grabbed the closest 2 genin, Hayashi and Itsuki, and threw them as far away as I could. Somehow, Nawaki noticed the explosive tags coating the branch at the same moment I did and braced my back before throwing me after them. The branch exploded and I barely managed to coat my skin with the Kyuubi's chakra to avoid most of the damage from being in close proximity to the explosion. "Suicidal idiot," I screamed and leapt back towards Nawaki the second my feet hit the ground, clearing the smoke away with a gust of wind. His chakra signature was already starting to fade as I landed beside him. Those were Uzumaki-level explosives. Had they been properly timed and placed, they would have killed all 4 of us instantly. Instead, whomever attacked us treated them like normal explosive tags. The worst part was that Nawaki was still conscious, screaming in pain. If I knocked him unconscious, I wasn't sure I would be able to wake him back up. His uniform was probably what saved his life, but it didn't survive the explosion. The front of his body, which faced away from the explosion, was covered in second-degree burns. I didn't even look at those as I rolled him onto his stomach. The skin on the entire back of his body was gone. I could see the vertebrae of his back and most of the muscle had been incinerated, showing patches of his shoulder blades. "Itsuki, I need as much water as you can get me," I ordered as the other 2 genin ran up. "Real water, not made by chakra." "Hayashi, hold down his arms so he can't roll over." Nawaki couldn't feel the damage done to his back, and I couldn't knock him out to stop him from fighting the treatment he desperately needed. Itsuki hurried off as I worked to repair the damaged blood vessels. I didn't look up to see how Hayashi was handling it. As soon as I finished healing the major blood vessels, I started on the lymphatic system. Itsuki returned with several canteens of water. I grabbed one and poured it on the center of Nawaki's back, immediately incorporating it into his body before he died of dehydration. When Nawaki's immune system and circulatory system were mostly repaired, I turned my attention to trying to unsuccessfully regrow his skin. I wasn't sure how long I struggled, but eventually another set of hands joined mine. "I've got him now, Kichiro, tend to yourself." Slowly, I pulled back. As soon as I detached myself from the healing, someone picked me up by my vest and hauled me several feet away. Hayashi was pulled in front of me and I automatically reached forward to heal them. There were only minor burns, mine were twice as bad. I turned to the person nearest me. For a second, I thought I was looking at two Hayashis before I realized it was Hisashi. "Itsuki, come here, Hayashi, report." I started healing Itsuki while Hayashi reported what happened. We were headed back from delivering supplies under the command of Medic Uzumaki Kichiro. We were intercepted by an unknown shinobi who seemed familiar with the entire party. Jinin Senju Nawaki addressed the shinobi as a traitor. Medic Uzumaki attempted to discover the intentions of the shinobi, which were to leave a message. Medic Uzumaki then threw Jinin Sarutobi Itsuki and myself off the branch, then Jinin Senju threw Medic Uzumaki after us and was caught in the subsequent explosion. By the time Jinin Sarutobi and I returned to our teammates, Medic Uzumaki had already begun medical treatment. "Uzumaki, what were the original injuries?" "Second-degree burns to myself, Hayashi, and Itsuki." Nawaki had third-degree burns, that included tissue damage to 50% of his body and second-degree burns to the rest. "Sarutobi, anything to add?" The shinobi who accosted us appeared to have been Orochimaru. I thought so too, but Orochimaru knows how to apply Uzumaki explosive tags for both lethal and non-lethal uses. He would never have messed up as badly as whomever laid the trap did. I corrected. "The chakra signatures didn't match," Hayashi volunteered. "There was someone else present as well, but they were too far away for me to get any information on them." Tsunade finished growing Nawaki's skin back. I wasn't entirely sure when Nawaki had stopped screaming, but now he was only crying against Tsunade's shoulder while she healed his face of burns and coaxed him to drink water from one of the canteens Itsuki had refilled. Nawaki's pack of supplies had been completely destroyed, so Tsunade pulled a blanket out of Hayashi's bag and wrapped it around the naked child. He wouldn't be going on missions until he regained the muscle mass that had been burned away. I felt bad for the kid and was extremely pissed at how unnecessary his injuries were. With the Kyuubi's chakra, I could have come out of the explosion in his place with only severe burns that I could have easily healed rather than losing at least a quarter of my body mass. Medical ninjutsu could do a lot, but healing on the scale Nawaki needed to return to duty anytime soon was something I was incapable of, and Tsunade couldn't afford the energy needed for such a feat, if she was even capable of it. She stood up, Nawaki cradled in her arms. "Kichiro and Itsuki, stick together. Hisashi, you're with your brother on point, Byakugan active, top speed. I'll take rear. Kichiro, Itsuki, take center." "I should be running point and the Jinin should be in the center," I contradicted. Tsunade glared at me until I backed down. "You're the only ranked person here who isn't emotionally compromised right now, so you're guarding Itsuki, the most likely target," she explained. I still ought to be running point, but fine. A few seconds later, we took off. Once the sun set and Hisashi's Byakugan lost its effectiveness. Tsunade put me on point, Hisashi in the rear, and herself and the Jinin in the center. I smirked at her when she made the change, but she only scowled back at me. "You're forgetting that I'm your physician." When no one was listening, I hissed back, "You're forgetting I'm in ANBU. Trainee, not agent." Yet. We made it back just after 2 in the morning. Itsuki and Hayashi, go report to the mission office. Hisashi, go home. Kichiro, go report to the Hokage, Tsunade ordered. I didn't like it, but I knew better than to disobey. I hurried through the deserted streets until I reached the Hokage tower. As I marched inside, the Hokage seemed to materialize beside me. I flinched in annoyance but didn't say anything as he led me up to his office. "Mission status?" he asked as the door swung shut behind me. "Successfully completed." Mission scroll. With a bit of fumbling, I pulled it out, along with the orders. With a sudden, muttered fire jutsu, the Hokage incinerated the scrolls. "You never left this village. Hatake-san took you to ANBU headquarters to test your proficiency in thrown weapons. You scored 7.1. Nawaki-kun and his team were attacked a kilometer away from the village gates and he was rushed to the hospital by his teammates and treated just in time. You were called in to help in the middle of the test, which explains your uncharacteristically low score. Report back to headquarters with Nagato-kun to retake the test. I frowned but nodded once. The Hokage wasn't even looking at me. Something big was going on. I turned on my heel and left. A minute later, I landed on the roof of the Uzumaki house and slipped inside without alerting anyone. Within seconds, I located Nagato and hurried downstairs. He was sleeping in his room, which made my job easier. He followed me without question when I shook him awake. 10 minutes later, we arrived at headquarters. Sakumo was waiting impatiently for us. Thrown weapons proficiency tests were required every 2 weeks for academy-level shinobi and every 2 months for full-fledged shinobi until they were deemed responsible enough to be training regularly on their own. Commanding officers administered the tests and reported them to the section of the intelligence department that handled the stat records. They weren't difficult, and only academy students, and about half of genin, had difficulty maintaining their scores. All thrown weapons were included on the test, from senbon, to kunai, to hatchets, to a weird frisbee thing, to short spears, to a bola. There were at least 30 different weapons we had to take down a dummy with. Each weapon was thrown 10 times, a point for every lethal or debilitating hit, depending on the weapon, and the scores averaged. Proficiency with hand-to-hand weaponry was at least twice as stringent, but shinobi only had to have proficiency in the primary, secondary, and tertiary weapons wielded by all members of their squad, most of which overlapped. Most shinobi mastered one throwing weapon and one other weapon. Weapon masters were extremely rare. There were a total of 4 in the entire shinobi force. I was sure there were several more in Anbu, but weapon masters had to be highly trained from birth in order to declare their specialization before they were 30. Weaponry sounded extremely difficult from an outsider perspective, but there were several kata developed specifically to be able to be used with almost any weapon. Once someone mastered throwing kunai, most other single-bladed weapons were a matter of finding the right balance. With shuriken, it only took a bit of practice to pick up similar weapons. Nets, bola, and other thrown objects of similar build were the sticking point, but still necessary because of the logic that if a shinobi knew how to use it, it made it that much easier for said shinobi to escape or combat it. It was sound reasoning, and due to the fact that there wasn't enough time or resources to devote to the cause that learning the basics was the most effective. In the thrown weapons test, most chunin averaged an overall score of 8.7 to 9.3. Jinin averaged a 5.3 to 8.9. Jonin were required to be able to score at least a 9.6 on the turn of a dime. The test itself was throwing each weapon 10 times at a dummy while sprinting at top speed from random directions at random angles. By the time I made it to Jinin, Sakumo had trained me to the point where I could consistently throw a 9. While Sakumo finished setting up the test, I familiarized myself with the weapons I would be tested over. Nagato looked sick as he picked up one of the stranger weapons. It looked like a giant caltrop. "It's just a throwing test. I've never held half of these," he whimpered. I frowned. "How long have you been training?" "Over a year." "And you haven't taken a proficiency test yet?" He shook his head. "Then I'll go first so you can at least get some idea of what you're supposed to do." Nagato reached forward to hold my hand, but I shifted so it almost looked like he was trying to get my attention. I knew there were people watching and I put my arm around his shoulders and pulled him close to start muttering the basics of the weapons he would be using. If the Hokage was trying to cover something up, he needed witnesses. Nagato was better off looking like I sheltered him than looking like he needed my company. For me, the test went smoothly. I scored an 8.9, which was good considering how long it had been since I last touched most of the weapons. For Nagato, it went horribly. With basic kunai, shuriken, and senbon, he was nearly perfect, only missing one shuriken out of all 3 weapons. Everything else was hit or miss. He scored a 4.1, which was an amazing score for his first time. He didn't let the poor showing affect him until after the test was over. Sakumo led us down the halls of Anbu to a meeting room where Kagami, with his mask on, and Nagato's sensei waited. We all sat down while Kagami spread out both of our files. I noted that Kagami looked as if he had been dragged through hell and back. While you may claim to be brothers, the two of you are barely related. In fact, I'm more closely related to the Shodai, by marriage of course, than you are to each other. As such, ANBU's policy to place direct family on the same team does not apply to you. Considering how long Kichiro has spent out of the village or otherwise engaged with his duties, the only reason I have to consider placing the two of you on the same team would be Nagato-kun's hero worship of Kichiro. Nagato started to protest, but Kagami held up a hand to stop him. Kichiro, the year you spent in IWA and your demonstrations while training with Anbu have shown that you are at the point in your training where you no longer need supervision. Sakumo supports this. Given time and space to polish up your existing skills and someone to help you get to the point you need to be in stealth, you will easily become a full-fledged Anbu agent within 2 months. You will be constrained strictly to village missions and medic duties until the end of this war, unless there is an urgent need for your jinchuriki skills. I nodded once in acknowledgement. Nagato, I am judging you in comparison to other Anbu initiates, not your peers. Based on your score when you entered the Academy's mentorship program, you are a genius. You could pass Konoha's Chunin test without a problem. You could probably pass the written Chunin test as well. Your chakra capacity is greater than Kichiro's before he had the QB sealed in him, though it is smaller than Kushina's when she first came to Konoha. Your stamina is better than expected. However, your skill in taijutsu, though limited by your age, is nowhere near where it should be, nor is your ninjutsu. Like Kichiro, you can use an extremely dangerous jinjutsu, though you are limited to the one, which is more than is expected from most genin who are not slated for jinjutsu mastery or medical support. Now, your most recent showing in weapons was interesting to say the least. If I didn't consider the fact that you, for some reason, haven't taken a proficiency test, I would have had to draw one of two conclusions, that you threw the test, or have absolutely no skill in weaponry. Nagato stiffened and I grabbed his arm before he could respond. If I take into account your lack of experience with the test, your learning curve appears to be steeper than your file suggests. Nagato relaxed and I let go, not missing the sharp look Kagami sent me before he refocused on Nagato. You have basic knowledge in almost every general shinobi art. Since you are a part of Anbu, you need to decide what area you will be specializing in. While following in Kichiro's footsteps to become a medic would be interesting, Konoha will not be indulging you like she did for Kichiro. You are too far behind him and your chakra control is nowhere near the level that you would be considered to join the medic corps. You have potential in jinjutsu, but considering the dislike you've expressed towards it, just like every other shinobi of your clan has, with only a handful of exceptions, you don't appear to have any dedication to the subject. From what you have displayed today, with time and effort, you could be a weapons master. The ease in which you picked up the kata Kichiro taught you several days ago, and even managed to incorporate it into a spar, you could master taijutsu. Your chakra capacity means you could be a ninjutsu specialist second only to jinchuriki. Your Uzumaki heritage means you could specialize in fuinjutsu. I don't expect you to decide on your specific specialization, but I do expect you to decide on your general one now before I make any decisions on your placement. He's only 6. I protested. You were 7 and had none of his meager skill when you decided to become a medic. Kushina made her decision to be a ninjutsu fuinjutsu specialist long before she arrived in Konoha. Nagato's decision will determine whether he can be placed with you or must be put in the regular Anbu training program. The look Kagami gave me told me to shut up, so I did. I didn't stop glaring at him. Though Nagato probably didn't notice, the way Kagami phrased his assessment, Nagato wasn't responsible for being behind expectations. His sensei was the one at fault. The detail about the proficiency test was a major hit against his eligibility as a mentor. Since it was nearly impossible to standardize expectations, being sure that no one was going to accidentally kill themselves or get killed because they had no idea what sharp objects were flying about made the standard tests actually in place even more important. Considering how much red tape I suspected was around my file, I was surprised Kagami said as much as he did about me with Nagato's sensei in the room. It didn't take long for Nagato to make his decision. I want to be a ninjutsu taijutsu specialist. I winced. If I wanted to declare a secondary specialization, it would have been taijutsu. Considering I was a jinchuriki, my ninjutsu was only limited by how fast I could learn jutsu. Putting Nagato and I together would severely unbalance our abilities. Kagami made the note on Nagato's file. Sakumo, Matsushita-san, you are dismissed. They left silently. Nagato-kun, do you understand what your brother is to this village? Nagato frowned. He's a shinobi of Konoha, Nagato answered easily. Are you aware he was considered as a future Hokage? His head snapped toward me in surprise. I crossed my arms. Despite his protests against any leadership positions, he has been the primary Yondan candidate since the death of Kato Dan. If it wasn't for the civilian outcry against jinchuriki that is slowly and steadily gaining strength, he would be in the process of training to take over the position. I relaxed at that. Yes, he is a jinchuriki, and because of this, he has access to an impossible amount of power. Just by living he keeps that power from being turned against us. By being a shinobi, he makes that power work for us. I rolled my eyes but didn't interrupt. Nagato was openly gaping at me now. Not only is he the first male medic, he is also Konoha's second best doctor, preceded only by the wife of the Sandaime. Considering he's barely finished his first decade of life, he has the greatest potential in the entire shinobi corps. Before I allow you to make a team with Kichiro, I need your answers to several questions. Nagato refocused on Kagami and nodded. Kichiro's life comes before the life of everyone in this village except the Hokage himself. Do you understand that? Nagato nodded firmly, his back straight, and it felt like he was oozing determination. I understand. I scowled at Kagami, but I didn't have any grounds to contradict him. If I died, the responsibility of containing the Kyuubi would most likely fall on Nagato's little sister because of her age. I doubted Nagato or Kushina could persuade the Hokage otherwise. There was no way the Kyuubi would be able to remain free in the current state of affairs. That means his life is more important than everyone, including yourself and your family, including your new little sister. I tried to argue that, but too late, I noticed the seals on my chair, freezing me in place. I couldn't even shift my eyes off Kagami. In my peripheral, Nagato's resolve faltered slightly, but he still nodded. Do you understand that Kichiro will not care about that fact while in action? I understand. Are you aware that Kichiro has a habit of defying authority? Yes. Do you understand that, while he may get away with much more than any other shinobi, the same will not hold true for you? I understand. Kichiro regularly handles extremely classified information, and it is likely that you will occasionally be in the vicinity of that information. Are you aware of the consequences for accessing information above or not included in your clearance? I am. Do you understand that information about Kichiro or Anbu is not to be shared with anyone other than your direct commanding officers, of which are myself and the Hokage? I understand. Very well. Kagami pulled a hatayate out from beneath the table and held it out to Nagato. Congratulations. You are officially a Konoha Genin. He pulled out an Anbu mask and handed it over. This makes you an official Anbu initiate, codename Mouse. Your partner and team leader is Uzumaki Kichiro, codename Fox. The two of you will be a first response, threat assessment, and defensive support team. Kagami released the seals on me, glaring at me as I opened my mouth to argue. After a moment, I quailed under his gaze. Kichiro, remember what I told you about chain of command. He warned me. When he was sure I wasn't going to start shouting at him, he continued. Nagato, Kichiro will be in charge of your training most days, and while he is engaged in his medic duties within Anbu, you will have orders on what to do during that time. If there are no more unforeseen interruptions, Kichiro, every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday you will report to Anbu Training Ground 3 at 2100 hours for 3 hours to make up the deficits in your abilities. Provided that you remain on schedule, you will take the Anbu test in 2 months' time. You are to have Nagato ready to take the test 15 months later. Do you have any questions? 17 months isn't enough, I started, but Kagami cut me off. I think you'll find that without the distractions you had, Nagato will progress much more rapidly in his training than you did. The matter is closed. Kagami closed our files and pulled out 2 folders and a dozen pencils. These are the written tests the two of you were supposed to take over a week ago. While I am aware that you are both shinobi, I have to ask you please do not cheat. These are meant to be an honest assessment of your knowledge and problem-solving skills. Please. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you in the next installment. With that being said, peace.